Last time I talked to you, you were lonely and out of place. You were looking down on me, lost out in space. Laid underneath the stars, strung out and feeling brave. Watch the red orange glow, watch you float away. Down here in the atmosphere, garbage and city lights. You're gonna save your tired soul, you're gonna save our lives. I turned on the radio to find you on satellite. I'm waiting for this sky to fall, I'm waiting for a sign. And all we are is all so far. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling out of reach, defying gravity. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. Hope you remember me when you're homesick and need a change. I miss your purple hair, I miss the way you taste. I know you'll come back someday, on a bed of nails I wait. I'm praying that you don't burn out or fade away. And all we are is all so far. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling out of reach, defying gravity. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see. I know you're out there. You're falling out of reach, defying gravity. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling back to me, the star that I can't see. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling out of reach, defying gravity. I know you're out there, somewhere out there. You're falling back to me. I know, I know. You're falling out of reach. I know.
Another day is going by. eyes. I try to sleep, I can't forget you. Na na na, na na na. And I'd do anything for you. Na na na, na na na. I'd do anything just to hold you in my arms. I try to make you laugh, 'cause somehow I can't put you in the past. I'd do anything just to fall asleep with you. To fall asleep with you, yeah. I'd do anything to fall asleep with you. I'd do anything. There's nothing I want. I'd do anything to fall asleep with you. I'd do anything, 'cause I know I won't forget you.
Is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. And while she looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her when she smiles. How many days in a year she woke up with hope, but she only found tears? And I can be so insincere, making her promises never for real. As long as she stands there waiting, wearing the holes in the soles of her shoes. How many days disappear when you look in the mirror? So how do you choose? Your clothes never wear as well the next day, and your hair never falls in quite the same way. You never seem to run out of things to say. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. And while she looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her when she smiles. Now how many lovers would stay just to put up with this every day and all day? How did we wind up this way? Watching our mouths for the words that we say. As long as we stand here waiting, wearing the clothes of the souls that we choose. How do we get there today when we're walking too far for the price of our shoes? Your clothes never wear as well the next day, and your hair never falls in quite the same way. But you never seem to run out of things to say. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. And while she looks so sad and lonely there, I absolutely love her when she smiles. Well, your clothes never wear as well the next day, and your hair never falls in quite the same way. You never seem to run out of things to say. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. And while she looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her. This is the story of a girl, the pretty face she hid from the world. And while she looks so sad and lonely there, I absolutely love her. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. And while she looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her when she smiles. When she smiles.
Hello? This thing on? Hello?
Fucking cool.
It was good. Hello. When does it usually start? What's he been typing? Didn't confirm. It won't cover any of the. It won't cover any of the positivity we've had in the last. Dude, you're Dude, you're lucky. You're lucky he's not covering that shit. You fucking moron. You had the best breakfast. I had a scrambled egg with some creme fraiche and a slice of wheat toast. That was pretty good. John Brambo Graves. Did I see that? Yeah, I did actually. I saw it on Twitter. It was like an eternal history of being a faggot or something. What was it? No, dude, I was too lazy to make rice. I fucking hate making rice. I know it's like simple and shit, but you gotta fuck with like rinsing it. Nah. You just like toast bread. It's easier. The eternal downfall of DarksydePhil. Is that a WWE champion guy in that thumbnail? Is it copy image address? Will Elon let me do this? Okay. What do we got? We got a John. We got a Craig. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Is that, what's his name? Kojima? Kojima? Is that him? That's Panda. I think that's a WWE champion, possibly. And I don't know who any of these people are. Gamer J. Lee. Oh yeah, that guy. He made like a cringe video or something. I kind of remember that. Talking about like how he's like how DSP screwed him over or some bullshit. Like he used to be a mod or something. Is that what happened? Where's Fat Cat? She wouldn't fit in the thumbnail. There's a size limit. I think it's 2 megabytes. Hello, Pocock. So, that'll be cool. Any expectations for the documentary? I don't know. The reason that this whole like arc's been kind of whatever is I tend to not really give a shit about this the weird meta stuff that happens. Hello, Con. So, let's see how it plays out, I guess. I die. Dude, I checked out that WWE Champion stream last night. Like I'll always jump in for like 20-second intervals every like I don't know, couple hours because it's like unlistenable like past that. And his fucking music was playing during the game for some fucking reason. And I was like, "Oh, you just wanted to make this more unlistenable. Very cool." Game doesn't have sound? He spent $200,000 or whatever on that game and it doesn't have sound? That's pretty cool. You thought YouTube free... Dude, like... What? He thought YouTube free music would get copywritten too. But, like, isn't that the point? Like, isn't that literally the point? I don't understand. Hello, Ramsay. I mean, he could do what I did. I just got random BGM. Like, this is my BGM playlist. I got, like, Ragnarok and stuff on it. And you can just test whether it gets, like, claimed or not. Like, nothing on my BGM list gets claimed. Not that it matters, because I play fucking claimed music at the beginning now anyway. But, you know. Yeah, I know. He said, quote, royalty-free just means they don't get money. What? I mean, can't anybody claim anything? I mean, if that's his problem? If claiming is the issue? Oh, what the fuck is this? What's this thing? Beep 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 beep. Put your bets in. Hello?
You ready? Here we
What
go.
the fuck? Wow. Wow. What a fucking faggot, dude. What the fuck was that shit?
What a show we've got for you today. Because, I'm going to be honest, I was going to be like, oh, today's a slower day. It's Sunday. It's React Day for me.
God.
Calm around here. Not a lot to talk about. Then all of a sudden, right before the show...
Why does he have a Tesla coil behind him? Is that going to zap him?
Releases the page, the placeholder page for
You know,
my
Tesla coil's
documentary.
one-shot infantry, right?
Tomorrow at 9
That's
a.m.
you.
Pacific Time. Thumbnail, the description and timestamps. Yes, everyone is talking about it,
Oh.
of course, and boom. Well,
Boom.
guess what? We've got something to analyze today, and I am
Oh,
going to
boy.
be fully analyzing it. Plus, we're going to be taking a look at my channel's performance over the month of August, because as a
August.
result
Wait, why?
of this newfound attention,
Wait, why would we do that?
clarity,
That's fucking gay.
whatever you want to call it, that I've gotten, my channel has gotten quite the giant
Dude, he's like holding a prayer hands. He's like actually at like a temple.
result of this newfound
One,
attention,
Mississippi, two,
popularity,
Mississippi,
whatever you want to call it, that I've gotten.
six,
My channel has gotten quite
eight,
the ginormous
9,
boost
10.
of attention
11.
and
If he holds this for 20 seconds, side bet.
support. And I want to look
Broken.
at that
Fuck you.
with all of
You
you
get nothing.
and basically be very grateful. Because again, with the trajectory that we're on and this crazy fall gaming season that is coming up, potential is huge for a lot of great positive stuff.
Great
So, we went from
positive
having nothing
stuff.
to an absolutely jam-packed show
That's the
on
close to
today's
the days of it.
episode
Back you
of the
epileptic
Level
dog.
1 Podcast.
Dude, I had skip juice and this is still going.
Alrighty, everyone. So today is Sunday, the 1st of September, 2024. We begin a brand new month. And I'm excited for this
Well, I
month.
removed the
because this
PDF
month we've got a
file
ton of new
from the
games
corner
coming
now.
out, and as you know,
No.
that's my forte, to cover all the hot new game releases. But also, we've immediately got a whole bunch of other crazy stuff going on in the realm of me. Not to say that it's stuff that I particularly set up or, you know, listen, I want people talking about me because they want to come out and check my content. But what can you do? It's like I've said previously.
You
When you are a
with great
public person,
power
when you stream or
comes
make
Spider-Man.
content for the internet and you put yourself in front of a camera every day, you are a public persona. And as a public persona, you're putting yourself essentially in front of the firing line because eventually,
Firing line, you say?
every once in a while, the public eye is going to turn towards you, and most of the time, it's not going to be for positive reasons. In my case, I've been in front of the firing line probably 20 times, right? Every time another one of these documentaries
Like
comes
Countrymen
out,
got banned? What does that mean?
again, the internet is abuzz with making fun of Phil and the memes
I'm
about
American.
Phil and the bad things about Phil. So I'm used
stop
to
touching
you know
your
what I'm saying? Like,
fucking
this is not
face,
my
dude.
first rodeo. This is about my second dozenth rodeo. However,
Second dozen.
the fact that this
rodeo?
is a June the King documentary that will be 3 hours and 45 minutes long. It is the most comprehensive documentary ever made on me.
You got amazing for the firing
And
line.
I had some involvement with it.
TS12?
With some questions
With
that were
double
thrown
up
my way over the course of him researching it, where he couldn't find any answers or couldn't get the data right away. So I let
You
him
got
to
16
find the
shots with that
answers, or,
motherfucker.
you know, he documented my answer, but he's going to compare that with what he found through research,
16
etc.
shots of double up buck.
It's very unique. Okay, It's a very unique situation. And so that's why this week I'm going to be reacting to this documentary every single night over on my DSP Reacts channel.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is that
until
about?
it's done.
He's just gonna be doing
Now,
documentary react
normally
for
I
like a
do that,
week?
right?
My
Many
god.
of these documentaries have come out, and I just don't really give them any heat. There's been some
Heat.
exceptions. The Frederick Knudsen documentary, which I did react to a couple years ago, but it was already like 5-6 years outdated by the time I did that. Or even me reacting to the video from my former friends, John Rambo and Howard. Who
I
kinda
have
made
former
this, like,
friends.
expose video
Dude, I'm
on
gonna
me,
hang on.
slamming me after years of us kind of hanging out and doing content together. And then all of a sudden they came out and said, oh, you know, we don't like Phil for this reason, this reason, and this reason, right?
All right.
So, yeah, it's not like I haven't done this kind of thing before. It's just that, especially now during this busy gaming season, this month of September, we're going to have a lot of game releases coming out at a rapid pace so quickly that it's actually going to be hard for me to keep up. You know, like, for example, I played Star Wars Outlaws one day. And people are like, forget it, just drop it, play other stuff. I'm like, wow, really?
Really?
And people are like, yeah, it's just not that good of a game. We don't want you wasting time on this game when there's other things we want to see you play. And I'm like, if that's really how you feel, like, normally that would
Who are you talking about, though?
feedback that I would get. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be completely different.
Oh.
But if that's how people feel and they just want me to focus on other better things, I'm down for that.
I'm down.
So I guess we'll see, you know, how that goes in that regard. But yeah, it's going to be a tough month already, juggling all these big new releases coming out. And then on top of that, I got to react to this
I wish I
documentary
organized
all
my
week
files
long.
better.
And of course, as you
well.
guys know, I've got Stuttering Craig coming on this show this coming
Oh,
Thursday
yeah, that shit was super
to
fucking
basically
gay.
clear the air about what
That dude is
happened
a
a year
faggot,
ago
man.
with the side scrollers
Stuttering Craig, dude. Fuck that
interview,
guy.
but then more so than the interview, the follow-up of how they
Shit.
kind of behaved after that interview ended, that led to a lot of negativity for me. Okay, so I got all this stuff already going, and just so you guys know, I am working
No,
on a
you're
lot
not.
of other stuff.
Oh.
Like, for example, I would love to do some more interviews and things over the course of this month on this show. But that very highly depends on a lot of factors. And some of those factors are, you know, are people going to want to be on this show to interview with me after a negative documentary about me drops on the internet? Or is it going to be the opposite, where once again, people aren't going to want to touch me with a 10-foot pole because they're afraid of negativity associated with DarksydePhil? You know what I'm saying?
No.
I don't know how it's going to go. We have to see. I told you guys in August, I feel that success is fleeting. I really do. And I've seen my popularity go like this over the years.
Wow.
And
Great.
it seems like every time that I get to a high, something comes and kicks me
High.
in the ass and knocks me down the hill, and I end up down in a freaking low in the down of a valley, you know.
What's wrong with this dude?
Will this documentary be that? You guys have tried to convince me no. You guys have
No.
been saying that basically the stuff in this documentary you don't really care about, that all my past history has already been fleshed out, that you're not really too worried about it, and that as long as I basically do this long form react and we get it done with, that it won't be a big deal. To me, like,
Really?
I believe that that would probably be the case, because like you said, there's nothing really new that can be unveiled in this documentary that already hasn't been put out there in another documentary or by my detractors or anything like that. It's already been done. The horse has already been ridden, shot in the head, put out of its misery, and then beaten to a bloody pulp. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah,
But
totally. All right.
here we go again. And, you know, June the King has done documentaries on everyone. He's done them on pretty much every big person who's had drama on the internet. It was only a matter of time
All right.
before this was going to happen. I knew it was going to eventually happen, and I'm okay with it. He has the right to do it. I'm not upset that he did this documentary.
Yeah, you are.
The fact that he selected me as the subject of the longest documentary ever is going to be pretty interesting.
It is.
I mean, especially because I think as we go through this thing, you're going to see a lot of situations where I either lied or I behaved badly, you know, stuff like that. It's not going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe that Phil was involved in this horrendous, horrible, over-the-top crime. Oh my God, Phil faked this or did this. Like, none of that is going to be in there. So I honestly, you want to know the truth, and this is me saying it, so maybe for me, this is because it's the subject matter is me. I don't get it. I don't actually think that I'm that interesting.
Well,
Okay, I
mean,
don't. But a lot of people do. If you said to me, "You're just 3 hour, 45-minute documentary on DarksydePhil," I'd be like, that's going to be the most boring fucking documentary ever. Like, what are we going to talk about for 3 hours and 45 minutes? But well, as you're about to see, because we're going to look at this in a second, we're basically going to be he goes into such detail, like crazy serious detail, right? Which will be interesting. It will be very, very interesting to dive into.
No, he didn't.
Okay?
I put that there. You'll see it. You'll see it in the foreground when he sways. Hello for retroseg. Hello.
So, I guess we're going to see what happens. All right, in this documentary. But before we get to that, because we're going to dive into this right now. We're going to analyze all the timestamps. I'm curious what I'm going to recognize, what I won't even recognize.
He's going to go through the time.
Real quick, I want to recap.
But you're gonna watch the whole thing.
We played the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 beta here on DSPGaming, and there was a lot of things that we were testing. Like number 1, how would it run on my gaming PC? Number 2, how would I do playing on a gamepad against people who likely on PC are using mouse and keyboard, right? So there's a lot of like factors. Number 3, is the game any different from previous Call of Duties? Well, after having done this, about 3 hour segment.
9 hour reacted timestamps, probably.
First of all, I had fun. It was a little bit rough going in the beginning because playing this game at 120 hertz, 120 frames per second.
Oh, is that what hertz means?
You have to get used to it. You have to adapt.
No, you don't.
Because it looks so different.
No, not
but
really.
once I kind of started adapting, here's what I realized.
I'm shit.
All those things that were really hard to do on console, like for example, let's say someone's running in a room and they decide to start sliding, right?
Right.
And you're like, oh, you want to shoot them. But on console, it's like impossible. You're trying to aim. You're like, oh, you can't do it. And then they just murder you. I was actually taking care of that on PC. Like, with their sliding, fuck that. Boom, kill them. I'm tracking them, and I'm just shooting them as they slide across the room, and they die. Wow. And jumping, too. Like, jumping usually would piss me off. People were jumping like crazy, like kangaroos again, and I was actually, for the most part, shooting them right out of the air, not having a problem.
Is that true?
I actually think this 100% is an improvement of me playing this on the gaming PC at this higher frame rate. That now I've got better response time, I've got better reactions, and as I play this game more, it's going to allow me to not get cheaped out by those kinds of tactics. Overall, I think it ran beautifully on my PC.
Quit lobbies all day.
People on the
that
stream
sounds pretty fun.
seem to be of that impression. I tried to read some comments on the videos, but there aren't that many.
Oh.
For whatever reason, the videos didn't get that many comments, so I can't really tell if people watching on demand liked how it looked. But every time I basically paused a video, it was crisp.
It was crisp.
Compared to my previous FPS coverage, where I would pause the video and it would be like Pixel City all blurred up.
Pixel.
Now, when I'm pausing, right?
What?
It's nice and crisp. And I'm like, oh. So this looks really good. So I hope, my coverage continues to look that good and you guys continue to like that coverage for what it is. I had a great time. Now, I actually found out, I thought that this beta was only for the weekend, but someone clarified it's not. They said actually continues till September 4th. I was like, oh, really? Because I want to play it more. I only got to play 3 hours, so I'm going to do it again on Tuesday as the daytime stream. So we're going to have a second dose of the Black Ops 6 beta this coming Tuesday, with the potential that I may even do it a third time this weekend because the open beta is next weekend. And every time that they usually do this, they will pull up new maps, new modes and things. So it won't be the same thing I just did yesterday. It'll be new stuff. So I hope that's the case. I hope that they're rotating it around. And if I play it on Tuesday, it's going to be different content. Okay?
All right.
So that's where we are with Black Ops 6. Good start, I would say. I would argue. And then with WWE Champions last night, at this point, we're going to give it a rest because number one.
No, I loved it.
And we still haven't been able to do what we wanted to do, if you can believe this. So this game is so stupidly designed. And I know people are really like,
but David, you
sponsorship from this game. Should you criticize it?
You spent so much money on it.
I always am honest and criticize things. I'm not going to sugarcoat my opinion on something because I think that maybe they'll sponsor me. That's ridiculous. I've told you that's philosophically opposed to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the guy who grabs the bag and runs with it at all. I want to be honest with my audience. WWE Champions is poorly designed in the early game because it locks content behind what they call leagues. And the leagues are simply playing through certain game modes, but it's time consuming to do it. And it's very frustrating because one of the modes, Showdown, they screwed up. Showdown is a mode where you fight other people's teams, but most people who played the game have been playing it a long time and have really good teams. There's no low-level teams in Showdown, but if you're just starting the game out, how do you win a Showdown match? You can't. You have to sit there and basically level up characters really high to win. So they basically almost put a paywall into leveling the early stages of the game.
Wow, imagine that. Wow, they put a paywall in their gacha
All
game.
the events open up, the good loot
Whoa.
opens up, all the good characters.
Oh my god.
And
No way.
it opened up some events, like you do certain tours, and you could do your faction, which we actually did. We set up a faction. Some people joined the faction. I'm sure more people will join over the week as they watch the videos. But basically, we couldn't do the any pulling.
The
for
any
good characters
pulling?
at all. The loot never appeared. And so some people did some research online and said, yeah, the way they made the game, if you basically level up during the course of an event, you can't access that content of the event. You're just asked out. You have to wait until the next event. And so the next event, you'll actually get that content, you know, but you can't now. So let me get this straight. We played this game 4 times, right? During the week, or 3 times, excuse me, during the week. That's 6 hours. We invested money into it, right? We did all this.
I didn't invest shit. Who's Ree?
They're not going to let me get good characters.
Oh,
no.
Okay. Well.
Who the hell in their right mind would design the game like that? And who would want to play it again? Like, let's be honest, you're a newcomer.
But you play it a lot.
Play it this week. You're like, oh man, I want to play this.
David,
game. You watch me play, like, well, now we can't get the good stuff. No, you're locked out. Gee, thanks. I mean, that was real good thinking, wasn't it? I mean, they weren't thinking when they made the game like this. So apparently now, from what I'm to understand, the next event, which starts, I think, this Tuesday, is the next month-long event in the game.
All right.
That I can fully participate in because now I'm level 7, and that means that I can get the freebie character. That's the character you use all month for tours and special events. I can get access to the loots and everything, but that's next week. So we're not going to do it for a whole week. I'm already busy with other stuff. I'm just going to give it a break. We'll go back to it next week, probably like Saturday night of next weekend, and then we'll jump back into it and see what it's all about and see if, you know, it's interesting or not. To me, like the way I see it, I'll be honest, I'm pretty upset that I spent 3 streams on this dang thing and got nowhere, and it didn't give us what basically we thought we were going to get. I don't know why they would block it like that. It's like, I want to spend money on your product.
Of course you do.
You're actually blocking me from spending money on your product. Oh. How does that make sense? To make it even worse, you can buy the loot coins for this weekend's event, but you can't ever spend them. So they opened a store, you could buy the content, and then you can't use it. It's a complete ripoff. People have a legal case against them.
Oh, they do? Oh, we're threatening lawsuits again?
Let me buy a giant loot pack for like $100. Okay. Then you go and the loot's not there. You can't use it ever. You just wasted $100 of your money. They're screwed there. They don't have a leg to stand on. They would either have to refund it or they're really in trouble. They can't do that legally. So it's kind of messed up that they built the game like that. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
So all that being said, we'll do it again next weekend and we'll give it a shot and we'll see what happens. I'm going from there. We'll decide if we're going to continue to keep going or not. Fair enough?
No.
Okay. All right. So that's what we did yesterday. On to today. Today's React Day. So we're going to have a fun podcast outlining, taking a look at this June the King documentary. And then we're going to go through my channel analytics for the month of August to show you some of the growth that I've seen. And to thank you.
Can we check your wife's scale and see some of the growth that she's seen?
August to show you how just simply your impact being here and engaging with the content has helped this channel tremendously. I want you to understand how important that is to me. Okay? So, so I'm excited for today. After today's podcast, we're going to head over to my DSP Reacts channel for my DSP versus the Internet Clips React show. It should be really fun. It's a variety of clips from all over the internet. It's the channel members who nominate them, so you never know what to expect. You never know what you're going to see on that show. It should be a great, relaxing time this afternoon. And then over on the late stream tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time on my DSP Throwback channel, it's my final Retro React stream to PS Home. We've now done it 4 weeks in a row, and this will be the end of this.
What is PS Home?
We've basically explored PS Home content for the last month. It's been very fun. We're going to do another session of the 2012 PS Home exploration that I did. Dive deeper into it because there's a ton of content in 2012 that we can explore that was in this at this point. And it's more of a chill session. We just hang out, we talk, we have fun, we have a good time together while we're doing this. It's not like, oh, it's hyper-focused on reacting to this PS Home. It's more of a, like, let's hang out together session. So I hope you'll join me for that tonight. Now,
guys,
as you can see, the King streak continues. 27 straight streams that we have smashed the tips goal. I'm very appreciative of that. In fact, I have a couple tips I'm about to shout out in a moment here before we progress with the show. If we can keep that going today, that would be amazing. Because I'll be honest, I've been telling you guys.
You have?
If we are going to lose the momentum of the King streak, it's probably going to be on a Sunday. Because this is my React day, and I don't get as many views and as much engagement on my React day.
I feel like he's
as
already...
I do on normal days when
You
I'm
just
doing
smell your
gameplay,
fingers?
views and as much engagement on my React day.
Right.
As I do on normal days when I'm doing gameplay, which is my bread and butter content. This is like my stretching out kind of content. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So yeah, I am thinking, you know, today could possibly be the day that the King streak ends. I hope not. I hope that it continues. It did continue the last 2 weeks, which is great. But there's no guarantees in life, right? So we'll see what happens.
Sure there are.
Please support this channel today. If you like the content, if you support this stream now, this actually carries over to the React show, meaning any contributions I get right now, I consider still part of like one big broadcast that I'm doing between this and the DSP React show. So it's not like, oh, I have to raise $150 now, then $150 on the React stream after. No, I'm considering it one big deal. All right. So I thank you very much for that. Please like the stream if you're enjoying the content. Please consider super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and tips. And let's see if we can hit this goal before the podcast ends. That would be ideal because then we don't have to worry about it over on the DSP Reacts channel. So please support the stream and thank you so much. Now let's do shout outs and then we're going to get to our segment here where we're going to be investigating this documentary tomorrow.
Documentary.
So tomorrow is Black Myth Wukong, and then Tuesday is Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and then Wednesday likely is more Black Myth Wukong, and then Thursday I'm not sure because it depends on how long the guest appearance by Craig will take on this show. We may do a decompression like we did last week with the Keem appearance.
A decompression.
Or we might do gameplay. I'm not sure what we're doing on Thursday, but those are the day streams this week. The night streams this week are all me reacting to the June the King documentary over on my DSP Reacts channel. Every night, 2 hours of reacting till we're done with it. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Shout outs. We start today. Oh, I have one other update before we get to this. Someone designed me a Philomania logo. And I went ahead and I was able to make a t-shirt with the Philomania logo on it. And I ordered it. So it should be coming sometime this within the next 1 to 2 weeks. I think they said like 5 to 8 business days. But I have to wait for them to make it. It's basically this logo, Philomania, but it's actually nice big bright text on a t-shirt. So I have the shirt ordered and it's supposed to come, but these things take a while. They don't just like instantly print and mail it to you and you have it within a day.
Sure they do.
It might take a couple of weeks to get one. So I ordered it and we are going to see how long it takes. When I have more information on when it's, you know, en route or whatever, I'll let you know. As of now, though, it is on order and we'll see how long it takes, okay? Okay, now let's get to shout-outs. So we start off today with a $1 tip from Slayer.
What?
He says, I hope you'll enjoy today's React show. I submitted a Guga video. I think Guga is one of those cooking channels.
What? Guga?
Firstly, I hope you'll give the video a chance and not have a biased judgment on how a burger should be made.
Yeah, idiot.
No, he made the Guga guy.
The Guga
made a
Gray.
video about how a burger should be made. He said it was like the best burger ever. And
The
I guess it was
best
one of
burger.
Smash burgers. Personally, I don't think smash burgers are very good. You're basically squeezing all the juice out of the burger. There's way too much cheese. It just doesn't look appetizing to me.
Oh.
That doesn't mean you don't have to like it.
Yeah, it does.
It's my opinion.
That is what it means.
Right.
That's literally what it
I
means.
guess
All right.
I criticized the Smash Burger video, the Guga guys, and then Slayer was like, "Oh man, now he doesn't like the Guga."
Oh
guys."
my
It's like,
god,
no, we
my
have to
daddy
like
doesn't like a thing that I like. Red alert.
Okay, so he
Shut
said,
the fuck up.
please try to give the full
God.
video a chance.
Fucking asshole.
Yeah, I looked at it. It's only the video is 8 minutes long, and this is the ultra member submission, meaning we're guaranteed to watch it. We could definitely give the video a chance. It's actually fascinating. They tried 3 kinds of burgers that are rare game. It's like ostrich meat, and it's like 3 rare meats that you would never think to eat.
Wow.
And they're basically taste testing them to see how they taste and how different they are from like a regular burger. Okay, so don't worry, we'll give it a shot this week for sure. Okay, thank you, Slayer, for the first tip of the day. Then I received a $10 tip. Oh, let's see here. Is there a name on this? It's I'm Troublesome. Okay.
All right.
Hold on. What is going on? My email's all laggy.
Oh.
don't know what's going on. Let me play an animation. Let me get him on the leaderboard. Then we'll read a giant message. This guy put in a $10 tip. So thank you for the $10 tip. I'm troublesome. Now my animation isn't playing. Maybe I need to refresh the page. Reload the page. Reload the page.
Hello?
Reload the page. Okay, reloaded. Click. Now it's working. Jeez, that was laggy as heck. Okay, so I'm troublesome with a $10 tip. And by the way, if you ever wonder why I do things lowercase or uppercase, it's because that's how they do it in their tips. Like, I'm just copy pasting how their name is spelled.
I really wasn't wondering that, but thank you.
Case-wise.
Wow,
and
case-wise.
so
Oh my
that's why
god.
it's all lowercase here.
Whoa, amazing.
So I'm troublesome says, Your Majesty, I admire your bravery in confronting those that oppose you. In the same breath, I issue this word of caution to your honored guest.
You sound like a faggot,
Liar
dude.
Craig, and to those that follow you alike, an ordinance with our king is an honor.
Wow.
The king does not deceive anyone in order to berate or
Great,
humiliate
dude.
them. In order to garner temporary wealth and recognition, you're expected to treat our king with reverence if you choose to do so. Otherwise, you do so at your own peril. Your
I
Majesty,
just find it
I
odd that you would type that and not immediately kill
respect
yourself. I
your
mean, hopefully you
guests. This is
did.
Not a threat, but a word of caution. As always, it is an honor. Yours respectfully, I'm troublesome. Just as we did previous, when I have guests on this show, there's two important things to remember. Number one, that person who's on this show is giving us their undivided time and attention to be on this show. That is an honor. You understand? That is something to be thankful and grateful for. Therefore, when someone appears on this show, they will be treated with respect.
Oh.
Okay? That means I'm not going to be having pop-up messages on the screen. I'm not going to be reading contribution things during the stream. Okay?
All right.
That means we're not going to have a shooting gallery where people
Oh,
line
we're
up to
not?
hate on someone.
Oh,
Okay? I think that's completely unfair.
no, it isn't.
And also, that means that after that guest leaves, we're not just going to have hours and hours of a hate session.
Yes,
dumping
you
on that
are.
person.
Don't fucking lie, man. Yeah, you are, prick.
You understand? That's the key way to actually
Oh my
do
God.
like a real interview that's meaningful.
Oh, meaningful.
Is-
right.
Don't basically turn it into an attack session because there's no point. You're not going to get anything out of the person if all you're going to do is sit there and attack them and berate them or insult them or entertain their haters. Listen, Keemstar has a lot of haters.
Yeah.
You understand? Like, a lot of people don't like that man, right? Did you see any segment where it was an hour of us just sitting and crapping on the man?
It was an hour of you guys sucking each other's dick. Why would you shit on him
I could
after?
have done that. I could have.
I mean, I guess you're into
monetized
that,
the
but-
haters, and I could have sat here and brought in the big bucks as everyone just unloaded on the guy. But what did I say before? I said we are
Bye.
not going to do that. That's not allowed. I have no interest in it. And what ended up happening was instead we made it an awesome piece of content together that people are still talking about several days later. Okay?
All right.
So that's what it's all about. I have absolutely no intention when any guest ever comes on this show of being mean, of attacking, of having, again, a big bullying session after the fact. That's not the point. You know, like I said, I want to build bridges. I want to have good relationships with people on the internet. I was never able to do that.
I thought you didn't
previously.
have time for
Everyone hated me.
relationships. Oh.
Now, everyone doesn't hate me that much. You know,
That
I say
much.
that much because there definitely are still people out there who hate me. You know who they are, my detractors.
Uh-huh.
But in general, the public is starting to get a different perception of me through different kinds of exposure, and that's a good thing.
It is.
To understand these appearances that I'm having on other shows and now having people on my show, this is expanding people's understanding of who DarksydePhil is. You get to hear me talk about fun topics, you get to hear me have interesting conversations, and people like that far better than me standing here and attacking people on my show and them yelling at me from their shows. That doesn't get anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So yeah, that's my whole point here. If you think that later this week, when I have my next guest on this show, that you're gonna come to the show and you're gonna be nasty to him, you got another thing coming. It's not gonna happen. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
allowing it.
that's my job.
This has to be a civil man-to-man conversation. We have to talk about what
Man to
happened last
pig.
year, how it went about. What I'm really interested in is understanding from Craig's perspective what really happened. I want to hear exactly step by step his thought process. as things
his
were
thought process.
unfolding. as to how he went about doing things the way he did them.
Yeah, were we going over
All right?
timestamps or something?
That's
What
I
happened?
want to get to the bottom of. Because from my perspective, I certainly would have never done something like that in that manner. So I need to come to an understanding of how he did. All right?
All
And
right.
maybe then, maybe after we have it out and we talk back and forth a bit, we can have a little bit of a common ground understanding, and then we can kind of move on from it. Rather than me sit here and being fucking salty about it constantly, like a baby whining, when the side screen is trying to be so bad. And then they clap back, and then we go back and forth. And it's stupid. Right? It's stupid. 42 years old. I'm tired of this shit.
Right.
I want to move on. I want to have a nice fall where we're playing tons of great games together. We're chilling on the podcast and covering fun topics. We're having positive guests come by and hang out, and maybe I can appear on stuff that's positive. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I want it to be about positivity. Now, I want to get past all the drama and negativity shit. I really want to be known as something different on the internet. Everyone else has done drama and negativity. I could do something different,
No.
but we need to show that that can happen. So, if ever you're coming by this channel and I've got a
And I'm
guest
taking
on
my
and you
ear.
think this is the time to attack this person, you're wrong, okay? On the flip side, yeah, you would hope that if these people are coming on my show, that they're going to be here for good intentions and reasons. I already laid it out with Craig that if he appears, this is not the DarksydePhil interview 2.0. This is not time for him to start throwing questions
I
at
could
me
try.
again.
It's not a slideshow.
No
but-
one cares. I'm going to be reacting to my documentary all week long. All these questions will already be answered and addressed from the best perspective that I can. I'm not going to be having a second interview
What
with
if
the guy
I've never like
on
used
my
this
channel.
function
That's
before.
just, it's
Try
not
it.
happening. Okay. So I hope he knows that. I already told him. So anyway, so there you go. Thank you for the tip. We have one more tip. We have some other shout outs on the YouTube side, and then we're going to get to this June the King documentary. I received a $20 tip
From Little Billy.
from Piff343. Says, let's get some tips. Can we hit it? Thank you so much, Piff. So that's a $20 tip. Thank you so much for that, Piff.
Yeah, he's
that
the one who...
gets us up to around
Yeah, that's a $20 tip. Dude, that's fucking...
$31 a tip so far.
That's a $20
As you guys
tip.
can see, I made a change to the leaderboards here.
Heck
I'm
yeah,
no
it
longer
is.
going to be doing 50, 100, and 150. Reason being, that's very confusing.
Oh,
to
okay.
Like, oh, I hit it, but now it's 100. Like,
Yeah.
What's going on? The goals are very simple.
Oh my
Okay.
god, kill me,
What
dude.
just happened?
Oh
Oh,
my
I'm hitting the
god.
wrong button on my keyboard. Okay.
Yeah, and then he shits himself. Great.
Hold on. I'm hitting the delete button by accident.
Yeah, delete yourself.
I got a
bro.
new keyboard. I'm getting used to it.
You got a new keyboard? Can he? It can.
No.
Does this man
So, yeah,
ever stop
so
consuming?
The truth is,
Does his wife ever stop consuming calories?
thank you, Piff, for the biggest contribution to the stream so far. Well, the biggest tip so far, I should say. We have some gifted memberships from Andy, and I'll shout those out in a
From
second.
Brandy.
The goal is $150 per stream. Okay, if we hit that, the King Streak continues. We have a big celebration, and we keep filtering the detractors. Because remember, I
Right.
want you to support my content because you like it, right? I want you to
That's
support
not
my
what that
content
indicates.
because you're here and you're enjoying
And you're
what I'm
queer.
doing, and you like me and you like everything going on.
And you
And
love
you keep
me.
it going. I mean, just take a look at some of the improvements that I've done.
What,
as
you
a
got-
result of you
what?
guys supporting the content. I was able to buy all this new equipment and all these upgrades and
Ew.
things, and I'm doing continuous improvement here
Gross.
because I can afford it now, thanks to you guys. So thank you so much. The whole WWE Champion streams is because of this. You understand? So I'm trying to reinvest. And I hope you guys see that, all right?
Yeah.
So thank you for that. So let's keep that going, right?
Right.
But
And
even though it does to my detractors, I
Mm.
don't want you supporting me just for that. I
Yeah,
want you
you do.
supporting me because you like the content.
Yeah, but
But it is
that's not what's
true
gonna
that
happen.
every single day when these people now have to watch back my content, when they have to clip,
People are
right, do
watching
their
this?
clips and stuff, they literally have to stare at a leaderboard where they see that time and time again, 27 streams in a row, I have smashed all of my support goals. I am doing very well. Right now, we're going to look at channel analytics, and you're going to see that the channel has grown a bunch in just the month of August and is on an upward trajectory. And I'm very happy for that, and we're going to look at that together. Okay? So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Piff. Yes, please support the streams today. Like I said, it would be primo Kino, as they say.
Ew.
If we could hit this
Stop.
by the end of the podcast in about an hour. Because if we do it, then it's
101.
done. And when we go to do the React stuff on DSP Reacts, we don't have to worry about, oh no, we didn't hit it, and now we got to talk about it and get a whole different.
We
audience
do?
trying to continue.
You what?
It'd be great just to hit it now.
Oh.
So if again you like this show, you like this podcast, please support it. And then thank you, Andy. Andy with 5 gifted memberships to the community this morning. Thank you so very much, Andy. So that means, let's take a look. I'm just curious. I haven't even looked yet. Almost 500 viewers. That's pretty good. I'm now going to start talking about the June the King thing and watch the viewer spike, right?
Right.
Over 100 likes. Thank you so much for that. If you're here today and you're really enjoying the show,
Thanks.
please consider clicking like. Liking this podcast helps this channel a ton. The engagement has helped the channel a ton. We're going to look at that on today's show.
We are.
And you guys are going to be like, oh, that's cool. All right. No super chats yet, but the show is
He's
young.
literally just reading through everything now.
5 gifted memberships from Andy so far.
Wow.
Thank you for that.
That's pretty cool.
And of course, 31 bucks in tips so far, so we're a fifth of the way to our goal.
A fifth
If
of the
contributions
way.
come in, I will shout them out live. That is a change I made to the show. I will shout them out as they come in. While we're doing stuff, I will not save them till the end of the show. Okay?
Okay.
All right, you guys ready for this?
No.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you
What's he
the
doing?
June the King documentary on DarksydePhil. Here it is.
What?
Profile, name, DarksydePhil, country, the United States. Okay, no, this is the stream art. All right, here it is. The eternal downfall of DarksydePhil.
Uh-huh.
Now, to be clear, this documentary covers my entire history,
All right.
all right, from the early days of me in the FGC, meaning like the early 2000s, through early 2024. This documentary will not be covering anything that has happened in the last several months. All this awesome new positivity and popularity and stuff that I'm getting is not in this
Positivity,
documentary.
popularity.
I covered that with him. I even contacted him and I was like, so FYI, I am kind of having a renaissance. And just so you know, the people are going to be like, this is outdated. You should
Okay.
include that in there. I just want to let you know that.
Uh-huh. All right.
Before you get like blindsided because you're releasing this thing with the like this timing exactly after all this is happening, and he's well aware of it. Okay,
Mhm. All
so there you go.
right. Okay. There you go.
So here's the documentary. All right, premieres tomorrow at 9 a.m. All right, it's
All right.
3 hours and 46 minutes long, so it covers a ridiculous amount. First of all, let's take a look at the description. DarksydePhil has survived in the online space for over 2 decades now. Behind him, he leaves a trail of chaos and financial ruination brought by his own hand. I would say,
Hey, look
from
at
a
me.
certain
Look what I can do.
perspective, that is definitely true. And the thing is, that's not actually true as of right now. Right? The financial ruination part was a few years ago. I have been slowly building myself back to a place of stability, and I'm getting there now. If you've noticed in the last few years, I don't do any panic streams. I need funds right away for something. There's no crazy fundraiser stream. I got rid of membership goals to do special events. Instead, we just hang out and have fun every day.
And now
There's
you
no
get
more
nothing instead of goals.
to content that I make. Yes, I do have daily goals for sure.
Is that a positive? He got rid of member
I
goals?
understand exactly what he's saying. He's talking
You give
about
them
how I used to make
nothing?
big money on YouTube. Then I had a big downfall to the point where I got myself in so much financial trouble that I had a bankruptcy. And that's kind of all everyone talks about. No one wants to talk about the fact that that has changed in the last
Yeah,
few
and if he's
years.
gonna go up there, I'm gonna
Right?
get the.
They just want to talk about the downfall. So I get it.
Filters.
So, taking a look at this thumbnail, all right?
Hey, it's coffee's your gorilla.
Let it be said, all right?
Let it be said.
I have been around so long
You mean let it
on
never
the
be said?
internet making content. This thumbnail, I'm not even kidding you. I guarantee you, all of these people I have had involvement with over the years, I don't even know who some of these people are.
Oh.
Okay.
Legit. This is not me
Legit.
trying to make a joke or be insulting. I actually
Yeah, it is.
don't recognize some of the people in the thumbnail that he made for the documentary. Also, this is the most people ever in a documentary thumbnail he's ever made, correct? Like he's never had that
Correct.
many people there before. So I'm looking
Look,
at it.
it's
and
like
I'm
me, but I'm looking at
so,
myself.
I mean, let's just go through this. All right.
All right.
I think that's Justine, of which I have literally mentioned her like maybe twice ever in my content.
Yeah, but you call her
Once
like
on
a
really bad
fucking
day,
whore
I
or
was in a
something.
really bad mood, and I made a really bad joke in my stream chat. It wasn't even broadcast. It was actually me just talking with someone in my stream chat before a stream went live.
It was a
And
joke.
a detractor screen capped it and then posted it all over the internet and sent it to her. All right, this was like 7-8 years ago,
A whore that the
and
EA
I guess
exec
she
gang
reacted
bang.
poorly.
Wow, it's pretty messed up.
right? But
Right.
I've never spoken to that woman. I know nothing about her. I've barely ever mentioned her ever.
He seems to think that, like, this is a valid defense. Oh, it was forever ago, and, oh, yeah, it was a bad day, I guess. Like, okay, what does that mean? Like, I don't go around calling random people whores and that people gangbang them on bad days.
In anything.
I
Yes,
just put
somehow
I
she
just
made
put the fucking
thumbnail of
revolver in my
my
mouth
documentary.
and I just squeeze it a couple times, you know?
Okay? I literally have no idea who these guys are. I don't know if they're a team or something. I don't know who these two guys are at all. I swear to God, I'm staring at these two. I don't know who these people are.
I don't own a revolver.
I have no idea at all. I have no recollection in my head of who these people are. Does anyone know who they are? One of them is Hutch. Oh, is that
Alright,
Hutch?
listen. See if this sounds familiar to you.
That's Hutch. Okay. That makes sense because I did have a little spat with him before I was a big YouTuber, and he's the one who actually got me my break being partnered with Machinima. All right. I have no idea who this guy is. He looks like
Stop
Jack
dry
Black.
firing. It's not a
I
22.
don't know who that is.
Jesus.
Obviously, I think we know who Stuttering
Fucking
Craig is.
dry
from
fire
Side
Nazis.
Scroll. I think we know who John Rambo is, my former friend and co-op partner of many years. This is another weird one, too.
It's a stapler. You know, it kind of sounds like a stapler.
All right? Literally. The Quartering, I had one interaction with. He invited me on his show for an interview. We did the interview, and that's it. Every once in a while, I shoot the guy like a hello via DMs
Hello?
on Twitter or something like that, and
Why?
that's it. So, again, why he's on the thumbnail is weird. I mean, that's going to be a very short
No,
segment,
it's,
you would think.
it's
'Cause it was
38
one interview
special
I did with him, that was a cordial
357.
interview, and then it was over, and we didn't really have any interaction after that. So, I'm very confused about that one. I think this is the streamer Destiny. I'm not sure. If it is, again, this is bizarre. I have literally
pointing at
never
Destiny?
spoken with
Oh.
Destiny once. Not once have I actually said a word to the man. Now,
The man.
he's spoken through other
legend.
people to my chat and tried to interrupt my streams. Okay?
All right.
He at one point he wanted to interview me, and then later on revealed all he wanted to do was trick me and deride me. It was a trick interview. But I've literally never spoken with him. So I don't know why he's even on there. You know what I mean?
No.
Obviously, everyone recognizes my ex. So she was a big part of my content
Who?
for a
Oh,
while,
Panda.
a big part of my life for a while. It absolutely
And now your
makes
wife
sense.
is the biggest part
Kevin
of your
Nash,
life.
Everyone knows that Kevin Nash is
The
my best
biggest of
friend.
all.
He actually lives next door to me. We go,
Live
we have
shot
drinks
8.
every
The
once in a
TR8.
while.
I'll show you. I got a picture.
And we talk
Probably.
about the old days of pro wrestling. Oh wait, that's WWE champions. Never mind. That's not the real Kevin Nash. That would be pretty cool if it was the real Kevin Nash, but no. This is Alex Valle. He is a old school Street Fighter
He's my
player.
friend, little baby Alex.
Honestly, I don't know why Valle would be on the thumbnail because
Mhm.
I thought more appropriate to drama from my past would have been Mike Watson. Mike Watson, the
Where's
OG
Jaha?
Street Fighter player, really disliked me. All right, back in the day, because I was such an asshole with a big mouth
Well,
and being a big bully and
I mean,
jerk
you
and
still
shit.
are, and all those things are still
He didn't
true.
like that, and he called me out for it many times, rightly so. Okay,
All
so I thought if you're gonna have a person, it would be Mike Watson on here, but he put Alex Valle on here. I don't really have a problem with Alex Valle.
Mhm.
We had matches back and forth.
Didn't
I
he call
did
you
both
like a
1v1
piece of shit or something?
play
Wasn't that Valle
tournaments,
that said that?
And I told one
He
silly
wanted to put
story
it on
about
record or something?
him being in my hotel
Was it him that said
room
that?
at Evo, drunk off his ass, and he started rambling about
Oh,
his
that was Mike
story about
Watson?
getting his green card. And everyone
Oh,
turned to
yeah,
me
that's
like,
right. That's right.
what the hell are you talking about? Because it had nothing to do with anything we were talking about. He just all of a sudden blurted out this story about getting a green card. And we're like,
A greed card.
okay, bro, I think you had a little bit too much to drink.
Oh.
But outside of that, like, I have no idea why he would be on the thumbnail. I genuinely have no idea who this man is here. Does anyone know who that is? So far,
Isn't that your friend Little
I don't know
Billy?
who this is, and I don't know who this is. Does anyone know who this is here?
It's Little Billy.
I have no
I'm pretty
clue.
sure. Hello? Hello? Hello?
No idea. No one knows.
Okay. Well, so much for
Nobody
that.
knows, apparently. I don't know either. Maybe it'll be explained during the documentary. I legit have no idea who that is. And this handsome gentleman up here, Mr. Hideo Kojima. Obviously,
There it
there's a good reason why he's on there, because it was me playing
Ree.
Metal Gear Solid games back in the day that literally spurned the entire "this is how you don't play"
Movement. Movement. Call it a movement. Called a movement.
series of videos on YouTube, me crapping on Kojima, saying he sucks as a game
Kojima.
developer, this game sucks, you know, making jokes, and obviously it was completely over the top and done on purpose to get a reaction.
Yeah.
Certainly, I didn't think it was going to
TRR8.
create that this is how you don't play video
Look at that
series,
baby.
right? Mike Klum? That's not Mike Klum. Absolutely not. That's not Mike Klum. That is not Mike Klum. That man was in my house. That is not Mike Klum. Unless that's an insanely old picture of him and looks nothing like him today. Does it? So no one knows who that is?
It's Mike. Wait, that's what he looks like?
That's pretty funny. That absolutely no one knows who this is. So anyway, I guess we'll find out when the documentary, like I would say, out of this thumbnail, this makes sense, this makes sense, this definitely makes sense. This makes sense, this makes sense. This makes sense. Valle, I would have put Watson.
Okay, well, you didn't make the documentary because you don't do things.
No,
Blah,
he's
blah,
not
blah.
involved. I would have maybe put Keemstar there, actually. I think Keemstar and I had more of a spat than Destiny.
Yeah.
Quartering, I don't know why
then you
he's
kissed
there.
and made up.
Again, I don't know. Like, this is like one moment ever that was captured from my stream chat. So some of these, I don't get. But hey, let me tell you this.
I kind of wanted to get
This
a 44, but, like, I don't know. The ammo's
Looks
more
like
expensive.
a crazy spread, does it not? Like, this, out of all the thumbnails he's ever done.
Dude, like
this
his...
is the most
Dude, he's got his, like, snort sacks, like, accentuated, and... Oh, my God. What
on a
happened?
thumbnail. It certainly has an impact, right? Now, my face, I look very... I don't even know. Am I upset in this? Probably not.
You're upset all the time. You're perpetually upset.
Right, you know? But let me tell you this. My hair looks pretty good. I
Oh,
kind of like that. And he
Oh.
actually gave me a nice green aura.
agreed.
Although, it's a weird tie-dye effect on my shirt. I wonder how that came about. This looks...
Tie-dye? You know what that...
It looks like he runs it through AI, doesn't he?
What's up,
Because
bud?
some of this, like the shirt and stuff, like it looks like his AI, like cleans it up or something. Correct?
Correct.
Hmm.
All right.
So moving on to
Hello?
analyzing the thumbnail. Let's go ahead and take a look. Oh my lord, look at this.
Oh, God. He's going to look at every single one of these. My life.
For those of you who watch this thing start to finish, this has got to be exhausting.
Aren't you going to watch it start to finish, but, like, take 5
It's
days?
gonna be like the most exhausting endeavor. You're gonna need like snacks and hydration and shit. You're pumping energy drinks to watch this fucking thing.
needs
Can you imagine, like, how could you imagine someone actually could like do it all in one go? Like, I'm just gonna react to the entire Dune the King documentary in one go.
I require hydration.
I'm totally glad I'm splitting it up the way I'm doing. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I'm
Oh
gonna
my
split it up 2-hour nights each night on DSP Reacts. So not this channel that I'm doing this podcast on, but my React channel. 2-hour increments, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, to get through the whole thing. Okay?
All right.
Okay, so here we go.
Is he never playing Street Fighter
The
again?
first thing is the
Whatever.
significance of the
I guess
fighting
it's
game
time for me to
community.
retire.
DarksydePhil enters
fine.
the scene. Top haters and impact. See, here's the thing. I don't really want to explain what a lot of this stuff is, because if I do, it kind of spoils, right? I'm going to react
Right.
to all of this as the documentary, you know, as we do it over the week. So I definitely don't want to tell you all about these things, because absolutely, like, for example, he asked me directly about this.
When's this
Top
when's this
haters
thing
and impact.
premiering? Is
So
it
I
already
would
set
love
to like
talk
premiere
about
to
it because
time?
It's a
It has to be,
hilarious
right? If
story
the
about
fucking
me
thumbnail
being a
is.
real jerk.
Where is it?
A real immature asshole. Like
Premieres
causing problems.
9/2 at
That's what
noon.
I did back then. I was
Oh, tomorrow at
an
noon?
internet troll. I was a bully.
Oh.
I was an asshole. I was the heel of the FGC. Like, that was the idea, is that I was supposed to be the heel. Everyone hated me. I was the guy
You
you
can just
loved to
turn
hate.
it on and watch
so
it
you
for
would
4
wanna go to
hours
the
and then
tournament to
retire
see someone
forever.
play me and confront me and either beat my ass or see if I could hold my own. It built hype for events. But there was a lot of things that I did online that were really online trolling and bullying. And now that we're so many years later, right?
Right.
And I have experienced this kind of behavior firsthand. I strongly regret the actions that I took in my youth. These are like
No,
my
you
early
don't.
20s, you know?
I mean,
where
maybe the
over
things that
20
cost
years
you
ago, I was
money.
acting like a complete jackass. And it's stupid that I did that shit, you know?
Okay.
The 2005 American Champion. This is the best. I can't wait for that segment.
How long is this gonna
because
take?
100%.
I want to see how long this
20 years
takes.
Later,
Okay.
me doing what I did back then.
Okay, he
still
was
ha-
on the screen at
This is going to
this
be
is
a
-3.
video.
Okay.
Could DSP smash the butthead have to do for 20 seconds? I have no idea what this means at all. I never had any involvement with like the game Smash Brothers. I never did anything with that at this time. I don't know what this means. I'm literally 100%.
Okay, can you move on though?
What that is.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Whatever. Fuck.
Building opposition. I mean, I guess. But what's weird about this here? Oh wait, I missed the beginning of DarksydePhil YouTube. Oh, I thought this was like okay. So this has something to do with me being a YouTuber?
Wait,
I
what?
have no idea.
What's YouTube? Is that like GrewTube?
DSP smashed the butthead. I don't know. Yeah, no one seems to know. Phil with the oddly shaped head? No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We're gonna find out. I have no clue what that is. Building opposition, cooking with the king. That's funny. He has an entire segment on cooking with the king.
Yeah.
For me, cooking with the king.
That was like your best content.
Was literally
Literally.
a tiny little thing that I did to mess around for like a month or two. I was doing these videos. I was trying to make diversified content rather than just all gameplay.
You know, the stuff that Null talks about that he likes about DSP, like as a lolcow, all that shit is like cooking with the king stuff and like building a PC stuff. That really is unironically his best shit. Although I would say that him building shit in current year, for me at least, it's kind of unwatchable because he's got that whole like, I don't know, like he thinks he's a big shot kind of vibe with him now. And I just don't like people like that, so it's actually difficult to watch.
All I wanted to do was do something different.
But
And I knew I
like
wasn't
past
good enough,
DSP,
and I
that shit was
fucking
actually his
around
best
and I was doing
content.
Stupid shit. Like that was the point, to get people talking about the videos. And to this day, people still talk about cooking with the king. That's absolutely remarkable that people still bring it up. Like I scratch my head every day that people care about cooking with the king, quite frankly. Wealth and controversy, Pandalee, Project 7, all this makes total sense. Financial waste, well, financial
$1,000
waste.
cat scan better be in this.
If he's saying I wasted money,
Let's
that
see,
definitely
where would that
makes sense.
fall in?
If he's saying like my finances were a wasteland and destroyed, that's not true. That didn't happen. That didn't even start to happen until 2015 after I'd moved here. But I think he's gonna.
I think financial waste indicates that you're wasting money. So you bought a bunch of dumb shit that was wasteful, I assume.
Basically analyze how my place looked.
Like hold on, what's he inferring from this title?
Project 7, all financial waste. If he's saying I wasted money,
Yeah.
that definitely makes sense.
Yes, that's what that means.
If he's saying like my finances were a wasteland and
My finances were a wasteland? Who fucking says that?
destroyed, that's not true.
That's
Didn't
not
happen-
true. That
didn't
happened
even start to
later.
happen until
You're such a
2015 after I
fucking
moved here.
moron.
But I think he's gonna basically analyze how my place looked. I
Well, like, some kind of-
statues and shit, and I was blowing my money on frivolous shit. That's my guess on what that's going to be.
That can happen later.
Oh, the Butthead is a This Is How You Don't Play channel? Oh. So maybe this is my first time ever addressing This Is How You Don't Play. But that doesn't make sense because This Is How You Don't Play didn't start till 2012, which would have been somewhere down like here. I have no clue.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out during the documentary. It's not worth
I
dwelling
wonder
on,
what
so-
percentage of his time talking about things
The trolls make themselves known.
the capstone on whatever point he's trying to make is, I don't know. I had no idea.
I think he's saying that I was very wasteful.
I
with
don't
my
know about
money.
that.
I agree.
Like what,
That makes a lot of sense.
50%?
John Rambo speaks out, but he did spell John's name incorrectly. I got to call him out. June, I know you're watching this. You
Hello,
gotta get on this immediately.
June.
This is a horrendous typo, and John deserves more respect. Obviously going to be the video that he and Howard made, right? Which I addressed.
Yeah, you
many,
need to
many
spell
years
it
later,
J-A-H-N.
and I'm curious how
He
he's
made
gonna
he made
approach
a
it.
he made a
Like,
big
will he
mistake.
just
pal.
have the video and talk about it? And then
Team,
we'll talk about my
you are
response
someone.
years later when I actually did respond to it.
I
Or will
love.
he actually have my responses then? Because that would be kind of a weird timeline to be jumping from then to forward like 5-6 years and then back another. Actually, it was 7 years and then back. I guess we'll have to see how it works. Okay.
All right.
But of course, I'll say this: there's a
I'm
good 2 hours of this documentary before he actually starts talking about my downfall.
That's,
Wow.
No, it says continued downfall. That implies that there was a downfall and there's a continuation of it.
So I mean, I've been around for so long, and have such a storied history. 2 hours of the documentary before we start talking about the downfall. I'm just saying, that's pretty good.
Okay.
The
okay.
fake engagement ring. I mean, yes and no. I'll tell the whole story
And it looks
when
like
he
Mr.
talks
Boss.
about that.
Mr. Boss wears a
But
suit.
There's no reason to bring it up now. Machina put out Poltavi in. That's a good story, actually, to talk about. The breakup, the continued downfall, owes money to the IRS. Yep. New relationship. Yep. Phil is a meme. Yep. I would argue I was a meme way before then. I was a meme back here.
I'm a meme. It's me, Philip, and I'm a meme.
Believes the internet likes him now, but the internet does not like Phil. I wonder what the time frame is of that.
It's literally a circle. It's not a Venn diagram.
Harvest?
It's a circle.
I have no idea what that is. The January harvest. That doesn't ring a bell at all, actually.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out. I don't know. Bankruptcy. WWE Champions time. He should have named it WWE Champions time to get with the meme.
Oh, he knows about the WWE Champions time. Let's watch a lot of detractor content.
In fact, June the King, get on that. Retitle that WWE Champions time immediately. That would be it would hit even better. Right
He's not watching this, you know. You're
The
not.
Vest
He's
Street,
not going
sure.
to talk to you. Look at you.
Financial tracking and
look like a
established
pedophile.
trolling, sure. So essentially what this segment will be, and you can see this is like 15 minutes. He's probably going to show how it got so stalkerish with my detractors, literally tracking every single move and moment and everything I did, right?
Right?
And how they systematically kept trolling me in every moment. Every time I tried to do something, they would try to fuck with me.
What?
The bank leaks, which we knew would be a segment. This, I don't know what that means. VTuber destruction.
V2 rocket destruction.
VTuber destruction. I'm not aware what that could possibly be. That sounds like something that maybe happened that
That's
I'm
like
not
when he.
even
That was that
I
thing
don't
when he
think
was like
I've
getting
ever
struck
had
by
an
lightning and everyone was
interaction
laughing
with
at him,
a
right?
VTuber. Have I? Like, not once. There's been times when people have asked me about VTubers and stuff and said, you know, would you ever consider being one? Would you interact with one? Would you, you know
Would
what I
you
mean?
interact with a
guest on
VTuber?
one? I
Never.
don't know what that means. And that's near the end, so that means that's recent? I
Retard.
have no clue.
I have no clue. Hello?
People are saying VTubers made fun of you for being bad at Zelda. Oh.
Yeah, there's your
Who
academic
cares?
disclaimer. I remember a period of time
People
where
make
there were
fun of
several
me
clips coming out of
endlessly and
VTubers, various
countlessly
ones.
over the years for gameplay shit. The fact that that's a segment is a little weird. Like, I don't even think that I didn't even recognize it as a big deal. So what? A clip went viral.
Yeah, because
it's
you're
like
not
the
self-aware.
millionth clip of mine went viral and everyone made fun of me, right?
Right?
Like, this is how you don't play. Oh, got way more attention than that ever did. I guess you know what it is because it's probably the most recent example. Therefore, that's why it's pertinent. All right, fair enough. Thank you for explaining that because I didn't even know that. I didn't.
You know, all of this you would have gotten context for if you just watched the video, which you're going to spend a week doing anyway.
Wants a good image, does not get a good
If you
image.
ask me, I feel like this entire segment is a giant
So I'll be
waste
honest,
of time.
there's absolutely nothing in
But
there
that's just
that
what I
really I would be angry at all. Like, why would this all makes perfect sense. It's a pretty comprehensive history. I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that'll be missing, and I'll be like, well, this happened, and this happened. Like, for example,
What, you seeing
I don't
this?
really
You seeing this
see
dude's schedule? Look at
much
this.
about my detractors hitting me with false copyright strikes and the whole machinima saga there, or copyright
What day is today?
takedown controversy, and shit like
Sunday.
that, which is one of the big issues.
Dude,
my
the Rex,
detractors
dude, the
have with me,
crib,
is the
dude,
whole
the Rex,
false
dude, the crib,
DSPGaming
dude,
shit.
the Greg,
I
that
don't
was
see
Blanca
anything
during
about
the
that at
day.
all.
That's crab.
So very well, it could be that he looked into it and realized there's
Alright.
no evidence of it happening because it doesn't. So maybe he didn't put it in. Maybe that's what it is. I'm sure as we go through this history, there's going to be a few things that.
So if
we're
you
gonna
like
be
watching night
it seems
streams,
like
night
kinda like
restreams,
missing, or maybe it's not
he's
as
gonna be
you know,
watching that documentary for like 5 nights
but
in a
I
row.
don't know about a lot of the
At
stuff,
Freddy's.
like to what extent he's going into it, you know, and how much information he got, where he got the information.
No, he's playing
For
it during
this
the
stuff,
day.
the
I have a
old
job.
school fighting game stuff, which looks like it's fast. Like if you take a look, it's done within 20 minutes, 28 minutes.
Allegedly.
So at first half an hour is FGC stuff. That's going to be fascinating because there's no documentation of anything, right? No one has any documentation of shit of the old school FGC. It's just like a forum post. So
Yeah, that's
that will be very
that's
interesting
documentation.
to see how much he documents and stuff like that, and then I can give my take on that shit, which will be great to add that supplementary information because a lot of people don't know about those days.
Okay.
and the old days of
I
YouTube and
consider
stuff
not
like
having a
that
job
would
and
be
just
very fun to
begging.
talk
I
about.
don't know. I feel like if
But
I'm
I
at,
feel like
if I'm at a
for me,
position where I don't have a
the
job and
fun part
I'm
of this
begging, I'll just
documentary
kill myself.
is probably
That's kind of my like plan B. You know?
everything until I like move to Washington is going to be interesting for me to react to, because this is old shit lots of people don't know about, stuff that's not well documented. You know what I'm saying? This other stuff. So about an hour and 20 minutes in, he gets to the last 10 years, right?
Right?
And the thing is, this stuff to me is just not as interesting because it's what I've just lived through, right? Like the old stuff is more interesting to talk about, but I guess we'll see, you know, again, how deep this stuff goes and go from there. And there's a million things I'm sure, even with 3 hours and 45 minutes, you have to understand, I've had such a story
step out for a
history.
little bit around
Detractors
one.
have so microanalyzed
Have to
my
make us
life
lunch.
so much that
FYI.
there is going to be things that people are going to be like, oh, he left them out. I mean, what do you want him to do? A 27-hour documentary
Yeah.
about every possible thing?
Yeah.
A lot of people, here's the thing, a lot of people don't realize this. My detractors are so anal about everything
No, you're
that
anal,
like
dude.
a lot of the shit they want to talk about, no one cares about, and it's not fun to even discuss. It's boring shit.
Why would I torture
You know what
my
I'm
Sunday
saying?
like
I'm
this?
sure they're gonna watch this. They're gonna be like, but he forgot this and he forgot this. And we
If
really
I
had it
didn't
with
stream
this,
it
and you didn't
at
talk
least
about
one
it.
time, like HR was going to take me off of
Shit,
payroll.
it's so
Okay.
stupid. No one cares.
This is a
No one
requirement.
talks about it because no one cares.
I don't have
It's not
opportunities to
because he
stream very
forgot it,
often
it's
these
because he
days.
probably knew about it and didn't give a fuck, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, I just. So anyway, all right. So there you have it. The way I see it, likely each day that I react to this day is probably going to be about an hour, right? So probably day one, Monday night, I'll probably be reacting to the FGC stuff and my.
You're not watching an hour
And then
of shit
day
in one
2
stream, dude.
is
You're
probably
make it
gonna
like
be me
30 minutes.
reacting to my early days as a YouTuber, financial waste, moving to Washington, the falling out
Any
with
stuff I wanted to say?
Rambo.
No, I actually have
all
no
this crap.
expectations. I don't mean that in a negative way. I
Will
just
basically
don't have
be the first few
expectations.
years of me trying to doing stuff for myself.
So it'll either be
Obviously,
interesting
you know,
or it
after
won't.
having broken up with my ex,
Long
and
and the
my
short of
life
it,
changing
yeah.
in that regard, right? And then day 4, quite honestly, is the stuff that to me is the dumbest shit.
The dumbest
The
shit.
whole not even true shit. You know
Oh,
what I'm saying? The
but
stuff that people
it is.
believe, but it's not true.
Oh.
So
It's not
it is what it is. I don't know how much I'm going to have to add on that because, as I said, I can't really talk too much about private shit. I'm not going to be opening up my bank account during my react to show you guys shit. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see. So the
You know,
comments
really-
from all my detractors, you can
Really, all that he would need to do is open up like the statement that the bank leaks like pulled. I mean, it pulled a pretty large window of time. So you download like a PDF of this of one of the statements, and you show like 4 lines of it, 4 random lines, and you see if they correlate with the bank leaks that are on the tracker. Like that's where people look at it, I think, usually. And you're like, oh, like it's completely different. I mean, that's pretty simple.
You could even
You're showing 4
literally,
lines
you
of
can
shit.
recognize some of the names of
Or you
my
could just like,
detractors
I
in
mean,
the comments as you go down and read
You
them.
could do that.
It's not shocking. But here I will actually publicly leave a comment.
DSP defending Derek, who is a known creep and had to be bullied into perma-banning him, shows what kind of person he is. Well, that's rude. Liv reacted to this description. Loved it. Love you. Would like to fuck you. Here's my address. I will pay for airfare. Of course, you'll be staying with me. My wife can't climb the stairs on account of her weight. So, you know, we'll be upstairs together, June. And if I didn't mention it
Live
yet,
reacting to
I
this
love you
description, loved it,
and
looking
your
forward to
content.
Reacting to it live all
XOXO
this week.
David.
For those watching it, enjoy the wild
And
ride
click.
I've been through over the
Tom.
last 20 years. There you go. Boom. And I'm sure I wanted to do that as the DSPGaming account because that's the approved, the verified account. If I went ahead and I did that as the other account, people might not believe it's really me, but obviously you'll know it's me because this is the verified account.
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
Just hanging and banging.
So there you go. That's what I'll be doing Monday
What
through
other
Thursday.
comments were there?
Okay.
Well, there's replies to it. Wait a minute.
So there you go. That's what I'll be doing Monday through Thursday night. We'll be reacting to this sucker. And so tomorrow goes live at 9 a.m. Many of you might want to watch some of it during the day. I'm going to be doing my normal show. I'm going to be doing Black Myth Wukong. So for those who want to watch it, go for it. But I'm going to be reacting to it live all week. But I would hope that gives enough time for people to watch it over the course of the day before I start. Because my live stream's around 7 p.m. I'm going to do 2-hour chunks of reacting.
So you want other people to watch it first?
Who want to watch it will watch it before. I really want June to get the credit for this. And how about this? You ready for this, ladies and gentlemen? You ready for this?
WWE champions. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get June the King 1 million views on my documentary this week.
David, you have an audience of less than 1,000 that watches you. So unless you want each one of those 1,000 people to bot June 1,000 times, I don't think what you're saying makes any kind of fucking difference. You fucking retard.
In 1 week, 1 million views. Let's smash that.
Wait a minute. Is he gonna... When this documentary gets 1 million, which it will, because, like, it's the guy, and he's not the one uploading the video, is he gonna take credit for that?
Fucking video. Let's get June 1 million views this week for this thing. All right? Because Dickers should have got it, and he didn't. It kind of, you know, that's the problem with fucking review tech. Like, he doesn't really have that much interest, but then they made a documentary on him, it blew up, but then it kind of stopped, it plateaued. No, we need 1 million views for June the King this week for my documentary. Let's get our butts over there and let's smash that fucking video. All right?
Let's smash the video?
Okay.
Wow.
Cool.
Great.
So let's do a couple quick shout outs. And then what I'd like to do
How much skip juice do I have?
is for the rest
2
of the
minutes.
show you guys the massive positive impact you've had on me and my content. And
Oh
my
boy,
channel.
I can't wait!
The name of the documentary is The Eternal Downfall of DarksydePhil. And you want to know the truth? I absolutely positively agree with that title, except this crazy miracle that has happened in August of 2024, which I don't
They
think
call it the miracle
anyone
of
saw
August.
coming, including me,
Right.
right? Never before have you seen this crazy, like, level of resurgence. The fact that I
Crazy
now
level
have
of resurgence.
double the amount of viewers on my live streams, excuse me, that I have.
He's only got 561 people watching him. The like initial surge is already like dropped.
Arguably a 5th increase in my overall viewership on the videos on this channel.
A 5th? Like 1 out of 5? Is that what he said? Is that a lot?
Excuse me, that I have. Arguably a 5th increase in my overall viewership.
Wow, a 5th increase. Wow.
On the videos on this channel, but that's just this channel, because my React channel blew up because of the Rich documentary, and now I almost guarantee you this week as I live react to my own documentary, it's going to get a lot of attention. So I've literally never seen this kind of turnaround the way that I'm experiencing. Like I said to you guys over August, I can't believe it. Like, I literally can't believe this level of turnaround.
You literally
It's that
can't
wild.
believe? Like, you think you're living in a false
Let's
reality?
do some quick shout outs.
He really thinks he's part of the Kino
Anime
guys.
Sucks. Cope and Sneed
The third.
did a super chat and says, all I know is the next girl I date needs not only to be
You're a faggot.
side of the June the King video is your former moderator, Gamer J. Lee. The guy on the right is one of your detractors that made fun of your noodle video. Oh.
Oh, what noodle video?
Gamer
I don't even know what
J.
you're talking
Lee
about.
rings a
What?
bell.
Noodles? I don't eat noodles. What, do I look Chinese or
I
something?
remember him as
I'm
a
Italian,
long,
idiot.
long
I mean, I
time
guess you could say
ago,
spaghetti's
moderator
noodles, but
on
no. It's pasta, stupid.
And I guess
Wait, what were we
he
talking
flipped
about?
on me and started crapping on me. And I had like no involvement with the guy, but like he kept talking about me. And then eventually, finally, someone said you should say something because this guy was like mentioning you and talking about you. I really don't even remember the whole situation. I'm sure it's going to be brought up in the documentary, so there's no reason for me to misspeak about it now and be stupid.
Okay.
Because that'll just end up in the next documentary. You know what I'm saying? Let's just watch the documentary together and try to figure out what it is, because I actually don't know. I'll be showing you the impact of your positivity on my content. All right, we're going to directly show you this. Please like the stream if you're having a good time here today. Let's get that to 200 likes. We have one super chat. We get a few more super chats. That would be great. And we have 5 gifted memberships. Thank you to Andy. More memberships would be great. It would help this channel a ton. And of course, particularly what I'm looking at is the tips. I'm nervous because, as I said, if we're going to not hit our king streak, it's going to be on a react day like today. So if you're enjoying yourself this morning, please tip and support the stream. Let's get that to, I would love to hit that before the podcast ends in like 40 minutes, but I don't know if it's gonna, but you know, we'll see what happens. Let's see. Okay, let's do it. Let's get some more support here for the stream. And all right, next segment. All right, what I want to show you guys is the direct impact.
I'm going live.
Asking for one. Hell, he just spent all that time on this one. I wouldn't expect a follow-up. He's probably like, I'm done with this shit. I want to do other topics. Fuck DarksydePhil, right? I don't blame him. I can't stand myself. Can you imagine someone else having to stand with me and work on my shit for months? Fuck that. So, anyway, thank you, Flake.
Wait, is that why he said a 5th increase? He got 19% more. Honestly, I thought he would have like had double the views, 19%, and he rounded up. Great.
And then it looks like I received a $1 tip. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Someone did a $1 tip. Says yesterday I sent a $5 dono, but PayPal held my payment. You don't have to read what I said out loud, but I do hope you can read it off the air. I would be good for the Craig interview. Oh, I can't see it when a PayPal payment gets frozen like that. They don't send me the message, so I can't see it.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
mean, you can send him an
I
email for
go
free.
through, like 2 days worth of these tips, and I specifically try to find your tip, and I go into the data. Then maybe I could see it, but like I can't. Like they didn't even. The email they send me is this was held. It may or may not clear, and that's all it says.
It says this is held. It may or may not clear.
Your message.
Wow,
So
very
this
professional
sucks
email
because
from
you tipped
PayPal.
$1, and I can't see your message. Look, I don't want you to contribute again.
Yeah, you do.
Email me, DarksydePhil@hotmail.com. You don't have to send me another tip for me to make a mistake,
Oh, yes, you do.
okay? All right.
Yes,
for
you
the
do,
$1,
idiot.
Whoever this is.
Oh.
I feel bad now, you know, but again, this is PayPal doing that shit, not me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You have zero responsibility for anything, right?
Whoa.
Right.
I did it again. I got to get used to this new keyboard. I'm hitting the wrong keys. And then I received a $5.30 tip. Please stop destroying all VTubers, Phil. Also, I find it funny that after growing calm and disavowing drama, you still need those versed in drama to lift you out of it. Here's to much more growth, my king, from Dragon's Advocate. Thank you, Dragon's Advocate. Very nice to say.
Wait, what?
And thank you for a $5 tip. Those versed in VTubers, Phil. Also, I find it funny that after growing calm and disavowing drama, you still need those versed in drama to lift you out of it. Here's to much more growth, my king, from Dragon's Advocate.
That almost
Thank you,
sounds like a
Dragon's
sneak
Advocate.
diss.
Very
What the
nice to
fuck?
say. And thank you for a $5 tip.
Like, I don't know if he interpreted that
I
correctly.
appreciate that positivity a lot. Thank you. We're almost to 50. I did it again. We're almost to 50, folks. We're almost there. Let's get it. Let's hit it. Let's see here.
Okay.
Anime Sucks, Cope and Steve did another super chat. Overall, the positive impact you've had on this channel. Now, in reality, I would love to show you the overview tab.
No, how about you click this button right here? Click this one.
But if I click on that, it
And then
shows
click on inspiration, and it'll show a picture of Andy Warhol.
revenue. And that's stupid. I wish that you could actually see the overall picture of this channel without showing revenue, but I can't. For some dumb reason, it doesn't allow you to do that, okay? I think that's really stupid. Also, it needs to be said, sadly, I don't think that these numbers are ever accurate.
No.
Because I'll give you an example.
If these numbers aren't accurate, then why are you wasting time showing them?
Okay, the other day, we had, Keemstar on this show, and that alone brought in an insane amount of views. See this?
See that?
That represents that podcast, right?
Okay.
But then if you go to all, there's no graph. It doesn't. These analytics are so dumb.
You privated that stream,
I really,
though.
really wish that these analytics were better, but they're not. But I just want to, in general, okay?
All right.
I want to show you some of the positivity. First of all, okay, right here, impressions and how they led to watch time. Out of all the impressions I got in August, okay, 22.8% was from YouTube recommending my content. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes. Oh.
YouTube recommending my actual content. You have to understand something, and this is me being very sincere with you, okay? YouTube has not recommended my content in a legitimate manner
The
for the greater
legitimate.
part of a decade. I'm a man who only gets views on my core fan base, or if it so happens that a fucking detractor clips something and lies and exaggerates and slanders me, and then someone might see that and come check out the channel. YouTube itself has literally not recommended my content legitimately for such a long time. And
Conscript
now
reporting.
to see this statistic here, that actually 22% of the impressions I got on this channel is from YouTube recommending my actual videos, that is insanely cool.
Insanely
That is a
cruel.
giant positive thing.
Oh.
The funny part is most YouTubers, this would be like insanely high. This statistic would be like 80, 90%, but I don't get that at all. YouTube never recommends my videos because my detractors put my name and my tags and shit on their videos, and the toxic video gets priority. They literally get all of their views off of my name and my back, and they would get all the recommendations, not me. You would type in DSPGaming or DarksydePhil, and you would get every detractor video first and then a video from me. But now you're actually going to see
Ugh.
my content.
What's all this anime
And
shit?
it's on an upward trend. It's increasing. What happened is this month
What's wrong
I
with
started
YouTube?
clipping my own shows and making these fun highlights, and you guys are watching the clips, liking the clips, leaving comments on the clips, and that is blowing this channel up. And when I say blow it up, I mean I literally went from getting 500 views a video to a couple thousand views a video. Guys, that's a 400% increase. Do you
Wait,
understand?
what?
That's blowing up for me. It's still it's small time. blowing up.
400%?
It's still blowing up for me. This is a giant change,
Oh.
a positive change for me. Okay? Now, so, this is really nothing. This stuff is stupid shit. It doesn't really mean anything.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
Oh,
go
okay.
to
Sure.
all videos. As you can see, just on the on-demand videos that I post on this channel, we've had a 19% increase in viewership over the course of August. Now, why? Were there any giant games that came out in August?
No, definitely not.
No. Not really. Black Myth Wukong, but that's only been out a week, so it wasn't that. No. It was you guys. It was you guys coming by. You understand? I've had an overall 16% increase in impressions, right?
Right?
That's amazing. What you have to understand is that these are giant jumps for me. For a
Right.
little YouTube channel like me who gets no
A little
attention,
YouTube
these are
channel.
actually huge jumps for me.
Okay.
All right? But outside, these are the on-demand videos. Okay?
Okay.
And it actually is showing some of the key moments and on-demand videos that actually went really interesting and well and got good views. And you see
Interesting
people are
and
still
well.
watching the videos after a certain amount of
How do I
engagement
like
and all
these
of
numbers?
that.
I don't know. He's scrolling
Alright,
through it too fast
but
for my little pea brain to
One of the
absorb.
key factors here, all right,
All right.
is not just the on-demand videos, but the live streams. Take a look at that. My live streams have gotten a 50%. Okay, 49. I had to add in that extra one. Can you give me the extra one?
You shut the
Can you give
fuck
the king
up.
an extra
You shut the
1%?
fuck
Okay,
up.
A 50% increase in views over the course of August. That's huge. A 50% increase to the amount of people checking out my live streams is giant because the majority of my income comes from live streams. Super chats, memberships, and tips is most of my income.
Is a most
I
of my
do get
income.
some ad revenue, but those other things are the big source, and that's giant, right? 20% increase in impressions. Impressions are different via streams, and I don't really understand how they're different, but they are. As you can see, the top live streams were the Keemstar interview, me waiting for my new PC, looking at my new PC, stuff like that, right?
Right?
Pretty good stuff. Now, so that's just content in general. And actually, if I hit all,
This is
see, there's a page I'm looking for. I
this
can't
is so
remember where it
fucking
is. Maybe it's under audience. It is under audience. Good, because I wanted to show you guys a certain point. All right, we're going to look at this. Oh, God, this fucking graph is so bad. Go away. I hate these. The analytics page is a nightmare.
Is
It's
a
coded by
nightmare.
people who don't use YouTube. Like, why would you want pop-ups in your fucking face just when you're looking at it, right? Anyway,
Why-
couple
why-
shout-outs, then we'll continue with this.
Why wouldn't
analyzation.
you?
This is a real
I like
process.
contextual
Analysis.
pop-ups.
Ricardo Marin, thank you for a $5 super
Hello?
chat. Glad you're getting more attention. Well deserved. Suggestion: try to do different stuff and ideas to keep people engaged. You know, and to some extent, obviously you see I'm doing that. I want you to understand, though, I don't want to change who I am as a content creator.
Oh.
We're about to head into the busiest time of year for new video games, and I want to cover them. I don't want my content to every day be, oh, Phil's interviewing someone.
Yeah,
Phil's
Pap,
drama,
show me
doing
a
drama
line.
today.
Yeah, basically.
No. Yes, we can do that as part of the content. This cannot be all my content. I don't want to be like every other YouTuber. You understand? I like being who I am, and I have a core fan base who's allowed me to continue to be here 16 years and running. I'm not going to abandon my core fan base. I'm here to
I'm
game
queer.
and have fun, but diversification and doing variety is an important improvement. I agree. Okay?
Ahem.
The after show just did a super chat. Big ups on your analytics boost. Glad things are working out for you. We're doing a react to your June documentary Monday. Looking forward to it.
Get your
Everyone
fucking
have fun
finger out of my
reacting
face,
to
dude.
my documentary, and anyone who reacts to my reaction as well. As long as you're doing transformative work, go for it. That's what it's all about, right? And that's everyone. It just works hand in
See,
hand.
all you guys wonder why I tell him to kill himself
You
so
know what I'm
often, it's
saying?
because I'm transforming his work. You just think I'm a deranged lunatic, but I'm
Go for
actually
it.
doing
Thank
it
you
for
for
a
the super
legal
chat.
reason.
A
Idiots.
couple tips, and then we're going to continue here. I received a $10 tip from Anime Sucks Copenstein for $5. Bless you, Phil. All right, thank you for a $10 tip from Anime Sucks Copenstein. And let's play your animation. Piff 343. I guess someone has a gripe with Piff 343. I don't know who it is.
My life. Oh, I am now.
I think what it is they wanted to be top tipper, right? That's exactly what it was. So,
Hey, let's get a tip board going, you fucking
an
gaylords.
anonymous tipper, the $21 tip, and then the other 10 cents, 31 plus 39, so we're up to 70. Excellent. Thank you guys so much for that.
Okay.
And then I received a $2.50 tip.
Yep.
The shirt makes your arms look small. When's the gym arc going to start? Why do you care so much about how I look exactly? Right? Like, why do you give a shit about my looks? Like, if I'm okay with my looks and my wife is okay with my looks, I don't know why you care so much. I think if you want to care about looks, you should go check out this guy. He's called Low Tier God, and this guy
Low
has
Tier
the most
God.
crispy peanut butter complexion you've ever seen. He totally cares about his sexy constantly. Like, that's pretty much all he talks about on his stream. You should give him a look.
I just feel like if you don't have any context for this, you have this like pedophile white guy going like, hey, check out this black streamer. He's got a peanut butter complexion. I'd be like, huh, what an odd thing to say.
I think you're really going to like his content. Okay, so let's continue here. Audience. And this is huge, guys. I want you to take a look at this. In this month alone of August that just ended, I received a 192% increase in the number of subscribers on DSPGaming. Over 2,100 new subscribers.
All right.
Okay? How insane is that?
That's not...
That is wild. And
I
if
don't
you
find
take a
that
look,
particularly impressive
you
with
can
like
see
the amount of
piece.
subscribers he had,
My
though.
first appearance on Kino Casino, and the day after, our co-op documentary react.
Like, that's
A
not
few
particularly
boosters when
good, I feel
appeared,
like.
on their show with Josh Moon, and then of course the big Keemstar appearance. So directly on these things of me branching out, doing different kinds of content, trying new things, daring to check out some interesting stuff. Look what happens, right? That's awesome, correct? Now, what I'd
Correct.
like to
It's
show you
awesome.
guys
Correct.
down here,
Hey, it's Mighty D.
this is very telling. All right, and here's why.
We got Drooby Streebs, we got Breamology, we got the Mighty B, and the Krinos Kerbibo.
I'd like to show you
Very
guys
cool.
down here. This is very telling. All right, and here's why. Notably, I can't get this to go away. Okay, that was so annoying. Channels your audience watches, and I want you to understand something.
Yeah, what?
This
What?
right
What do I need
here
to
means a
understand?
lot to me. And here's
It
why. this
means a lot to you?
Previously.
Oh, okay. He thinks that okay. Here's the spin. Side bet. The spin is that they used to watch these people and now they watch him directly because they love him and his content. That's the side bet. Okay.
All right.
All right.
When you would go to this tab right here, channels your audience also watches. I'm not kidding you. The vast majority of things here would all be detractor content. All of it. The fact that in the top 5 channels that my audience watches, we've got Kino Casino clips, and we've got my own channel.
Wow.
is huge. It never said that because, again, my detractors use my name.
They were right.
DSPGaming, and they tag their videos. Hashtag DSP, hashtag DSPGaming, hashtag DSP Reacts. They steal my views
No.
by showing up in the search algorithm first doing that. You see?
No.
So because they do that, they would get the views first, and then people would actually come to my channel to see the real content. People literally
No,
couldn't find my content.
No, they wouldn't.
But what this is actually saying now
That's
is
not what-
people are
what?
finding me through other positive means, through people who are actually reacting to
Positive
me in a good way,
mean.
through my own other channels and content. This is a huge...
Wait, that's not what that means. That means that these Kino, I mean, this one specifically, right here, where it says Kino Casino clips,
telling
what this is saying is that the people who are watching you in like current month or current year or whatever, right? They watch this channel a lot because they're Kino Casino dense, because they were shunted over to you.
sign of positivity. And I'm very pleased to see
That's
that.
not what the implication is,
So thank
David.
you to those who are actually checking me out in a positive light, and then coming
Like
over.
he's putting
here
the cart
and
before the
hanging out.
cat, you know what I mean?
Okay. Now, outside of all of that, there's tons of different things you can look at, like geographics. Who are my biggest viewers? Well, the US, then the UK, Canada, Australia, Germany, and then it trails off. I've always told you guys about this one, that I have almost no young viewers. My viewers are either in their early 20s, or their mid-20s to mid-30s, or their mid-30s to 40s, and even 45 to 54, even 55 to 64. Ladies,
Because there's no way that people just put like 1/1/1930 on their date of birth. There's just no way people do that, right?
and gentlemen, I have more viewers over the age of 65 than I have viewers under the age of 18. I don't attract a young crowd, and I'm happy about that because it allows me to talk about adult topics. It allows me to be myself, and I don't feel like when I make content, I'm basically grooming and preying on a young audience that's in.
Hold on.
And I don't feel like when I make content, I'm basically grooming
Okay, wait, right here.
and praying. It allows me to be myself, and I don't feel like when I make content,
Okay, right here. All right. Palette cleanse. Palette is cleansed. All right.
I'm basically grooming and preying on a young audience that's immature and doesn't get what's going on.
Yes.
You know, there's some YouTubers out there that literally do that every single day. All of their content is a trap for young people so they can be rich forever, and the young people fall into this brainwashing. And I don't do that. Okay? That's great. I'm happy for that. I'm glad that all of you are intelligent adults.
You just call me a grad.
Great. I'm happy for that. I'm glad that all of you are intelligent
No, you said like
adults that can
grod.
watch my content
That's
and
even worse.
understand it instead of, buy my candy bar because there might be a $10,000 magic ticket inside of it, and subscribe to my channel because I might give adults that can watch my content and understand it instead of, buy my candy bar because there might be a $10,000 magic ticket inside of it. And subscribe to my channel because I might give you $1,000 if I run into you on the streets. Like, what the fuck kind of brainwashing shit is that? And why the fuck is it allowed? I have no clue. It shouldn't be.
Yup.
So,
So,
just wanted to show you some of those demographics. I thought you would find that, overall fascinating. The bummer,
hey, did anyone find this overall fascinating?
the graph
The graph.
that actually is good and shows these spikes because it has my revenue on it. YouTube idiotically.
Oh no, I couldn't show my revenue. I have to protect my family.
Didn't make like a cool graph that would show the giant increases in attention and shit. So all we can do is kind of look at these graphs. So my views are on the upturn. They were starting off every day. I was getting 15,000, 18,000 views. Now 20,000 every day because it's 20,000, 20,000. Look at this.
Look at this.
24, 30,000, 20. You know?
Yeah, now?
It's starting to slowly increase. And the thing is,
until it slowly starts to
between
decrease.
that, you know, and me playing all the new games coming out, and me maybe, because some people just said in the chat, they said you should have an interview maybe like twice a month if possible.
Oh.
I concur. I actually feel like doing an interview like once or twice a month on the Level 1 podcast is the right amount. I don't want to do nonstop interviews and stuff like that. And also, I think appearing on a show once or twice a month is the perfect amount, right? Instead of I'm going to be on Kino Casino every single week. No. Do like no. Maybe do a co-op with them like once a month. So it's not taking away at all from my content. I still get to play all the games, hang out with my core audience, but then I do branch out and I have that exposure, right? For example, I've been invited, I don't know if you guys saw this, I've been invited to be on the Cultaholic Wrestling Show.
What the fuck?
They do this show where they have guests from all over the internet.
But you don't watch wrestling, allegedly.
Pick a few of their favorite wrestling matches ever, and then they talk about them on the show, and then they talk about other topics. They came to me. I didn't reach out to them. They came to me, and I'm actually going to investigate because I want to watch a couple episodes before I'm comfortable with maybe considering doing it. But I'm interested in maybe doing that, and it's something different to do. Now, listen, I outright told them. I was like, you guys got to understand, I haven't watched wrestling in like 4 years. And they're like, it's cool. What are your favorite matches? And I told them, none of my matches are recent. They're all old stuff. And so, you know, that might be pretty cool. So I'm going to look into this, okay? I'm going to research that and try to see if that's something that I'm interested in doing.
You can't trap him. He's already admitted to playing.
Every month I go on one show, and then maybe I have an appearance on Kino Casino, or and then I have a guest or two on this show, but I continue to plug away at the content that I love, covering games and stuff. I feel like this trend will continue and actually increase, and I feel my live streams might actually get a giant boost.
You know what's kind of weird now that he's like doing the WWE? You remember the rant? Like, how about this? WWE Champions. All right, WWE Champions lives rent free in your motherfucking heads. I don't think about WWE Champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will, because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. You remember that rant? It's just weird that he went through all that effort of acting like a tough guy faggot, and now he just plays the game, and he's admitted to playing for 7 years, and it's actually the game he knows the most about ever. So, I don't know.
Because honestly, let's be honest here. I really do feel like the live stuff, seeing those interviews live is more, seeing the react live is the appeal, because you don't know what's going to happen, as opposed to seeing the clip after the fact. It's still good, but a lot of people like the live stuff. And the majority of my income is coming from live interactions with you guys. Okay? So,
wait, what?
I think that it will work. But again, what I want to say, the whole point of me showing you these guys, these statistics, all right? Are they
playing all major
amazing,
mobile games
blow you away,
Temujin.
knock
I
your
don't
socks
think
off
WWE
statistics?
Champions.
Has my
You
channel
do.
doubled and tripled in size? No.
Mm-hmm.
But against all odds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Against literally having an eternal downfall on YouTube for the first time ever in a decade, I'm actually seeing signs of a turnaround, of growth, of people coming by and saying, we like you now, we want your content, please continue to branch out, please continue to build bridges, but also be yourself, cover games, play stuff, have fun.
Doof.
Thank you. Thank you. Because, here, I'm going to go full screen for this part. Because you have to understand that I have really tried so hard for a decade to be true to myself against all odds. Having no one who wants to collab. Having no one who wants to touch me with a 10-foot pole because I have this black cloud of insane detractors that follow me around everywhere I go. Every opportunity that was presented to me was taken away because of them. And now the fact that people are giving me a fair shake, giving me the time of day, checking out my content from YouTube, looking for me on YouTube, finding me on YouTube and checking me out directly instead of, oh, they found the detractor first and they got the click and they got the view and they got the credit and the money. Now it's starting to come to me directly again. This is huge, right? Now, listen, it's tough. I'm currently spending all this time clipping my content. What I need to do today, I need to do 2 clips. Me reacting to the June documentary, description, and this segment right here about my analytics. These are 2 clips I have to make later. They take time to make. I got to upload them. It's extra work. And I'm doing it all myself.
Oh.
And I know it's paying off. So I'm not complaining.
Bro, you have a fucking team of editors, of dent editors. Like, what are you talking about?
But half of them. There's no way I could play all those games, right? But I promise to you, if you
I promise you.
Right? But I promise to you, if you continue to hang out with me every day and give me this attention, engagement, support like you've done, I commit to you that I will work as hard as I possibly can as the one-man show, the one-man army, to keep...
Except for your team of dent editors and that dude who makes thumbnails for you for like actual years. Why don't you give them any credit? Like, I get you're trying to do like a little promo thing about how you're cool and you fight against all odds, but like, shouldn't you like acknowledge them for all the fucking work that they do for your ass for free?
Doing good stuff and reaching out and doing this new stuff, all right? At the same time, I want to acknowledge two groups.
Oh.
Number one,
Editors?
I want to acknowledge my moderators and my editors who work for me every day free of charge and do a lot of work on this channel. You know, the art that you see.
Wait, but you just said you're a one-man show. You just said that.
Thumbnails you see.
You just said that, David. Did you just stick your tongue out at me? Wait a minute. Oh my god, it was like a real good one.
All the work over on the DSP Throwback channel, that's all them. You know, they're working on this stuff, and I really appreciate their help, because without them, this channel wouldn't be a half of what it is. Okay, just being honest. That's number one.
Okay, so you're not a one-man
I
show.
want to thank my long-time hardcore viewers and fans, because without you, I wouldn't have gotten to this point. Do you understand? If it weren't for people who, through thick and thin, believed in me and said, we don't care what the internet
In
says
Cat's
about
case, it'd be
you.
through
We
thin
don't
and
care what
thick.
your detractors say about you. We don't care what you spend your money on. We don't care about what's the new flavor of the week insult and meme against you. We still are going to be here with you and like your content and support you. I would have been gone. I would have been a footnote. I would have been a forgotten blip in YouTube history.
TV.
But instead, somehow, against all odds, over 16 years, now we're going on 17. We're almost about to hit my 17-year anniversary as a YouTuber. Is coming up, if you can believe it. It's nuts that even with as small as a viewership that I had, that I survived and was able to maintain and have a living in all of this. You know what I'm saying?
No.
If it weren't for my core
But I'm not paying
all
them.
these years, and to be honest, they got beat up. For those of you who are newcomers, you got to understand, to be a DSP I can't say my own name.
DSP pan.
To be a DSP fan was an arduous task. You had to put up with abuse. You would just come into the chat, say something. Oh, now detractors are harassing you, right? Oh, you had a social media. They found it. Now they're fucking tweeting you on.
All they have to do is not be a fucking creepy pedophile, and people just kind of move on. But no, they gotta be like Derek. They gotta be like fucking Haseo. So I mean, is it arduous being a fucking creepy pedophile? Maybe.
Twitter and shit. What? All I do is say a
Look
positive
at Acid
comment in Phil's
Face.
chat.
What happened to him?
Someone would come and drop a tip. All of a sudden, they got doxxed on Kiwi Farms. What the fuck? What the fuck's going on? It's insanity, right? That was the existence of being a DSP fan for a long time. And now, the truth is, the DSP fans are about to outweigh the detractors.
No.
There's more fans than haters. That's why
There's only
my
one
videos
person
have
that
so many
outweighs
likes, so many
all the
comments,
detractors.
so much engagement.
And I think
why
we
my
know who she
channel is
is.
showing up in YouTube search again. That is why I am okay reacting to this, because this documentary is my storied rise and fall and my continued fall. But for the first time in 10 years, it has changed, and it is on an upward trend. And I'm going to do my best to maintain it. You know, Keem even said, we got to root for Phil because we don't know if he's going to do it.
I fucking wish that June got a screen cap with him sticking his tongue out, like right here. That would have just been way better.
But we should root for him. I appreciate that so goddamn much, that people are rooting for me for the first time in a very, very long time. Because the thing is, I can react to this documentary all this week, and in the back of my mind, I can say, but I can change it. It doesn't have to be like this forever, right? This is the story of my downfall, but it doesn't have to be
the story
end
of my downfall.
It doesn't have to be the finale to the DarksydePhil saga. It could just be the first part. Get it?
No, not really.
That's why this is fine for me.
Oh, okay.
And so, thank you
Sounds like a lot
for
of coke,
allowing
though.
me to see past this.
It just sounds like coke.
and look at
but-
this
Okay, sure.
and see a bright future. Sincerely, from me to everyone out there watching.
He's signing off this board meeting like a letter. Sincerely, David Burnell Jr.
Bright future. Sincerely, from me
To
to
read.
everyone out there watching this, thank you. My family appreciates it, right? Like, we all appreciate
Does
it.
Jasper
because
appreciate
we've
it?
been beaten up a long time.
This is really
And
gay.
it's to the point
Wow.
where now we're actually thinking, if things go well, that other things could be possible. Life changes, that things that we've held
Look
off
at him
on for
jiggling
many,
while
many
he's doing
years.
this. He's like super
The
jiggling.
possibility of I don't want to jump the gun because I don't want to spoil stuff. But basically, things can happen for a good. You know what I'm saying?
We can
Good
we can finally rent
things
out a
turn around.
C-130 to take my wife
See
to
how things
Japan.
go. All right.
I
Thank
can't
you for
wait,
being
you
on this
guys.
journey, and thank you for your help. Okay. Let's go. Let's some shout outs here, and then we're gonna kind of conclude. Let's conclude this podcast so we can get ready for the react show. Okay. So I received a $2 tip from an anonymous. You have 214K subs. It would be awesome if 50% of those would tune in. Yeah, the problem is, out of those subs, they're probably all dead accounts, right? You're talking
Dead.
people who probably subscribed to this channel a decade ago. And at that point, they were watching. Like I said, back in the day, I
Sparkle.
used to get, on average, 5 million views a month on this channel. Now I get 500,000. Now, this month I had like 610, 620, but it's on an upward trend.
Oh.
Let's see if we can continue. Now, wait a minute. I just deleted that. Okay. Let's see if we can continue that upward trend. If every month I can increase my views by like 20, 30,000 overall,
That's not
hopefully
gonna
next
happen.
year I can have a month where I'm bringing 1 million again. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I let's not have lofty goals that are that lofty. All right, that's a little much.
Bringing 1 million views again to be back on my feet would be so cool. But yeah, that's the problem. You know, a channel like mine's been around for so long. The vast majority of people watching or subscribed are dead accounts at this point, right?
Right.
Piff343 just did a $30 tip and says, "You think I'm going to go out like that? Do I
Yeah,
hit
we don't need to see the tip war. Thanks.
that goal and continue the king streak? Let's get it done. Let's do it. Let's keep that streak going. Thank you, guys."
Yeah.
All right. I received. Hold on a second. Need to open.
Remember, he has.
Someone
no
tipped
intention of
$1 saying
becoming
working
again.
out is a healthy path in life
No.
2 times a day at the gym. Yes, I know. I know. I'm well aware about working out and all of that. Really.
Are you?
Like, I'm 42 years old.
You are?
Like, you're not. Who do you think you're talking to?
A stupid fucking retard hermit baby. Right?
Do you think you're talking to like a guy who sits around overweight eating chips all day? Look at me.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yep.
I weigh 200 pounds. All right. You're right. I could lift weights. And you're right. Doesn't really fit my lifestyle. I'm a streamer.
I could lift weights, but it doesn't fit my lifestyle. I'm a streamer.
Right? I'm not a health streamer, but I understand what you're saying. All right? Cool. Thanks. All right. I received a $1.25 tip. That's correct. This person says, don't forget the fans of you that have YouTube channels. If they donated or they said something nice about you at all, then the detractors would actually follow them to their channels and spam their channels with nasty comments. That is 1,000,000% correct.
Good.
Think about that. You come on here with your own YouTube channel where you're just trying to do it as a hobby or whatever, right? You know, maybe get a few viewers on your videos. You come on a DarksydePhil stream, you say, "Hey, Phil, how you doing? Here's a $5, right?
Right.
I like your content." All of a sudden, you
No, these people don't drop you a $5. They go fucking crazy, like Grim Reaper. And I'm just like, Grim Reaper, if you work at the Amazon Box Factory and you have a creepy obsession with Selena Gomez, maybe you shouldn't go on DSP stream on your fucking main account. You fucking moron.
you got 100 hateful idiots on your channel dumping on you. What the fuck just happened?
Dumping on
Who are
you.
these unhinged people? That's truthful of what would happen all the time. Okay. Oops, I'm using the wrong mouse. I got to get used to this. I have all this new equipment, and I'm all still kind of discombobulated, doing the wrong stuff here.
So your new mouse is like fundamentally different than the old mouse that you're discombobulated. You know, a mouse is a mouse, right? And he's like lip licking. Oh, double lip licking, great.
Okay. And thank you to Coolio Top Notch for a $5 super chat. I can't imagine the internet without DSP. Well, thank you for that, Coolio Top Notch. That's very nice of you to say.
No.
For the record, would you like me to actually reveal something, a giant reveal, and my detractors will now tear this open? Are you ready?
No, we got a giant reveal coming.
Because I'm actually confident about talking about this. I have a treadmill in my house.
Okay. What, am I supposed to not believe that because your wife is a fat fucking whale? Oh my god, they have a treadmill. The treadmill exudes an aura that makes you lose 1 pound a week. Like, no, you have a treadmill, you probably hang clothes on it, and your fat bitch wife doesn't fucking touch it because it has a weight limit of 600 pounds. I get it, dude. Great.
And I can walk on it whenever I want. And I have from time to time if I'm not feeling good and I'm feeling like shit. I'll walk on the treadmill regularly, and then I'll get healthy again. But I just haven't gotten into a routine where I do it like every day. But I have a treadmill in my home that I can walk on if I need it.
That I can walk on if I need it. If you need what? To walk on a treadmill? Okay.
Okay? What a big reveal, right? Because that's like a huge story for my detractors to know about something in my house because they're insane and they love obsessing over me. So to know that Phil has a treadmill is like wildly world breaking. Phil has a treadmill and he can work out. Well, how do you...
That's not working out, dude. Any fucking retard could like, hey, you know, I've got a treadmill. It's called the sidewalk. Amazing, right?
You think I lost all that weight? It was about a year period where I was walking on the treadmill regularly and I lost a lot of weight doing that and I just never put it back on.
Oh wow.
So that's how I lost the weight.
You sure about that? Sure that's what happened?
Here's your answer. Because people used to always interrogate me. How did I lose all that weight? I don't understand. That's how. I know, now you'll never hear the end of it. Because it's such a big deal, right?
No, it's actually a bigger deal that you think it's a big deal, right? If you just said I own a... Like, first of all, no one gives a fuck. Number two, if you said you own a treadmill, no one gives a fuck. But the fact that you think that the fact that you own a treadmill, anybody gives a shit about, that's the actual story. Dumb cunt. Like, your life is so fucking devoid of meaning, you think that means something.
What were your big accomplishments? I don't fucking know. All I know is I was going very fast and I was sweating bullets and I'd be completely soaked from head to toe.
All I know is I was going fast on the
For
treadmill.
a while doing that, like a couple
His ears
months,
are like
it wasn't
jiggling.
so bad anymore, so I would up it, and then I would up it, and then I would up it, and I would usually do it in about 30-minute increments, like just going 30 minutes straight without stopping. And it basically worked. Like I said, I burned a ton of...
I just want to point out that anybody who's like done what he's describing, as in they work out like at regular intervals and they increase the intensity, they know what their numbers are because you need to do that to increase your intensity. You need to know what your previous intensity was. That's why this is all fucking fake shit.
Fat off my body using the treadmill. And it never, I don't eat bad stuff. I don't eat enough to put the weight back on.
Oh, uh-huh, yeah,
So,
right.
That's how I lost the weight. And I know this will be a big expose thing for my detractors today. Wait a minute. Phil had a treadmill. Phil has a treadmill. That's how he lost his weight. He kept this a secret from everyone all these years. He's been lying.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
you have been lying.
100%. That will be the video. All right. I received a $31 tip from Andy. He says, Piv 3-4 because I don't literally 13 away from hitting the goal, which would be awesome because then we've hit it and we don't have to worry about it during the React show. Shout out to let's see here. Drew did a super chat and he says, Phil, I do not get the hate for you. You haven't done anything awful. And if someone is an A-log, you have mental issues. to be that obsessed.
He
is
does
not
have mental
normal.
issues.
I'd rather see people succeed. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, Drew. No. Hold on.
No.
Didn't you see the documentary topics?
Bro.
Don't you see how horrible of a person I am? I mean, look, I trolled people during the Street Fighter days. Can you believe I would do that? I made poor cooking videos, right? I got into a relationship of someone that everyone found abrasive.
David, just because, like, fucking sex pests and rapists and bankers exist doesn't mean that you're not a fucking asshole. All right?
And basically people said they hated me afterward. I wasted a lot of my money away that I earned in my early YouTube days on dumb shit. I moved across the country and I had a fallout with my friend. Let's see. I broke up with my ex. I because of financial issues, I owed money to the IRS, right? I became a negative meme. The internet doesn't like me. I went through a bankruptcy. I spent money.
He's literally
on a mobile
reading
game.
all that.
I wore a vest on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I wore a vest on stream.
Dun dun dun.
Dude,
Here, I'm doing the
that's
sound
like
box.
faking cancer.
Can you let go of your
No,
face?
I think we see the point.
And I'm gonna
right?
wipe it on the.
I think we see
shirt.
the point. I'm about to have a 3-hour and 40-minute documentary on me, and it's gonna be like, okay, what's the next thing?
What's the
next?
What's the nest
What's
thing?
the next? Okay, where's the big thing? People might go into this because he's been doing documentaries.
Maybe the only reason it's a 4-hour video is because it's like a mosaic of how much of a fucking annoying cunt you are. And it takes 4 hours of adding these things together to really give you the picture. Do you think that's possible? Faggot? Oh, well, whatever.
On what was his name? The guy who faked fundraisers for years and years and never gave the money away. What was his name? Completionist? And then you had the Rich documentary. We have outright evidence that he doxed people and he teamed up with a group of internet hackers and abusers. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have all this shit, these people he's been covering recently, and then it's going to be like, this is it. The big DarksydePhil Eternal Downfall documentary. He played a mobile game.
He played mobile game. What, are you gonna vomit on me? Disgusting fuck.
Just like, I don't know. We're going to do it together.
You tell
Guys,
me.
Let's do it together. Over the
Guys,
course of this
Jade,
week,
let's do
let's
it.
do
You
this
and me,
together.
Jade. Mano a
let's watch the
mano.
documentary
You and
together
me.
on DSP Reacts every night, Monday through Thursday. Let's react to it. Let's hang out. Let's have a good time with it, right? Let's do it together.
Okay.
All right? And let's get through it. And like I said, this is going to be,
It's gonna
for me, the end all of this arc of drama bullshit about me and the detractors overinflating.
It's just weird how every time one of these things happen, he's like, this is gonna be the end all be all. This is gonna be the capstone. And I'm definitely he's like a fat bitch on fucking January 2nd who's like, all right, new year, new re. I'm like last year's behind us. Now I'm not gonna be a fat bitch. No, dude. That's not how it works.
Everything about me and just moving forward positively. You've seen the analytics. You've seen the statistics. 20% increase in views, 50% increase in stream views, monstrous increase to subs, getting into the YouTube algorithm again, your support helping me so much. This is the turnaround. I'm going to do my absolute best to keep it going. Let's get through this week. Let's end this shit.
Looks like a
together.
dead cat
All
bounce
right?
to me.
I'm down
you know?
for it. I hope you guys are
Kind of
too.
does to me too.
Okay. Anime Sucks Cope and Seed with the $2 super chat. Watch Duty make 70 videos over the treadmill drama. Well, someone had said that since Duty got demonetized, roughly a week ago now, he's only made 6 videos. To compare, we ourselves were looking at his channel when he was monetized, and in 3 days, he had made something like 16 videos. So, that's an average of, 5 a day?
Don't do
now
math.
he only makes 6 in, like, a week?
Don't do math.
Little patterns I'm seeing there, bro. Volsair with a super chat. Phil's self-detracting himself now. Correct. I am my biggest self-detractor. I really am.
I'm my
At
biggest
first, back in the
self-detractor.
day, I was so big-headed and I thought that my shit didn't stink.
No. He's really not though. As someone who is his own biggest critic, he is not his own biggest critic. He's a fucking narcissist. It's like physically not possible.
The last, 10 years have been very humbling. Having the entire internet hate you, it's hard
Well,
to
Zoltash.
believe anyone likes me. Right? It really is. It's hard to believe that I just raised $137 on this podcast, that we've got 237 likes on this stream with over 500, almost 600 viewers on a podcast I used to get 200-300 people
Ooh,
on.
this is sad.
$50 in super chats, 10 gifted memberships.
This is really
We're about
sad.
to have a fun day of reacting content,
Oh
correct?
my God,
like
correct.
it's not sinking in yet. You have to understand, this is not an act. Like, it still hasn't sunk in. It's like,
This is just
I don't get it.
unbelievably
And every
sad.
day I wake up and I feel afraid that it's over. Today I'm going to turn on that stream and the people aren't going to be there. Today I'm going to turn on the stream and
That sounds like, you know how you tell detractors they need to see a psychiatrist? That sounds really fucked up. You probably need to see a psychiatrist.
it's going to be empty and people are going to be like, they don't like me anymore. Like, I have these lingering feelings of failure in my head, but it hasn't happened yet, and it's been about a month. So let's continue and let's see what happens, okay?
I don't wake up every day thinking that
Alright,
reality
let's
is completely
see.
falling apart,
A
man.
$35 tip from Piv314 keyboard. Viewers have been,
No, we're not watching that.
and they are so happy that I'm gonna get destroyed this weekend.
How long does he
Oh
let
my
this
God.
run? This is
Again,
annoying.
thank you guys so very much, and thank you again for supporting me.
He doesn't have a
If you like me and
he
my-
doesn't even have a fade out on that. It just cuts.
Thank you guys so very much, and thank you again for supporting me because you like me and my content.
Damn.
All right, I really, really appreciate that. Okay. Oh my gosh, I just received a $15 tip. Wow, we got to end the show to start the react show, guys. From I'm Troublesome, King Streak Felting Ledger 1, Duty Felted by the King, 2, Super Crazy Self Felted, 3, The Other Peasant Detractors, To Be Advised, The
Is that
Return
me?
of the King, Get 'em, King, yours respectfully, I'm Troublesome. Thank you,
Wow.
I'm Troublesome.
Thanks, faggot.
Like, if I
Sound
were
like a
a
faggot.
detractor, I'd be laying low. I'd be like, shit. That's 2 in a row now.
Wait a minute.
If I were a detractor, I'd be laying low.
Yeah. There. Right there. I'd be laying low. That was a good one.
That's 2 in a row now that just got fucking crushed. We gotta stop with this shit. We're just gonna lay back. We're not gonna say shit, you know. But these people can't stop themselves. You know what I'm saying? They just can't. And they're probably gonna see this documentary as some kind of an opportunity to try to pull something.
Pull
Let's see what's
something?
next. But I'm striking back now. I'm going to bring this stuff up to the public eye. I'm going to have it face scrutiny like it should. I'm no longer just going to be the whipping boy of the fucking internet. Those days are over.
Oh,
Okay?
all right. Whatever you say, David.
Thank you, Diego, for a $5 super chat. What's the status of The Hateful Truth? I feel like this is where your main talent is. I have not officially reviewed a game in a very long time.
I'll say you're wrong. I don't have talent.
Okay? I just haven't. And I don't really have a plan to go back to that because, sadly, the whole edited on-demand style of video on YouTube, for me, isn't worth it. I had a channel where I made those for a year, and then YouTube basically blacklisted the channel and made it so I couldn't have ads on it anymore. So
Oh, no.
I don't really see the point of putting that much effort in. I am a live streamer entertainer now. I think everyone kind of knows that. For 7 years, this has been my forte. It's what I'm good at. I'm
Oh.
not saying never. I'm just saying I don't think it doesn't really make sense to me to go back to an edited review style format, right? If anything, if there's a big game and people want my thoughts, you can watch the streams, you can watch my summaries at the end, or you could watch, sometimes I will do like a mini review at the end. That's the best way to get my opinion on it.
All right.
People want me to show the dick,
dick?
show review text chip. I guess it really started with this. This is where it began, with the review tech documentary review, or react, which he deserved for 10 years of abuse against me. So that was the beginning. And then we had Duty, and then we had Super Crazy. So what's next, right? I guess we're about to find out. Okay.
Wow, that's pretty gay, dude.
And Hellion, thank you for becoming a member. All right, guys, I have to get out of here. I'm already late. Now we're going to start the react show late, and that's on me because, you know, we had a lot to talk about today. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. So tomorrow, I'm sure on the show, we're going to see a lot of reactions to this documentary. It'll
Next.
already, when I start my show
Bring it on.
tomorrow, it'll have been out for 2 hours, people watching it and shit. I'm curious what people's reactions will be. I'm sure you guys will be telling me. We'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow on the show. And then we'll go from there. Remember, tomorrow is my reacting to my documentary starts. 6:45 p.m. to 7 p.m. Pacific time on the DSP Reacts channel tomorrow night, Monday night. Okay? All right, everyone. Thank you so very much. Great show. Enjoyed it very much. See you Monday morning. We'll do it all again. Peace out, my friends.
Peace out, my grand.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do.
Oh, he's still
All right?
talking.
I'm going to basically shut this stream down. And what's going to happen is you're going to see a pop-up on your stream that says, hey, go over to DSP Reacts. and hang
Hello,
out
go
with
to
Phil." He said
DSP
over there,
Reacts
I hope
and
you'll
stuff.
hang out with me this afternoon for the Clips Variety Show. It's a really good show, and I really enjoy it. We have a good time together.
Do we?
And I'll get that set up. And what I will do is I'll do a poll over there for a hat, because I owe you guys like a hat and a vest. If you want the vest, again, I happen to be wearing the shirt that's kind of like hinders the vest, but I at least owe you a hat. So we'll do a poll for a hat, see what hat you guys want, and go from there. All right. So
All
thank you
right.
guys-
All right, you're done. Dick. All right, so I guess we're waiting for this now. Go ahead. Let me get his chat, because I guess he's on the other channel now. Let me get it fixed. How do I do this? I haven't done a day stream in like a long ass time. Can I stick around for the react? Yeah. Yeah, I'll stream the whole one. I don't like doing partial streams. It's my tism. With this. There we go. Cool. And I guess for his life updates? No. The Steady Eddie. Yes, Reacts. This should be the new one. There you go. If he's gonna be like he's gonna be dicking around for a little bit. I wanted to. I was trying to save this because I don't know if I don't know if WPIG went over this when they did that fucking WWE Champions deep dive, but like someone like reminded me of this fucking thing, and I'm like, you really don't need any proof that Down from the Rafters is DSP, except you can just read this shit, you know? This is like when he was like pretending that he's what, like some guy who's unrelated to DSP, right? Using that Discord account. So this is Down from the Rafters account. And then it's like, if you just look at what he types. So like right here, like FYI, apparently my name is the same as the Twitter handle of some streamer, and now I'm getting harassed by these people. Delightful. Literally 0 people on Earth do this except for DSP. Nobody types this except for DSP. Like I literal actual don't need any more evidence other than this. And then yeah, and then my friend Bobby, he was like posting some, like he like did some checks and shit. So it's like what? Is it this one? Yeah, so there's first there's the copy link. Okay, so you see this SOOO, like so you do a search under DSP. So And then this one. On top of it, delightful. 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 And I was thinking to myself, like, I like don't need any more evidence. All that fucking hard work that people did fucking, you know, figuring this shit out, I don't need it. This is enough. Nobody fucking types like this, especially both of these ways, except for DSP. All right.
And if you're here
That's it.
today, if you could support
Oh, he's
the
begging.
stream in any way, that'd be greatly appreciated. Anything at this point is appreciated. I've already hit
You know,
my
let's
goals
just
for
go.
today.
Whatever.
Well, excuse me, for
Give a
this
fuck.
stream. So we're good. We did it on the podcast. But anything, memberships, super chats, tips, you know, gifted memberships, all appreciated. And I will shout those out live during the show. In fact, before we even begin, I got some stuff to shout out. So we start off with Andy, who became a member and says Piff343 the Tips King. Yes, back on the podcast over on DSPGaming if you weren't there. There was a little
Delightful.
tips war between Andy and Piff, and Piff had done the final big tip that got us to our goal. So thank you, Piff, for that. Andy basically conceding. But then Andy, then Perry the White just gifted 10 memberships to the community. So for those who just got gifted memberships, congratulations. I hope that you enjoy them. Just so you know, those gifted memberships are not eligible to submit clips for this show. You have to be a submissions tier or an ultra tier member to submit clips for the weekly show. I want to make that abundantly clear. Some people were a little confused about that. They were like, oh, I got a membership, now I can submit clips. No, we had to stop that. And the reason, it has nothing to do with positive viewers. It has to do with
Positive
my
viewers.
detractors were coming in here earlier this year, gifting 50, 100, 150, 200 fake memberships that were used via a VPN to buy them. So literally I was making a quarter, 25 cents
A quarter.
for like 200, 300 gifted memberships. So obviously that was going to ruin the show,
Oh,
right? You
was
can't just
it?
have everyone be able to submit clips. You'll
Yeah,
never
why
get the show
not?
done.
But why
So,
not?
I basically had to change the format of the show. To gifted memberships, you still get access to the emotes. You still get to talk as much as you want in chat, but you got to be a submissions tier or ultra tier member to submit clips for the show. Okay?
All right. Yeah, let me pay out code black. I gotta go make lunch real quick.
I'm Troublesome became a member. Thank you. I'm Troublesome for the support. Battleduck 9000, thank you so much for 9 months as a member at the submissions tier. Appreciate that. And Stuart Barrett, thank you so much. He
Stuart.
says thanks for the membership. He was popping his membership because he just got a gifted one. So enjoy that, Stuart. So before we begin, I have one quick thing to say.
I'm making a quesadilla.
To the members of this channel, okay? For those who have been submitting clips
I wanna see this
recently,
first.
there is a catch-22 on YouTube you have to be careful of. Today, or yesterday, when I was going through the playlist last night, there were 2 different videos that I cannot watch on the stream today that are exempt. Here's why. They're flagged as adults only.
Oh.
What that means is basically when you go to play
Yes,
the
I'm
video on
married.
YouTube, you'll actually get a warning that pops up that says, this video is for mature audiences only. Are you sure you want to watch it?
Yes.
If a video like that gets played on this stream, it could get the entire stream
All right,
flagged as adult content, deeming it non-monetizable. Same thing for the on-demand video. Now, it also could get you into hot water where, you know, people can't even access the video or stream because it gets flagged like that. Obviously, I don't want to have my stream limited. I don't want to have my videos limited. So we cannot watch those videos that are flagged like that. So FYI, when you are submitting clips for this show, please be careful. It's not your fault. Sometimes people have even said, I swear to God, I didn't know it was flagged. I didn't see anything. All I do is I take your submission, I copy it, and I paste it into a browser, and I go to view it. And if the pop-up comes up, that's it. It's exempt, and I can't watch that video. Okay? Okay. All right, we're going to get started. I'm going to do a brief intro for those who watch on demand, and then we're going to jump in. Okay? Here we go. Let me make sure the volume should be all right. You guys tell me when to start watching videos how the volume sounds, okay? Okay, here we go. Hello, everyone. DSP here, and welcome to DSP Reacts for the 80th episode. That's right, 80 of DSP versus the Internet here on Sunday, the 1st of September, 2024. Very excited because, as you know, this is my Clips Variety show where members have submitted clips over the course of the week of various different topics. It's usually such a big variety all over the place. It's a super fun show. I really enjoy doing it. I hope that you guys will enjoy it as much as I do. And we usually start with the Ultra Member videos. What these are videos that are submitted by the highest tier of supporters of this channel. They're guaranteed to get their videos watched, and they get to submit 4 a month, once a week. So it's a great value. For 20 bucks a month, you get to submit 4 videos that will be shown on the show. Please consider it. And then after we're done with the Ultra Member, we get over to the submissions tier, which is everyone in a randomized playlist has an equal chance to be watched. So we'll see what people have in store for today. All right. Now, obviously, this is going to be a gratuitous plug, but this week I'm putting a ton of content out on this channel. My documentary by June the King is coming out tomorrow on June the King's YouTube channel in the morning. And so every night this week, I'm going to be reacting to it here live on the DSP Reacts channel. I hope you'll come by and hang out with me and give it a look. Obviously, it's going to be some pretty interesting content to go through my 16-year storied history as a YouTuber, but also my past as a Street Fighter player and all of that. It's going to be pretty wild, all right? So that's going on this week. Extra content for the channel. I hope that you'll check it out. Fair enough? All right. One final thing. I just said this to the live audience. Be careful when you submit clips for this show. I cannot watch clips that are either flagged as adults only or children only, because those clips severely limit the visibility of a stream or video, and so the stream might get shut down. We might have issues with monetization. Please be careful about that, all right? Okay, without further ado, it is time for us to watch some videos. First video, The Myth of the Self-Made Billionaire. Interesting. Let's see what this is about from an Ultra member. Here we go.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel and get...
Please let me know how it sounds. If it sounds too loud or too low, I can adjust on the fly. Please let me know in the chat.
Early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Big news on Rihanna, the superstar singer and entrepreneur gaining a new title, billionaire. Chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis joins us with more on the talented...
Because, you know, I'm sure she came from nothing, and she literally did it all herself with absolutely no assists whatsoever from anyone who had money, prominence, fame, or power. It was all her, right?
media mogul's incredible journey. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Robin. Yeah, this is a great story, a fun one. Women entrepreneurs and founders, business leaders, they are moguls, they are creating businesses, they are disrupting industries, and Rihanna is among them. She can now add billionaire to the top of her titles list.
Here in the United States, we'll often hear stories like these. It's no secret that Americans love to hear about billionaires. You'll find them everywhere. They're on the news, have their own TV shows, movies, and even make their way into elected office. Specifically, we consistently give massive audiences to self-made billionaires. The people who, unlike the aristocrats and monarchs of yore, didn't simply inherit their wealth. In this episode, we're talking about the obsession with so-called self-made billionaires, how misleading that term can be, and everything wrong with the myth of the self-made person. At the heart of every favorable depiction of a billionaire is this idea that they have earned their success and their wealth. The most compelling stories are those of billionaires who, through sheer hard work and grit, so we're told, have conquered the American dream and made a better life for themselves, those around them, and our society as a whole.
We are aware that, like, the original idea of the self-made billionaire was Bill Gates, and Bill Gates literally stole the idea from Windows from another company, right? It's, like, documented. It's a factual story. It's not like, oh, it's a myth. No, he actually was working for a company, and he saw the idea, and he stole it, and he ran and made Windows with the idea another company was already using. And then he became a billionaire. But it's like, oh, but he's such a good person because he gives away all his money to these foundations and all of that. It doesn't forgive the fact that literally the money he's made was stolen from someone else, you know? And I'm interested, how many of these stories will he go into in detail of, like, yeah, they're rich now, but how did they actually get their money, right?
But there are a number of reasons this is simply incorrect. We'll get to exactly how this idea is wrong in a second. But first, we should talk about why the myth of self-made billionaires is such a problem. For starters, vanishingly few people ever become billionaires. In the US, it's around 600 people, or 0.0002% of the population. Perversely, however, the myth of the self-made billionaire tries to trick you into believing that anybody, yes, even you, dear viewer, could one day be just like them. After all, If they can do it, so can you. You already know how they attempt to sell this falsehood. It's always so incredibly simple. They tell you they started from nothing, that they were once just like you. They too had a 9-to-5 job that they hated. They too had trouble paying their bills. But instead of complaining, they just worked harder. And eventually, after 100-hour work weeks, they were able to lift themselves up by their bootstraps and just look at them now.
That's all it takes, because we all know the reason that we're never going to get to that level is because we're a bunch of lazy schlubs. We refuse to work, right? That's totally what it is.
Here's where the problems start. If they can successfully convince you that 1, they have earned their wealth, and 2, that you can do it too, they can use those 2 assumptions to convince you of some far more nefarious things. For starters, they can convince you to act against your own self-interest, and the interest of the vast majority of Americans. The most obvious example of this is making it seem like it would be better for everyone if billionaires paid less in taxes. If we just got the government out of the way of these people who have proven to us that they are visionaries, that they alone know how to manage money. To be clear, the ultra-rich already have a good way of avoiding taxes. You can see exactly how they do it in our video, How Billionaires Pay Less in Taxes Than You.
Which we didn't watch that video, we watched someone else's video, and essentially what it is that all their money is in investments and assets, and they don't get taxed on that. They can only get taxed when they take money out of it. So they just leave their money invested in things forever, and then because that's considered part of their wealth, they borrow money to pay for everything, so they literally never get taxed on their income, ever. As long as they don't ever, like, sell off shit, they just own everything. Pretty fucked up to think about, but that's exactly what they're doing. They're holding on to all of the wealth.
But of course that doesn't matter, since they'll always try to lower that number further and further. The more they do, the less money goes towards things that actually affect your day-to-day life. Roads, public services, healthcare, education. The more they keep of the wealth they have no intention of spending in the first place, the worse off we all are. They'll convince you that that might be you someday, that when you're in their shoes, you'll want the same thing. After all, what's the government ever done for you? We'll get to just how much it's done for them. But first, let's get back to the self-made story. In some cases, that story is simply a blatant lie. Take Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. The last decade...
This is going to be a good one, because over the last couple of years, I've seen a lot of people come into my chat and be like kissing Elon Musk's ass up, down, left, right, and in every possible angle and direction. Oh, don't you know that he's self-made and he's this and that? I can't wait for him to blow the lid off of this and say how he actually got his money. Here we go.
Its favorite billionaire duo loves to weave a compelling story of their 100% American-made success. Jeff Bezos likes to tell this story of a young guy who built a strong work ethic at his McDonald's job. He loves to emphasize how it was his hard work that eventually landed him a spot at Princeton, then on Wall Street, and finally pushed him to one day risk it all on the crazy idea of selling books on the internet.
Spoiler alert, literally no one gets into Princeton and Wall Street just on hard work alone. It's about connections. It's about, are you a legacy? Do you know someone who works or runs that university? Do you know someone who works on Wall Street? No one just gets those jobs because they worked hard. That's complete horseshit. That's the mythos that our top 1% of people have created to make you think that anyone can do that. But in reality, they have created a system by which they keep their favored few in those positions. Only those who are selected get into the big Ivy League universities. Only those who are the special few get onto the big Wall Street jobs. Doesn't matter if you're the hardest fucking worker on the planet, you have to be in that group or you're never gonna make it there.
His story reaches a dramatic pause when he starts Amazon out of a garage with nothing but a dream, and it resumes satisfyingly when his company becomes the internet giant it is today. Elon Musk tells a very similar story, that of an industrious kid bullied for being too nerdy and into science fiction, who climbed out of adversity and overcame the all-too-common American hurdles of student loan debt and people not believing in him with the sheer ingenuity of his entrepreneurship. These stories are, of course, embellished, and while individual elements of them may not be false, the overall image they're trying to sell you is a lie. Because it wasn't the novelty of Amazon alone that catapulted it to the center of the internet, so much as the absurd head start that an initial $300,000 investment that Jeff's parents gave him.
Oh, that's a little funny. Oh, isn't that a little funny? That he had $300,000 to start the business and then he was able to do it? That he didn't just magically come up with the funds to invest? Oh, a little special little addendum there that no one talks about.
And although Musk likes to play up his version of the everyman story too, his family is most infamously known for his father's ownership of a lucrative emerald mine and role as a property developer in apartheid South Africa. These people didn't start from nothing. It wasn't just hard work. Billionaires never get there alone. They get there in any combination of 3 ways. 1. Family wealth and privilege. 2. Labor exploitation. And 3. Government help.
I was actually going to say there is a 4th, all right? We do have to be fair here. There is a 4th, and the 4th is luck, all right? Absolute luck. There are people out there who just get fucking lucky, right place, right time, right combination of factors, and they become filthy rich because of it. And you have to call that out. There is still a chance to have the like crazy over-the-top dream of being a billionaire. It's just that you're 1 in a zillion to actually hit it without help. That's very, very true.
Start with number 1. Family wealth and privilege explains the success of a lot of the billionaires that sit at the top of our social hierarchy. We've already seen how much of a role family wealth played in the success of even the quote self-made celebrity billionaires like Musk and Bezos. So it should come as no surprise that the great majority of billionaires have similarly favorable advantages. The racial and gender makeup of the billionaire class is not an accident. It is no surprise then that the people who face the fewest societal hurdles, white men, overwhelmingly dominate the Forbes rankings, while women and people from racial minority groups only make up a fraction.
Now listen, before people try to turn this into something that's like, oh, this is a racial attack, okay? You absolutely do need to look at the controlling class, those who have all the wealth, and predominantly it is a certain group, all right? What's happened is that group, all right, has remained in that class and it's never changed because, again, they have a system in place to keep all the wealth, right? So it's never going to change. It's always going to be them, their kids, their friends, they're the 1%ers, right? What's happened is underneath that 1%er group, everything else, the makeup of the country of the United States and even the world has changed. It's become more diverse. It's become more variety, correct? Everywhere you look now, there's all these different cultures melding and everything together. But remember, they are a controlling class. They don't want anything to change because they like it how it is. They want to hold on to all of that wealth. So they're just going to sit there and not let it change. Why? Of course, it's all white males. White males were always in charge. They were in charge of Europe, right? They were the controlling class early on in America. So they're the ones who are staying in that level, okay? And some people will be like, oh, well, it's a racial thing. I don't think it's a racial thing. It's just a history thing. Like, they were the ones in charge. They want to stay in charge. They've set up the system so they are in charge, and they're still in charge. Right? So it won't change until people find a way to kind of, like, break that cycle and make it so that that 1% aren't just immune to everything anymore. But really, they are. Think about it. Elon Musk, right? He went and he broke all these laws. He went on Twitter. He's tweeting about stock valuations and shit, things you just cannot do when you're in control of a company. And all they did was they kicked him off the board, but he's still in charge of the company. He still makes money from the company. These people are immune to any kind of problems in their lives. They have these complete isolation, protection, insulation from any kind of repercussions. They will all, because they're so ultra wealthy, they could never be held to task for anything they say or do. So they will always be in power until the system changes. But the system is set up so that they make the laws. These people are so powerful, they can easily lobby to our lawmakers, make sure that our lawmakers are giving laws in place that they still keep their wealth. So I don't see it changing unless there's a total rehash of how the government works in the United States. I just don't see this changing anytime soon. But it's going to take a whole societal shift of understanding how this is actually happening and wanting the desire to change rather than let's just keep everyone in exactly the same way. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and of course, there's people who are disagreeing with me in chat, and you can disagree with me in chat. That's fine. This is, you know, I understand because people are saying this is like a leftist video. Kind of, because now he's getting into these narratives, and it's like, is the narrative 100% true? Maybe, maybe not. But in general, there is a controlling class of elites that are controlling everything in our lives right now, especially if you live in the United States. And you just have to accept it and kind of roll with it and say, that's the system I was born into, man. I guess I just, you know, unless you know someone who can get you into that class somehow, or you're lucky as shit. You're insanely lucky to jump in and be able to become part of that class, which is very, very rare. Okay? All right. I think we've watched enough of that. I think we've got the gist of what the video is. I see some racist people in chat who are about to get banned. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I received a $10 super chat from Clyde who says, "Be strong tomorrow, my liege. No documentary can dethrone thee." Thank you, Clyde. I have no intention of any dethroning. It's just going to be a very long, exhaustive reacting to this very long documentary, but I'm going to get through it. No worries. Okay. Next video for this week. Here we go.
Sega had a meteoric rise in the early 90s, going from 10%.
By the way, how is the volume level? Is it good? I just want to be sure that it sounds good to everybody, because I didn't ask you before for that video. Is it good or is it too loud? I can adjust it. Are we good? No one's answering. Well, if no one's answering, I'm just going to play the video.
Market share to over 50%. But by the early 2000s, they had abandoned.
I was listening to that
that
rant he just had. It was
a software company.
By the way, I'm just going to say this. If you guys don't know, because many of you are newcomers to my content, I am not politically left or right. I basically go with what I feel is correct in each situation. And I'll be honest, sometimes I do think that things on the right are correct. Sometimes I think things on the left are correct. Sometimes I think neither of them are correct. You know, it depends on the situation. So those people who are tuning in and they're like, "Oh, it sounds like Phil's a leftist." I'm not. But I'm just telling you what it is from my perspective and my experience in life. You know, I'm not going to sugarcoat shit.
You don't have any experience in life, though.
I'm not going to try to kiss butt to one side or the other, because I know there's people out there who want me to kiss butt to one side or the other to play it off, to get that bag. But that's not me. You know what I'm saying? That's never going to be me. But allow me to just say this. Please understand that you can live life agreeing to disagree on issues and not hating people for it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
do the Kino Casino dents love this shit? They think he's like a based king and he's just being enlightened centrist. Girl, this guy's so based. What a king, man.
I don't see eye to eye with Keemstar on a lot of stuff, for sure. But we had a fun conversation and we got through it and we're good now, right? That's what I mean. Like, you can agree to disagree with people and still respect them, even if you don't have the same political, religious, whatever beliefs. And that's the way that I choose to live my life, is to be more reasonable about stuff than to just be angry at everyone all the time. You know what I'm saying?
No, not really.
I'm okay with that. So I hope that you respect that. You know what I'm saying?
No. Stop asking if I know what you're saying. I don't.
I don't want people to be sitting here and saying shit like, "Oh, well, you see, Phil's a leftist now because he said that in the video." No, not at all.
Oh.
Yeah, I do not want Kamala Harris for president.
Oh.
I also don't want Donald Trump for president.
Oh.
I don't think either candidate is good.
Cool.
Okay?
Yeah, you should
But
run for
that's my
president.
take. You can disagree.
Oh, I can.
You know, but
Thank
for
you
me,
for allowing me to
I'm not
disagree.
gonna sit here and have people say stuff like that, because it's not true. All right? It's just not. All right? Just everyone cool down. Everyone be cool with each other, and we're going to be all right. It's okay to have this kind of discourse if at the end of the day we can say, okay, we talked
Honestly,
about it.
I think Chat GPT should be the president.
Right? That's what life is all about.
Although
Now,
I guess if we made like an AI the
you're
president,
my
they'd
enemy
probably have
forever,
me
right?
executed,
What?
considering
What kind of way to go
everything
through
I've
life
said
is
to them.
that?
But
Okay, now let's
You know,
find out
outside
about
of
Sega's 3 biggest mistakes.
So, what happened? There are a lot of reasons Sega fell so fast. It grew too big too quickly. There were constant disagreements between Sega of Japan and Sega of America, which
Sega 32X.
Sega and Nintendo
Yeah.
both saw tremendous financial and critical success with their 16-bit consoles. But with success came pressure. That pressure heated up in 1993
need a Chinese
when
president.
Atari released
Hell yeah!
the Jaguar,
Get that social credit.
a 64-bit console. Atari's powerful new console
I'm gonna
sent a
give-
strong message. One that
I'm gonna
Sega
give
took
Stranger
seriously.
uh,
Sega of
500
Japan was
social
ready for the next
Wish I didn't
social
have to
credit
because the
for
Jaguar
that
flopped. It was
comment.
terrible and didn't have many or any good games, so it didn't really need to care about that. But Sega was reacting to everyone in the 90s as an enemy or a competition. So they just kept pumping out like different add-ons and peripherals for their consoles. I don't know why. It didn't really work. Here we go.
next big thing. Sega of America, by contrast, wasn't exactly rushing to put out a new console. The Genesis was still doing well in North America. But Sega of Japan was in charge. So in
I'm not just
January
gonna
of
give all my social
1994,
credit away.
they
You gotta earn it.
pitched Sega of America an idea for a 32-bit Genesis, which would double the colors of a
watching this?
traditional Genesis at a lower price
Hello,
point.
Nugs.
Sega of America's head of research and development, Joe Miller, pushed hard against the idea. According
go.
to former Sega of America executive
Hey, look, you can actually read the subtitles now. What a novel concept, huh? Okay.
producer
On your
Michael Latham,
glasses, bitch.
Miller said, "Oh, that's just a horrible idea. If all you're going to do is enhance the system, you should make it an add-on. If it's a new
grab
system
on.
with legitimate new software, great. But if the only thing it does is double the colors..." For what it's worth, Miller doesn't recall being quite that blunt. He also credits the idea for an add-on to Sega CEO Hayao Nakayama.
Ew.
Regardless, the group agreed to move forward with an add-on for the 1994 holiday season. Under tight time constraints, a Sega of America group, led by Joe Miller and overseen by Sega of Japan, rushed to create the new add-on. Meanwhile,
My life.
Sega of Japan was quietly developing their own 32-bit system, which would eventually become the Sega Saturn.
The weirdest thing about the Sega 32X, I still don't know what it does to this day. Like, I own it, and I've played games on it, and they don't look any better than the normal, like, Sega CD games. So I don't understand what exactly it does. Let's fast forward a bit.
The market soon. Which begged the question, if Sega had a 32-bit console in the works, what was the point of this 32-bit add-on? Despite that nagging question, when the 32X launched on November 21st, 1994, demand was fairly high. According to some reports, demand outran the supply of 600,000 units that were available at launch. It debuted for around $160. But the momentum died quickly, mainly because of the games.
The games are the
Only
same.
3 titles were
These games play almost exactly like a game you could have either played on Genesis or the Sega CD anyway. So it doesn't even make sense what was added by the 32X. I still don't know.
available when the 32X launched.
What gets
Many of
added
them
when you
were
increase your
rushed
bit rate from
production.
15,000 to 20,000 for
For example,
1080p?
the port of Doom
What gets
was
added there?
poor quality, and it was missing levels. Cosmic Carnage was so bad that Sega didn't even want to ship it out. Sales of the 32X dropped off sharply after the 1994 holiday season. By 1995, the price dropped from around $160 to $99, and finally to the clearance price of $19.95.
Yeah.
The 32X library eventually grew to include 40 titles.
Only Knuckles Chaotix is good. I've played a lot of these games. Literally, only Knuckles Chaotix is good. And it's a shame because it was always on 32X. I don't know if they ever ported it to another thing. But outside of that, every game on that thing is just... Like, this one, Corpse Killer, is literally on regular Sega CD. And it's the same game. I don't even
Yeah,
think
but
it's
do they have
different.
Ball
I just think
Blazer?
They wanted to market
That's
it.
the only game that I
and
care
It was
about.
a better game for 32X, but I don't think it's different. I think it's exactly identical.
A handful of which you have to have the 32X and the Sega CD to play. Not long after the 32X debuted, it was forgotten, and Sega began pushing the Saturn. Scott Bayless, a senior producer at Sega of America, said, "Frankly, it made us look greedy and dumb to consumers.
Yeah, 'cause you were.
Something that a year earlier I couldn't have imagined people thinking about us."
Yeah, that was it. They screwed up by keep
life.
releasing too much shit, and they want you to buy it all.
I'm gonna go like live, which is 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, but Nintendo did the
In
same
my video
thing.
on Nintendo's 3 biggest mistakes, I ranked Nintendo's failed partnership with Sony at number 1.
Because when Nintendo canceled the partnership, Sony went on to make the PlayStation.
Why couldn't this be the first video and I came back to the fucking,
But
like,
Sega
I'm poor,
made a
wah,
very
wah,
similar
wah
mistake.
video?
To recap Nintendo's misstep, Sony and Nintendo made plans to develop a CD add-on for the Super Nintendo. But at the last
I
minute,
also want to point out that there was
Nintendo
this
changed
thing
their
where he's like,
mind
oh
and
yeah,
decided to
Bezos got
work
like a
with
$300,000 from his
Philips
like
instead.
parents or
It
something.
completely
And like, I mean, people get
humiliated
business loans. That's
It
the
also
equivalent of a
led to
business loan,
embarrassing
just not from your
use of
fucking
Nintendo
parents.
characters on the
So,
Philips CDI
like-
console.
Yeah.
So
What do you mean
Sony
embarrassing?
pitched
Great.
their console idea to Nintendo's rival, Sega. Sony Electronic Publishing president Olaf Olofsson and Sony America
How would you like to have the name Olaf Olofsson? How did that happen? Like if your last name is Olofsson,
Oh my fucking god, dude.
right? Would you name your kid Olaf? Like my last name is Burnell. Would I name my like Burn Burnell or Bernie Burnell? No. I would not name my son Burn.
You're
or
not
Bernie
gonna
Burnell.
have children though.
Olaf
So shut the
Olofsson,
fuck up
poor
and move
guy.
on.
Mickey Schulhoff met with Sega
Olaf,
America
I love him.
Kalinske. According to Kalinske, they said, Tom, we really don't like Nintendo. You don't like Nintendo. We have this little studio down in Santa Monica working on video games, and we don't know what to do with it. We'd like Sega's help in training our guys, and we think the optical disc will be the best format. Kalinske agreed, and the two companies began working closely. They invested in two developers working on CD games,
This is fucking
ImageSoft
terrible.
and Digital Pictures.
Why Digital Pictures? There's not a single good Digital Pictures game. They're all made by the same like studio, and they're all bad. Like they're friggin' so terrible, those games. Corpse Killer, the stupid Slam City, which is the basketball game.
Slam.
the Supreme Warrior game. Like they're all awful. Why did they invest all this money in Digital Pictures? It's
Yeah,
so weird.
I'm listening to
Digital
elevator
Pictures
music.
There you go,
would
Night
later
Trap.
release the infamous Night Trap. Eventually,
stupid.
engineers from Sega and Sony began working together on specifications for a CD-based video game console. The idea was then pitched to Ken Kutaragi of Sony of Japan, the man behind Sony's PlayStation project. According to Tom Kalinske, he said that it was great, and as we all lose money on hardware, let's jointly market a single system, the Sega Sony hardware system. And whatever loss that we make, we split that loss. It was an exciting opportunity for both parties, but Tom Kalinske still had one final roadblock. Sega of Japan. When it was pitched to Sega of Japan, they turned it down. They said, that's a stupid idea. Sony doesn't know how to make hardware.
I don't think
They
I
don't know
want
how to
to.
make software either. Why would we want to do this?
Wow.
Since Nintendo and Sega rejected them, Sony decided to go solo.
And there you go. And there's the PlayStation.
Okay, and now move
All right,
forward.
so what's their third failure? The surprise Sega Saturn launch. Okay. Let's find out about that.
On
Came out of
November
nowhere.
22nd, 1994, Sega launched their brand new 32-bit console, the Sega Saturn, in Japan. Initial sales were good. Sega sold 500,000 systems in the first month, thanks in large part to the popularity of the launch title, Virtua Fighter. The North American launch was set for the following year, in September of 1995. A massive $50 million advertising campaign was prepared to show off the Saturn. Sega of America wanted to appeal to an older crowd and show off the raw power of the system. But Sega of Japan president Hayao Nakayama grew nervous. The Sony PlayStation was slowly beginning to outsell the Sega Saturn in Japan, despite the Saturn launching
Just
2
nodding
weeks
his head.
earlier. Nakayama ordered Sega of America president Tom Kalinske to launch the system in May, 4 months ahead of schedule. Kalinske warned Nakayama that having a surprise launch could jeopardize the system's success in North America, but Nakayama refused to budge. On May 11th, 1995, at the
What the
inaugural
fuck is this?
E3 Expo in
That
Los
was,
Angeles,
no lie, that's what E3 used to be. It used to be a bunch of dancing girls and booth babes and bullshit.
That sounds
That's
good.
what E3 was at one point.
What are you, some kind of homo or something?
This?
Tom Kalinske previewed the Sega Saturn and several software titles. At the end of his presentation, he announced the Sega Saturn was available immediately at several large retailers, including Toys R Us and Software Etc. The cost? $399.
Woo!
The announcement surprised everyone. But at the next presentation, Sony delivered one of the most iconic and savage moments in video game history. After discussing their new PlayStation console and the technical details,
that shit
Sony
in Comic
Electronic
Sans?
Publishing President Olaf Olofsson called up Sony Computer Entertainment of America President Steve Race to give a brief presentation. Race had a lengthy speech prepared, but at the last minute, he ditched it. Race went up to the podium and uttered one word.
$299.
It was the price heard round the world. Sega's launch of the Saturn made
Looks a little different than E3 used to look recently, right? With big giant stage and everything. It was just a bunch of guys in suits standing at a podium talking like it's a business presentation, right?
have surprised everyone, but that surprise eventually led to anger. Many consumers who were saving money for the Sega Saturn weren't ready to make the purchase.
Right.
The promise of 20 launch titles shrunk down to 6.
And they're all terrible. Take a
I
look.
don't know that. I love Pebble Beach golf.
Worldwide soccer.
Worldwide
Daytona is a good
football.
game. I don't know what the hell Clockwork Knight even
Clock
is.
Knight
It looks terrible.
and
Virtua
Digiman.
Fighter is probably the roughest looking 3D fighter ever, and Panzer Dragoon is okay. So it's not even a good launch lineup there. That's a terrible launch lineup.
Only big retailers received shipments of the Sega Saturn, which angered the smaller retailers. KB Toys refused to carry the Sega Saturn as a result. Even developers were annoyed. The surprise launch threw development schedules completely out of whack. The Sega Saturn didn't launch with a single third-party game. It was also notoriously difficult to program games for the system.
Missed.
Even Sega's own Yu Suzuki stated, "I think that only 1 out of 100 programmers are good enough to properly program the Saturn."
Sounds like a skill
With
issue to
limited
me.
supply and a hefty price tag, Sega's 4-month head start resulted in about 80,000 units sold.
This is the worst video I've ever
PlayStation
seen in my
finally
entire
launched
life,
in
including
September
beheading
of
videos.
1995, it sold 100,000 units in 2 days. It was $100 cheaper than the Saturn and had a great variety of launch titles. Said Tom Kalinske,
All right, we don't have to watch any more of that. That is a big mistake. I honestly am surprised he did not say the Sega Dreamcast basically having no level of copy protection at a time when the internet was becoming prominent for file sharing.
What?
Because that was the downfall of the Dreamcast. Everyone bought the Dreamcast. You could go online and you could find every Dreamcast game ROM for free.
How would you know
Burn
that?
it to a CD and play all the games. You literally never had to buy a game for Dreamcast ever. They were all just prominently available, and they
Prominently
never stopped. Like, you never got taken
available.
down. You could just do it forever. So no one ever bought Dreamcast games. They just bought the console and ripped everything off. So, all right. Anyway, thanks for the beginning.
I
A
just
great
bought my
beginning.
PlayStation in
I
Thailand,
hope you
and
guys
then
are
I got
enjoying.
the same
Remember, if
experience.
you want to
So
be part
fuck
of the
you.
fun, please become a member today, and I'll see you all in part 2. All right, cool. We're gonna get to part 2. I just want to stretch my legs for a second.
All right, goodbye.
Cool.
Ew. Roar. 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 I'm a dinosaur. Roar.
All right. So thank you guys so far. Let's take a look at how we're doing. Over 300 viewers. Thank you. Again, this show.
Is that a lot?
I'm so used to this show having like 200
Over
viewers.
300 viewers,
I'm
wow.
happy to have over 300 viewers, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me here
I
every
love
Sunday.
you.
I really appreciate that.
Oh my God.
94 likes. We can get it to 100 likes, please. That would be great.
Come on, guys.
We got a
Let's
few
get
super
you
chats
100.
and a few gifted memberships. Thank you for that. Any contributions to this channel are greatly appreciated. Okay. Okay. Let's continue.
Are they? Okay, go to the
Hello,
next video.
everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 80. Let's jump further into the Ultra member submissions for the week since we have to move here. Let's see what we've got.
It's the
Burgers
Googa
are
Foods.
delicious.
Oh, this is the Slayer video.
Very
God
delicious
damn
of
it.
Burgers that it is insane. But
Damn, this guy's voice is so deep, but I can barely hear it. Like, I gotta up my TV speakers to hear. You guys let me know if you can hear this guy or not. I'm having some problems. I gotta
I'm
up my
hearing
TV
him
speakers.
fine. Can
today
you shut
I'm
up?
gonna be cooking something we've never had before. As everything starts off with this, the meats.
Wow.
And you can already tell what they
Look at
are.
that.
Where's the
Ostrich,
bat?
wild
Where's the
boar,
bat meat, you
goose.
fucking racist?
We can obviously see who his sponsor is, right? It's a little parent whose sponsor is for this video, correct?
This on the supermarket. I said, you know what? I must have it. I have no idea. I've never tried anything like it. Except obviously wild boar, which I'm assuming is going to taste very similar to pork. But the
Wow.
other two, have you ever had ostrich? How about kangaroo?
I've never had any of these.
I didn't even know you can eat kangaroo.
course you
But
can.
apparently you do.
I thought,
the first
I
time
thought they were very gamey or something. Oh wait, or was that like
You
emo
can
or
literally
something?
eat anything. You can eat humans, just don't tell anyone. All right, don't take that advice. That's bad advice.
was the ostrich. I thought it was gonna be like chicken. No. This is like beef. Check out the texture.
Yeah, why would it be like
That was
chicken? It
quite
looks just like
surprising
beef.
Make
to
sure
me.
you throw whatever you have
Like,
left
wait
into the
Find
trash
out how it's
can.
gonna taste. Because the next thing to do is to go ahead and make some balls. I'll be making
Some
each
balls.
individual one
Very low
3
fat, though.
ounces.
You see that?
What?
Very low fat, because the fat would be like the pockets of white.
You can tell this is low fat just by looking at this. Okay.
It doesn't look like it has. It must be a very lean meat.
Next up, the wild
Yeah,
boar.
well,
As
your
you can
wife was a
clearly
lean
see,
meat.
the color is very different. And I
Yeah.
believe that's because
Look,
of the
pork.
amount of fat it has. Ostrich is lean and wild boar is not.
Boar is the same family as pork, so it's going to be a fattier meat. Exactly. It's going to be a different color.
So I went ahead and moved on to the next step and made some balls. Because if I'm being completely honest, I was more excited about this one. Kangaroo. Yeah, take a look at it. It also feels like beef. The texture is quite similar. And I have absolutely no idea
That's got like 0 fat. Look, there's like 0 fat in that meat. It's so lean. So he's got to be careful when he cooks that one.
what to expect. But the hope
Why?
is that it's going
What?
to turn out good. Because once I was done with all of my balls, check it out. They are now ready to be cooked. And I cannot wait to find out which one is going to taste best. Now, in order to have good burgers, you gotta make a sauce. This one is quite simple. Into a bowl, I threw in some mayo, followed by mustard, ketchup, and Worcestershire sauce. Mix that up real
Where's
good.
the
and
sugar, idiot?
It's that simple.
Bro,
Just
you're making a
taste it
sauce
and
without like a
very
fucking
good.
ton of sugar in it?
Go ahead
Fuck
and
you.
make a simple side dish. And this one is simple to make and very delicious. And here's how I did it. Into a bowl, I combined some Swiss cheese, followed by mozzarella and Parmesan cheese. Mixed all of the cheeses together
lot of
and set it
cheese,
aside.
jeez.
Then I went ahead and got some
Yeah.
pepperoni. The nice thick one but very thin slices. As now into a baking sheet, I set down some parchment
thick, but
paper.
it's
Then
thin.
I added a generous amount of the cheese mix, followed by 1 slice of pepperoni cheese.
So he's making a cheese saucer? Like, what would you even call that? A cheese saucer with a piece of pepperoni. It's basically pizza without dough. That's exactly what he did. Doughless pizza, I guess you call that.
Right on top. Once that was done, into the oven it goes at 350 degrees Fahrenheit. As once the cheese is fully melted,
like those
take it
cheese
out
crisps.
and don't touch it. You want to let
sell
the
them
whole
at
thing
Costco.
cool down and get
Don't touch it, you son of a bitch! I saw you touching the turkey at Thanksgiving before it was ready. Get your filthy
crispy.
hands off.
The longer it sits, the crispier. Once they're nice and cool, all there's left to do is to plate them up, add a tiny bit of chives
That is-
right on
I'm
top
gonna be
for
honest, that's a
color
lot
and
of- that's pretty
flavor,
weird,
and that
dude.
is today's side dish. And I think they're gonna go perfectly along with our burgers.
Would you eat that? Would you just eat a big thing of cheese?
Yeah,
with
I would.
pepperoni on it?
Yes.
I want something more of substance.
Oh, shut the
Something
fuck
with
up.
bread. I don't know if I would just.
I need carbo cry crepes. And you got those
You know,
carbo
that would
cry
probably be
crepes?
good on a burger. Like if you put that on a burger, maybe. But I don't know if I would just want to eat that. Too much cheese.
Talking about that, don't forget what type of burgers these are. Let's just call them exotic. Because now that I have
Exotic.
everything ready, to make them even better, I'll be definitely adding some cheese and that
Excuse me.
beautiful sauce I just made. As now I say, it is enough talking and it is time to make some smash burgers. So let's do it.
No! He's gonna make smash burgers again?
Oh,
come
no.
on. Why is this guy infatuated with smash burgers?
I don't know.
I hate the idea of a smash burger.
Hey, Slayer
good
told
burger
you to
needs
not be
medium,
prejudiced.
Medium rare. And it needs to not be smashed to retain the natural flavor and juice. If you smash
It needs the
burger,
juice.
you're literally exploding all of that flavor and juice out of the burger. And I get that it's a fad, but it's a fad. A real gourmet burger, especially he spent a lot of money on this meat, right? This exotic meat. And he's gonna make a smash burger out of it? Oh, come on.
Oh,
This is
come on,
killing me.
Billy.
This is the second video of him doing smash burgers that I've been watching.
Yeah, we'll blame
And
Slayer.
I'm like, this is really bothering me.
ESP's like, hey, can you stop sending videos about shitty Singapore? And this is what he gets
too
instead.
Thin. It's too thin. All the juice.
Call the juice. Turn on the ovens. We got all the juice.
So, no lie, Those burgers are 100% well done, through and through. There's not any pink inside of that because he crushed the burger and all the juice was lost. And I get it. Like, here's what's going to happen. With this burger, you're going to taste a ton of cheese. You're going to taste the sauce, right? But you're going to have a hard time honing in on the flavor of the meat because you squeezed all of the moisture out of it. So I just don't understand the smash burger fad. I just don't.
I squeeze that. That looks fine. What are you complaining about? What moisture?
This experiment is either going to be really good or really bad, everybody. And before the taste testing, I just want to give you guys a quick reminder that all of
that I'm begging. Buy my grill brush. Buy my griddle kit. I use it to squish burgies. Look at this. It's green ice cream and meatballs. Buy it today for $34.99. Hello?
That's terrible, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. All right.
Beautiful burgers with a nice side dish, gentlemen. What do you guys think, huh?
It feels like fast food today.
It needs more carbohydrates.
Pizza-like.
So this is basically our side dish here today, but it's not about the side dish.
Exactly.
It's all about...
I would assume he just makes a side dish every episode because it has nothing to do with the subject matter of the video.
The burgers. Each individual burger is slightly different than the other. I really want to know your opinion.
Okay, we gotta watch
Tell
that
me
shit
if
after.
it tastes better
Like a
or
minute clip. I'm
or
gonna go
I
find
don't
it.
know.
I mean, okay, you're making me a little bit scared, but if there's burgers in front of me, that means
I have a sudden desire to watch that shit.
right? There's gotta be some sort of experiment.
We'll find out right now. Enough talking. Let's dig in. We're gonna start in the middle. Please, Leo, go ahead and grab yours. Okay. How does it smell? Does it smell any different?
It smells like a cheeseburger. Yum, yum.
Everything in
No, see, here's the thing. You smashed
It makes
the
me want to
burger,
eat.
So when you did that, you actually destroyed any of the aroma that the meat would have had.
What?
If you had left
That's
it like
not-
a nice
what?
medium rare burger, and you cut into it, you would have had that juicy pink and all that flavor and scent. And by crushing the burger, you
Juicy
literally
scent.
squeezed it out of it. So it's not going to smell any different. All you're going to smell is cheese and bread because you did that.
the sauce and the cheese.
I
But
feel like maybe a little bit. I don't really smell a
Something's wrong with
difference,
this
but
guy.
it looks different.
I think he's just scared, everybody. Well, enough talking. Let's give it a go. Give me your honest opinion.
Show
Cheers,
us the burger.
everybody.
No.
Cheers.
Show us the... See, they didn't show us the cross section.
The
Show me
crabs.
the color of the meat in that burger. You notice it's hidden? We didn't get to see the color of the meat. I guarantee you that shit is well done. I guarantee it.
Okay, what does that have to do with that shit though? That they cooked it a certain way?
That is a lot better than I expected. What do you guys think, huh?
I can't tell if it's just that I'm this hungry or if this burger is that good. It's very bold, it's very in your face, and I actually am a big fan of this. I
yummy.
don't know what the
Yeah,
hell.
look, the meat is totally gray. I was 100% correct.
It's like a million miles away.
He squeezed any of the you know what I'm saying? Oh, man.
They squeezed the juice.
Here's the thing.
Squeeze
when
the
you smash
juice,
burgers,
honey.
What you end up getting is like a char on the outside of the burger. I think that's what a lot of people like. When you bite into it, you're gonna get like a crispiness on the edge of the burger, and that itself can be pretty tasty. I've had burgers like that, and I really liked them. But the experiment was to taste the gourmet meat. I would have totally done it medium
They
rare.
should have just ate it raw with a spoon then, like sashimi. You want to taste the fucking exotic meat, bro?
What's going on in here? You expect a patty to taste how you're used to.
But a good weird in a good way.
But this is a good weird.
Very successful, the very first one. And
Yep, look, take a look at the burger. It's completely gray. I was right.
in order to
Yep.
clean...
That's not great, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't
Now,
care
this is
about the side dish.
100%
We can
just
skip the
cheese
side dish.
and
Oh, my carbohydrates.
Try it out.
Oh, he showed the
Because
cross
I want to go
section.
on the next one, and this one
Hold
we're
on.
going to go for next.
It's great.
Grab
The
yours,
cross
sir.
section.
I want to know how this one tastes.
Look,
This one's more like-
Are you kidding me?
What? What's wrong with it?
That is so overdone. That is so overcooked.
I don't know if you want to eat this shit like raw though. Maybe it's got parasites or something.
Look at it. You can even see that it's dry.
Hello?
Just looking at it, you can see that it's dry. Okay, again, if you like the cheese and the sauce, and you don't really care about the flavor of the meat, I actually think that the smash burger would be fine. But he has crushed the flavor out of the burger.
My flavor,
You can see
it's
it.
been
Look at that.
crushed.
It looks dry as hell, and it's gray. It's not the color of you would want to eat meat.
This one looks like
Look
beef.
at the burger.
How do you know it's not beef?
I can smell this one. This one don't smell like beef.
Smells like your mom.
Damn, that pussy nice.
This one smells a little strange.
All right, let's find out how it tastes. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Huh. Oh, that's different.
That's very different.
It's not that bad.
I don't think it's bad at all.
No, it's not bad at all, but I'm just looking for some fat.
Yeah, I will say it needs a little bit of juice.
I'm just a big fan.
Yeah, because you crushed it, dude. See? He crushed the meat, and it's already a very lean meat. The boar is a fatty meat because it's in the pig family, so it was okay. He smashed the ostrich, and the ostrich is already a lean meat. He crushed all the fat and juice that was in it out of it. So
Dude,
it's a
you've
dry
never had
burger.
ostrich before, though. How do you know how to cook it?
He's confirming what I've been
How
saying.
do you know the best way to cook ostrich?
The last one was juicy. This one is less juicy. There's less moisture in it, but the flavor is actually better for me.
It's not bad, but it's definitely not my favorite from the previous one. All right, before you go ahead and finish the rest, let's go ahead and try the last one. This one
Kangaroo.
I'm mostly curious
This also should be dry because this looked like it was the leanest of all the three meats, right?
about. How does that one smell and how does that one look?
It looks like
Crikey, it smells like an old didgeridoo.
That's even drier and worse than the ostrich because he smashed it. Oh, man. I just... Again, it seems to me, this guy, if he's selling products at Walmart, this guy's a big following, right? But to me, this is like blasphemy. Like, I would never
cook my kangaroo like this.
I don't know, man.
Okay, your kangaroo blasphemy.
I don't know.
Great.
It looks bad to me. It looks dry.
Rare or
Very
something?
dry.
I can't really smell anything on this one.
Let's give it a
Fucking
try and see
asshole,
how
bro.
it tastes.
I got nothing.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yummy.
Oh, this is dry.
This tastes like my turkey dogs.
What did I just fucking say?
Oh, is he going to
What
kill
did
himself?
I just say?
Where are you going?
What did I just say?
Catherine
did I
doing $10.
just fucking
Honey,
say?
stop watching this stupid video and go buy me some boigas. Some fucking boigas.
Told you. I told
I'll do it during
you.
my next break,
People in
honey.
chat are arguing with me. I told you. He goes, oh, it's so dry. Yeah, because you smashed it.
Yeah, because
you smashed the burger.
You smashed the burger.
Weird. That's
Look what I can
exactly
do.
the right name.
It's as lean as the last burger that we had. There's almost no juice that comes out of this freaking thing. It's more balanced and it's good, but different.
It doesn't taste bad. I like it. Yeah, I think this would go really well with a regular burger because it is leaner and it is a little bit less juicy.
So you guys
See?
are all correct.
See?
None of these
See?
are actually beef. So let me ask you a question. The very first one was extremely fatty. What did you think it was?
Maybe pork?
Good. You're in the right direction. It was actually wild boar.
Okay.
Oh,
The second meat, what did you think
Are
it
those
was?
the boar that they shoot from helicopters in Texas?
No,
That's
not at
pretty
all.
cool.
It was actually ostrich.
Although I heard they're full of parasites and very
you
gamey.
love ostrich.
but it's a bird. It
Yes.
didn't even look like white
It's not
meat.
white meat. It's actually red meat. Exactly. So
I feel uncomfortable that I like it.
the very last one, which is the most exotic burger we have today, is kangaroo.
I'm not gonna lie. Kangaroo tastes pretty good.
These are some exotic meats.
All
Not gonna lie.
Well,
NGL.
feel like
I
if you're
heart
gonna do a
kangaroo.
taste test, right? Then doing, not smashing the burger would have been the best thing to do because two of them were so dry because he smashed them, And that's my take. Again, a good smash burger. You know what I think smash burger? I think you actually don't have so good meat. The meat you have isn't that good. So what you want to do is you want to smash it so it melds in with the cheese and the sauce. So now you're hiding the fact that the beef doesn't taste so good, but it tastes good. Like that's what I would want to make a smash burger. I wouldn't want to do that with high-end meat. Like I wouldn't buy Kobe beef, right?
Kobe
I wouldn't be
beef.
buying grass-fed bison meat and then smash burgering it. I would only do it with
Grass-fed
low-grade
bison
and
meat isn't
smash burger
particularly
makes
expensive
sense.
though, so.
It seems like these guys, this is their shtick. Like they love smash burgers, so they just smash the fuck out of every burger. I don't think that's the right way to go about it. You can disagree. Still a good video though.
In a moment, we're going to play you a song, and it's going to be your challenge to reimagine the song as an instrumental jazz piece.
Yeah, just real quick,
Okay, we need to figure out this food bullshit. Toki, Squiscar, you did some online food research. Let's hear it.
Okay, everyone says on this page that we got to cut out them carbohydrates.
Yeah, no more of them carbohydrates.
What are carbohydrates?
Oh, like pescetti,
Breads,
pepper towels,
Kleenex and napkins.
Oh, it's easy. No more of that stuff. That's cool,
I know you. We don't have a ton of time.
So
'cause
it's
I know you got a
Nirvana
gig tonight,
on the
so-
spot.
Yeah,
we gotta go and actually play like a
jazz gig.
Final performance. Here you go. I just want to hear the final performance. They're gonna cover Nirvana. Here we go. Damn, this guy's good. Damn, this guy's real good. He's going crazy.
He's going crazy.
He's a master of his craft.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, thank you for 100 likes.
He's a master of his craft. Now, guys.
Enjoying DSP versus the internet. Please like the video.
Trying to listen to this guy play stand-up bass, you prick. Shut the fuck up.
He's going crazy.
Imagine playing without
Which
frets.
Nirvana song is this? Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know what the song is. Oh, shit. Oh, that's Schnazzy Nirvana.
Schnazzy Nirvana?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ready? Wait, I got a new complaint. Real music. It's rare these days to get any attention on real music. I wonder how this video did.
That's not true.
2 million views! Yes! Respect for real musicians. 2 million views only 2 weeks ago. I am so happy to see that because so much music today is manufactured music and fake and made it synthed in a studio. And these guys are getting exposure and getting good views on amazing music. They absolutely deserve it. They're crushing it here. I'm really happy to see that this video did well like that.
I love music. All right.
Can you imagine if he was like, if he had friends and they invited him to a club, and he's like,
yeah,
he's kind of just standing there, he's just doing this shit.
That is correct. Air Wagner says this is great, but they don't get that the song's about suffering. You're absolutely right.
Oh no.
Remixing a song like this or redoing it in a different style, it's cool because you get to hear it completely reimagined, but obviously the point behind the song is lost. It's about pain and depression and, you know, messed up stuff. Correct. It certainly doesn't have that vibe anymore. You've lost the vibe. Burner says, I don't trust any man who blows into a horn. Why? He's blowing. He's not sucking. He's blowing.
I love eating cock.
They're doing these riffs. You can tell he's doing it on the fly.
Yeah, they're in the pocket. Shut the fuck up. Just listen to the fucking music. Jesus.
All right, I vibed. I like it, but I do want to move on. It's a lot of the same.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
But it's very
okay,
nice.
yeah.
I really.
But, big ups to the musicians.
They're called Ulysses Owens is the group. The last time Ulysses visited Dromea, we challenged him to make up his own drum part for In Bloom by Nirvana. This time we brought his jazz ensemble Generation Y. So the name of the group is Generation Y. Check out their stuff. They were really good. Cool.
Have you guys a copyright detection message?
We've got a few different models.
I don't know.
That's way too loud now. That's way too
I don't
loud.
know, that
Hold
seems
on.
like it's free money
guys
for
let me
you,
know if it
and I
sounds
do
too
not
loud
give
on
you
stream.
fucking
For how
free
they
money.
make money with
Looks pretty
video
loud.
games. One is you buy the game and you get the game.
Hey, how
This
about
is
side bet if he
All right, let's
doesn't
skip
get a
to when
copyright
he actually talks about
message?
games.
Let's do that.
The day before. Oh, we already know about the day before. It never even really existed, right? Like it's not done. It's an unfinished game.
Number 10. Yeah, this is all opinion, but I think a lot of people are going to agree with this opinion. The Day Before. One of the most hyped games of all time. And the number one most wish-listed.
I didn't even hear about it until
Oh my God,
I heard about the controversy about it, that it wasn't real. It was like a fake game or whatever.
Yeah, like your
I never heard
memberships.
about the game before. Maybe because it was a PC-based game, perhaps.
But now you have a PC, so you can be part of the PC Master Race.
There were a lot of expectations going into the Day Before when it came out into early access.
Dude, he's playing Call of Duty on his PC with a controller. Just blow
4
my
days
brains
later,
out now.
Developer Fantastic announced they were closing. So what happened? Well, to make a long story short, the game was beyond terrible. It was an unfinished mess that was nothing like the game they were advertising. It was supposed to be an open world survival MMO, but what came out was an extremely bare bones extraction shooter that was horribly buggy, unbalanced, and just all around terrible. Now, this isn't to say people were not skeptical about the game going in. I mean, the game they were promising was
Can we
going to
go back to the jazz music?
Escape from Tarkov
I fucking
and
hate
MMO
these
off the
like
Binding of
game
Isaac,
list
which
shit.
is insanely ambitious, right?
And they were a new studio. It wasn't like they had a track record of making good games. So
Like
the
you
fact that
don't even play games anymore. Your entire stream schedule is drama shit. You're not a gamer anymore.
I don't know about. Oh, Abandoned never came out. So here we go. It doesn't even exist, I don't think.
Terrible. At number 9 is Abandoned. Even though it was just a basic demo, the influence of PT, the playable teaser for Silent Hills, was huge. The game it was meant to advertise never came out, but the internet was voracious for some kind of follow-up or spiritual successor. Enter Abandoned. These sort of PT-likes are a dime a dozen, but Abandoned had one thing these games didn't. It got featured on the PlayStation blog back in 2021.
Whoa, the PlayStation blog?
Gave the
Whoa.
project an unearned credibility that a lot of folks got invested in, maybe too invested, in fact. They started coming up with all these elaborate conspiracy theories about
that
how
was funny.
Hideo Kojima was actually involved, how it was
A dime and
secretly
a
some kind
dozen.
of teaser for a new Kojima project. There was even an entire Reddit community built around looking for Easter eggs and talking about rumors. In hindsight, a lot of the stuff posted there was facetious, but there were definitely people who bought into the whole thing. The developer
What?
site, a lot of the stuff posted there was facetious, but there were definitely people who bought into the whole thing. The developers, for their part, seemed to encourage these rumors, although they really didn't have anything to do with Kojima Productions,
Treating
and
serious
certainly
issues
didn't have
with
access to the
deliberately
Silent Hill
inappropriate
license. It
humor.
was just a regular old PT ripoff with
Facetious.
an ambitious trailer that probably wasn't.
No, it's
realistic.
facetious, right?
I say probably because Abandoned was, well,
What the fuck
abandoned
is facetious?
on March 31st, 2022. The developers, Blue Box, said the game was delayed indefinitely, even though they previously were teasing a release of the prologue. Nothing ever came out. The devs disappeared in the night. The whole thing ended up being a waste of time. So what was the point? Maybe it was just for the clout. There were a lot of reports of the main dev's toxic behavior.
I don't know. I hear a word I've never heard about before. I look it up and it gives me
What's weird
facetious.
is, At one point, it seemed like the dev was
I
trying
just
to
feel like
buy
if
into
you
the
like
conspiracy
write a
theories,
script
like
and you
actually
read
attack
it,
for the game off
you might
of the
want to
conspiracy
proofread it.
theories. But if there was no real intention to make a full game to begin with, then what was the point of even doing that? It's just the whole thing just seemed really bizarre. I don't know. Maybe the guy just wanted some clout or something. Who knows?
Yeah. Imagine wanting it. Imagine wanting
What is
clout.
this one?
Number 8?
Oh no.
Number
What game
8?
is this?
Number 8?
And number 8 is Helldivers 2, or its real name, Figurality. Yes, the popular online multiplayer shooter Helldivers 2 is actually a scam. You heard it here first, folks. We're coming for you, Arrowhead Game Studios. No. We're not talking about Helldivers 2, the real Helldivers 2. We're talking about Figurality. Yes, the Steam page looks identical to Helldivers 2 with the same art, same developer, and even lists Sony as the publisher. The price seems a little off, though. 75% discount on launch day seems pretty sketchy, but whatever. Then you actually launch the game to find out it's shovelware disguised as Helldivers 2.
Artificially
This is one of the
created or
many,
developed a
many
largely
so-called fake
fictitious
game scams that have
national
been
identity.
popping up on Steam. The trick here is that shovelware devs disguise their crappy games as an actual popular game and try to make the store page look as close
he
as
like
possible
combined
to
those
the
two
real game,
words.
in hopes of duping people into buying the.
Well, how do they do that? And how can you use someone else's art and everything? That's illegal.
Wait a minute,
So how
didn't
did
you
they get away with
steal? Didn't you steal Meerkat's thumbnail?
That's bizarre that no one
Or
caught
that
it.
other guy?
Game.
I don't know who actually made
It's
it.
an absurd
It's one of those
strategy given Steam offers refunds, but I guess they're hoping to catch people who are really clueless about anything computer related, because otherwise you press the refund button. I mean, I know it's more than just a button, but it's not a lot more. Like, nobody's gonna turn on this piece of crap and think it's Helldivers 2 for real.
That's just weird that they did that, and I don't even know how you get away with it, right? Okay.
And number 7 is Curiosity. What's inside the cube? Oh, Peter Molyneux.
What's in
It
the
almost
cube?
feels
What's in the
cliche
cube?
to call one of his games a scam. Now, the thing is, most of the time, even if you don't like the game, no matter
What if
how
I go
much
live?
a whole bunch of
Oh my
cubes
God,
at
he's
once,
still watching.
that's the whole game. The selling point here is not the gameplay, though. It is the potential reward that one lucky player would get for being the one to reach the center of the cube. So the whole game was a collaborative effort
What?
as everyone peeled away the layers of these cubes by clicking. So eventually there would be one person who'd hit the center, and according to Peter, the reward would be life-changing. So what was the reward? It was to make the winner the God of Gods in Peter's other terrible unfinished game, Goddess.
What?
And they would get 1% of the revenue earned by Goddess, which sounds like a pretty sweet deal. But the actual winner of Curiosity never did see a cent, and the whole God of God things was utterly pointless. Apparently, the person who was meant to keep in contact with the winner was let go, and nobody filled in for them. So they stopped contacting the winner, even though that was the whole point. Which, I mean, that sucks.
Wow.
That's really scummy. The 1% of the revenue of the game they were supposed to get, they did not get. Also, they closed down Goddess, and it wasn't profitable anyway, so no money for you. So this life-changing prize ended up.
Could he have sued? Probably. He probably could have sued, but at that point, since the studios are closing and everything, I guess what are you going to get? Oh, look, you sued, and now you can get the broken office chairs that are left behind. Great. So he got the shaft. He got the royal shaft.
Yeah.
What is this?
Common scam games is the crypto game where you're not just having fun,
Wait a
you're
minute.
also investing.
But where's
in possibly
WWE
earning
champions
from
on this
playing or
list?
What the
something
hell?
like that. Listen, the end game here is vague. It's mostly a lot of NFT and cryptocurrency gobbledygook. But the actual games are just slapped together asset flips using a generic third-person shooter Unreal template and a few random things purchased off the asset store to make potential investors think it's a real game. That's how most of these things go. But Vage Strike stands out a little bit more. The gameplay's actually
more.
decent. It seems to have had actual artists work on it, so what gives? Credit to this story goes through fellow YouTuber John, who's doing God's work playing through all these awful crypto games so nobody else has to. They've been doing this for a
And then
while
you get
now,
to make
but
content on
recently
it.
found Vage Strike, and the relative quality of the game has
Reap
them
the
curious. So
rewards.
they dug through the game files and found a file with a Steam app ID, even though Vage Strike is an Epic Store exclusive, and discovered through looking through the ID number that all the games actually came from a game called Red Eclipse. As it turns out, the makers of Vage Strike just stole the game wholesale.
Is that what content is in current year? It's just derivatives of derivatives.
The thing
of
is,
derivatives
Red
of
Eclipse
derivatives.
was an open source game. They allow for people to use their assets. People can even sell them. Literally, all the Vage Strike devs had to do was attribute the original developers, but they couldn't even bother doing that. Probably because they were trying to scam investors into thinking that they made this game.
Wow. I don't think I would ever be involved in a crypto game. Sounds too much of a risk to me and too many underhanded people messing around with stuff. There's still a lot of these. This is a very long video.
Yeah, let's go to the next
We
one.
watched about half of it.
Yep.
So I think that's good.
I've met my
We'll just see what's the
contractual
number one
obligation.
Let's find out what's number one.
WWE Champions time.
Project Phoenix.
And at number 1 is Project Phoenix. At a certain point, the difference between an intentional scam and criminal negligence is almost non-existent, a very blurry line. Sometimes a project can just be run so poorly it doesn't matter if the original plan was to waste everyone's time and money, or if they were really trying to do something, because wasting everybody's time and money is the outcome either way. Now, there's nothing that directly proves Project Phoenix, Kickstarter's first Japan-based video game project, was a scam. All the biggest allegations against the project were proven to be false, but man, people donated over $1 million to this thing.
Yeesh.
It was one of the most successful early Kickstarter/crowdfunding games out there, but years went by with absolutely zero progress. So much emphasis was placed on a single god programmer who was meant to do the entire project, but when they got steady work elsewhere, it just seems like everything stopped. That's when the whole Tiny Metal controversy, this other game that was meant to be a spiritual successor to Advance Wars, popped up on Kickstarter saying it was being made by a team out in Los Angeles, but years later people found out it was actually another game made by the Project Phoenix guy, made by a second team he had formed. Many backers assumed they were taking money meant for Project Phoenix and using it for Tiny Metal, because what the hell, where is Phoenix in all this? You're just working for a new game in secret now? The Project Phoenix guy was able to prove they hadn't misappropriated backer money at the time. They still held
You know when you're on like a really long flight, like a 12-hour flight, like an international flight,
on Tiny
and you're
Metal
like
was
going over the
completely
Pacific
different,
Ocean.
but the whole situation was
and you're
really
like, okay,
sketchy.
we're 1 hour into the
Tiny
flight.
Metal eventually came out, and
And
they
you,
even
like,
made a
look at your
sequel,
watch, and
but
it's like, oh,
Project
we're an
Phoenix
hour
is
and
still
5
nowhere to
minutes
be
into the
seen.
flight.
They never
Oh,
officially
shit.
announced the project ending. They just stopped.
You look at your
That's
watch,
gotta be
we're an
bad.
hour and 7
Over
minutes
$1
into the
million
flight.
invested, and then the game never even came out? Yeah. That's rough. Right? I mean, how do you just pocket that money? I mean, even if they misappropriated it, aren't they at least at some way responsible for putting something out since they took all that money? I wonder how these crowdfunding websites work and what their terms of service are and stuff, right?
Right.
All right. Well, we're still in the midst of the Ultra member submissions. We continue on in the next part. I hope to see you all there. Thanks for watching DSP versus the Internet. I'll be right back. Okay. Cool. Little quick break here just to stretch again. Thanks everyone for chilling with me. 364 viewers again for this show. That's great. Thank you guys. We're at 129 likes. If you're having a good time,
I thought you were
please
asking,
hit the like button.
you were
Let's
asking
get
for
to
100.
150 likes this afternoon. It'll help this channel a
Oh, you were
lot
asking.
to get a boost today to lead in to my react of my documentary starting tomorrow. And any support would be greatly appreciated. We got $13 of super chats. It would be great. Maybe hit like $25. We got 12 members. Maybe great to get like 15.
like 15,
we already
12,
exceeded the tips goal earlier on the
25,
podcast, but anything would be
a billion.
appreciated.
Oh, what's the
Nothing has come in during the show so far, so anything, guys, would be great. And thank you.
That's cool. And he wanted,
Let me just go ahead and stretch.
and he
again.
wanted Hello June the King to cover this bit, this positive bit. Very cool, man.
Yeah, Mighty Number 9. Like, I actually liked it, but I wasn't involved in all the controversy around it. Like, I didn't invest in it to make it happen. I just bought it after the fact or whatever.
Okay.
So to me, I guess it wasn't a big deal, but I guess a lot of people invested a ton into Mighty Number 9 and were so disappointed with the final product when it came out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Clap.
Let's continue. Let's keep moving. Here we go.
All right, good video coming up. Come on, good video.
Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 80, everyone. We are still amongst the Ultra member submissions, so let's keep moving forward. In fact, let's take a quick look at how many we have left. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more videos. So yeah, we've got to keep this moving. Here we go.
There's a new Tales game?
Tales of Grace's F Remastered announcement trailer.
Oh, this is a
Okay.
remaster?
I've never played a Tales of Grace's game, so I don't know anything about the franchise.
I wouldn't abandon you, no matter what.
I won't abandon you. I love you.
From now on, no matter what happens, the three of us will always be friends.
I love you.
We will always be friends.
You said that really creepy.
The faster we finish this war,
and they grow
the
up.
sooner peace will be restored to our land. I'll do whatever I can to make that happen.
Remastered.
My name's Ichigo.
When I left
Audience.
I swore to become strong.
Look, now we're anime instead of 3D graphics.
Protect someone.
More anime instead of 3D graphics.
But now, I want to protect your home.
I love you, Haseo. Will you be my husbando, Haseo?
I'll come as family.
I wish I had magical powers.
I don't want you to face that same regret.
What is this art style exactly? 'Cause a lot of games have this art style. I would argue, like Tales of Vesperia. I guess it's the Tales of art style, where it's this like, it looks like anime, but it's kind of like not washed out, like soft. Like everything is a soft color, right? It's like a neon soft color.
A neon soft color? I feel like those two words are like the opposite of each other.
Call it, but it definitely is, it has an art. It has it's a style of its own that you see in many games, right? Should be counters off.
It's like high, low, mid-tier soft colors.
This is why I plan to have the traitors executed. Richard, why are you doing this?
Stickers, why are you doing this to me? I thought you loved me and my content.
Wait a minute. The name of
Just
the villain
because I'm an
is
Ultra member
Richard?
doesn't mean I hate you, fucking
Dickers?
douchebag.
Is that you, Dickers?
No, he's doing that thing.
What you're doing is wrong.
Really slow me up there.
Shut up! I've come too far to let you stand in my way!
He fucked him up.
Rising Falcon. Rising Falcon.
Well then, we'll just make another pact once Richard is back to normal.
I'm really glad that both of you guys were here. A friend helps you out when you're in trouble.
But only if you tip me.
Together when you're happy.
And you cry together when it's been tough.
Forces and work together. We can accomplish anything.
Like, all right, it's definitely the Tales of series. 'Cause it reminds me of the combat of Tales of Vesperia that I played ages ago, and like Tales of Exilia. It has a lot of similarity. So, is this a much earlier game? Perhaps I'm not sure.
Guys, let's go home.
Now, guys,
Time
let's
for
go
us
home.
To go.
Can you stop touching your hair, please? Please?
Tales of Grace's F remaster comes out next year.
What?
Oh, for those who like the original, I'm sure you're gonna love it. By the way, I received a $10 tip. Thank you so much. This is from
Haseo. I want to fuck you, Daddy.
an anonymous tipper who says only 130 likes on today's stream. Get those likes up.
It's not at
We're actually
130.
at 141, so we're
It's
almost
100 and cranky.
almost
Am I back?
to 150, which would be really nice to hit on today's stream. So thank you so much for that tip. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting my React content. I appreciate that very, very much. Okay. Onward.
It's Brandi.
Bandai Namco.
I was only 9 years old.
Is that Ellis?
I loved
Shrek is love, Shrek is life. The original video. Oh God, what is this? Hold on, I want to pay attention to it.
Shrek so much. I had all the merchandise and movies. I prayed to Shrek every night before bed.
I prayed to Shrek every night.
I've been given. Shrek is love, I say. Shrek is life.
Is this the meme where the meme came from? Because I've heard the meme Shrek is love, Shrek is life, but I have no idea where it ever came from.
Yeah, you know, it's a 2-minute video. You don't have to pause it, dickhead.
Me and calls me a faggot.
Oh!
No.
I love all of my homosexual friends, including the faggots.
He slaps me and sends me to go to sleep.
Wow.
I'm crying now.
Why does the son look older than the father? The son looks older than the father.
I lay in bed and it's really cold. Warm.
Where did he get posters bigger than his body? The posters on his wall are literally larger than the guy's body.
You know this is like a meme video,
Maybe
right?
a movie theater. That's about it.
It's moving towards me. I feel something touch me.
What?
It's Greg.
Oh no!
I'm so happy.
Oh no!
He whispers in my ear.
Oh!
This is my swamp. He grabs me with.
Alright, I think I've seen enough.
I'm getting too aroused. Anyone else getting aroused?
Yo, I've definitely seen enough. I can't go any further. No, I can't go any further. That's it. That's the limit. Yo, come on.
Am I live?
Come on.
damn it.
What? How old is this video? It's only 5 years old.
That's old enough for Derek.
What type of fucked humor did you have to remake this to make this before 2020? The video that took my innocence as a teenager. Dude, I can't watch this guy getting molested by Shrek on YouTube. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Okay.
I don't know how this video is there. It literally is about, look, he's about to touch his junk. This is a molestation video. I can't watch this. I can't watch this.
Okay, then move on to the next video. Go to Androtrope Gen's Imager User's Guide. Go to that one.
Oh, no. That's it. Next video. We're going to the next video. I can't watch any more of that. No way. All right, what the hell is this?
It's a Brender, but like a space Brender.
Wait a minute. Let me make sure this is correct and I didn't just screw the playlist up. No, it's in the playlist. Okay. I can't watch any more of that video, dude. I just can't do it. That's awful.
Hello.
Okay. Andotrope Gens Imager. So this is the device that was used in Riven. This is the Riven Imager device, and they're showing that it's real. Yeah, look.
Great Scott, it works. Hi, I'm Mike Ando, and this is my Andotrope. An Andotrope is kind of like a zoetrope, except instead of using a large number of static images spinning slowly, we use a small number of video screens spinning quickly. The end result is a full-color 360
That's pretty cool.
display. As you can see,
So you can move around this, and you see the same image no matter what direction you're looking at it.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's what that means.
How does that
Yeah.
even work?
He's explaining it.
Work that you could see it from any direction. That's scientifically interesting.
It's scientifically interesting.
and there's 5 switches on the base that are all 3-way switches.
wonder.
The first one is power. That
I
should
can't
stay
hear what he's
turned on
saying.
the entire
Can we? There's probably no subtitles on this. No, see? I can't
But on the
understand what
Japanese
he's saying.
subtitles.
The noise of the device is
A
louder.
ding dong die, a ching chong chai. Yeah, hello.
The second switch is speed, with down being slow and up being fast. Slower is quieter and less wear on components, but the middle switch is specifically designed to look really good synchronized components. Third, fourth, and fifth switches video selection, and you
No,
can
my
have
social credit.
videos.
If Shrek walks into the room, we have to skip the video too, just for the record. If Shrek walks in, I'm out of here. In fact, that video might have actually ruined Shrek for me for the rest of my life. I might actually never want to ever have anything to do with anything Shrek related ever again now that I've seen that video. I couldn't even finish it. I think I may be traumatized.
Okay, you know what?
That's it. I've had enough.
Going from mute, low, or high volume, and you can change the volume after you've selected your video and start the video.
Okay, I like it, but I can't understand a word he's saying, so we might as well just go to the next video. He's just like, what? It's too bad it's so noisy, right? It's neat though. I definitely like the idea of a device from a video game being turned into something real. That's cool. Okay.
It's interesting when I come home from work.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Who's this? This sounds familiar. Hold on. Holy shit! It really is him.
Ooh, little Billy.
What? Vlog how to survive YouTube. A 13-year-old forgotten vlog from Review Tech USA. Seriously?
God, please, dude.
It's a 13-year-old. It's only 2,100 views.
Wow.
YouTube is a great place to share interests and to further yourself professionally. You can also deal with a lot of negativity. If you're not ready for that, becoming a producer on YouTube may not be the right thing for you. Vote for Sexy Coco on Machinima. What? Vote for Sexy Coco on Machinima?
But I'm married. How could I do that?
What the fuck? Watch exclusive content on Blistered Thumbs. Blistered Thumbs? Wasn't that the game division of the Nostalgia Critic?
What?
That doesn't exist anymore.
The site can't be reached? What?
Check my other exclusives at Got Game. Whoa! No, no, no! Tell me that didn't just happen! No! Tell my other exclusives at Got Game.
Uh-oh.
Whoa! No! No, no, no! Tell me that didn't
What's wrong? What's he
just happened?
What's he crying about?
No! Tell me I didn't. It doesn't say, check out my other exclusives at Got Game. I clicked and it immediately went to photos of kids that were in bathing suits wet. Tell me that did not.
Bro, it's like a fucking, summer camp or something. Why are you thinking about fucking kids, you fucking weirdo?
Not just happen live on my stream. That was a fever dream.
A FIFA dream.
No way that just happened live. If the guys at Kino Casino were watching this right now, they would be losing their shit. Do you understand? Did you see what just happened? Oh my god. Yo, I can't believe that just happened.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just saw a bunch of sexy children on my screen. Oh my god. Derek, where are you? I love you. Fucking creep.
Well, this is his website. This is it right here. Got Game. See? No, obviously what happened is this doesn't exist anymore, and they bought it, and it redirects to their site. But holy shit. No, no!
No! Oh my god, no! Dude.
Oh no. Poor Dickers. I swear to God, this was not pre-planned. I had no clue. I was just curious. Look at this.
Fucking actual weirdo, man.
What?
What?
They know who I am talking about and don't like me speaking about it. I showed respect and kept him anonymous and used him as an example as to why you can't take comments and video responses too seriously.
What are we doing here, David?
CIA does not let me see myself while filming. Huh?
Hello?
Okay. It's fascinating going back this far to see how someone behaves and stuff. All right, so this is an old school.
I mean, your reaction was pretty
May
fucking
27, 2011 video from ReviewTat. Only 2,100 views. Talking about how to survive on YouTube. Let's see if old-time Rich listens to his own advice in the modern day.
And I check videos and I look at topics, and there's a lot of drama that goes on YouTube. This is a very, very part-time job for me, and it's a form of entertainment. I don't watch television, so I'll come home and see, all my subscriptions, see the videos they put up. And today, someone who shall remain nameless left. Again.
Was it Jay?
And I'm not making this video to call him out. That's why I'm not mentioning his name. But he is a healthy example for anyone who is looking to get into doing YouTube videos. He is a prime example of what you have to be ready for when you start up a channel and come onto this site.
I mean,
What you have to realize
make stuff for
is,
fun.
yes, you're sitting behind your comfortable.
This was long before he ever talked about me. This is
breathe.
before we even knew of my existence, I'm assuming.
No, he knew about you since you were born. He was actually there. He was in the delivery room.
Of my popularity, so my videos were getting 10, 20, 30, 40,000 views each gameplay piece. I was unboxing games for 50,000 views. I was doing food reviews that were getting like tons of views. So we weren't even on the same plane of existence at this point.
Computer in the comfort of your home.
Both on Earth. So
you're
kind of
anonymous,
were on
but
the same.
you're putting yourself out there for the general public. It's if you wanted to do same thing as if you wanted to do theater. If you wanted to be a musician and do live shows. Yeah, okay, you're not in the flesh in front of people, but it's actually worse because you're going to deal with more BS because the people are totally anonymous behind their computers. So when you put up a video, especially if you have a very strong opinion like this gentleman did, you're going to deal with the heavy, people are going to bite back.
I wonder who specifically he's addressing, because obviously no one's going to figure that out now, 13 years later, but I wonder what situation he was really addressing here.
For the people who are watching this video who
Now, he's definitely not talking about me because I've been,
Not everything is about you, David.
Right, so I wonder who it is who quit that he's referencing.
know who I'm referring to.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We're in the wrong either. If this guy, like I said before, he dished it, he had to take it. And he wasn't ready to take it. I think also, too, another thing is that people come on here.
Yeah, Dave's always ready to take it. That's how you know it's not about him.
Looking to make their opinions Bible. And when they get adversity or friction from people because people don't agree, because that's how the world works, they feel threatened. They get insecure.
Why are we watching this though?
Chucks, so I must need says you have to play Dickers at 2 times speed for it to be at a normal human pace. Try 1.5.
And it goes down into personal insults because they feel like they're being attacked personally because you're putting yourself out there, and when people call you a dumb idiot because they don't agree with your opinion.
Whoa, he was gonna say something with the F, and then he says idiot. He just didn't say it. He held back. He bit his tongue.
Tell you to go, jump off a bridge because he's
gonna say facetious.
You feel like you want to bite back, and what your channel will become is not what you wanted it to be. You'll constantly be fighting with people and defending yourself, and you'll totally miss the mark of what you wanted, and then you'll lose sight of what you were here for, and it'll stop being fun. Have people pissed me off before? Yes. I just put up a video a few days ago about a guy because I knew what he was trying to do, so I called him out before he got any further. I've made maybe in the past 2.5 years of me doing this 6 or 7 videos, and I put the video up temporarily. I think I only left like 1 or 2 up on my channel. I make them make their point, and then I take them down. I mean, have people pissed me off on here like I just said before? Yeah. I think I said it before. Especially having a smartphone too. I'll be out at work or wherever, and my phone will vibrate. I'll look down, I'll have an email, and someone will tell me to go kill myself or And that's actually lighthearted too. I've people
Yeah, I mean, why didn't you listen to it?
horrible on here, and that's the point, man. People ask me like things about what they should do to start up a channel and what is the best advice I can give them. I get like PMs about that almost every day. And here is the one key thing of advice I could give you. It is the best thing I could give you. If you don't think you could handle the worst insults
I'm gonna
you've
eat
ever
my
heard in your
finger
life,
now.
probably on a daily
Yummy.
basis, and you don't think you can take it, don't join YouTube. Because I can promise you now, people can be horrible on here, and you're going to deal with more in the E-world than you're probably going to deal in the real world. Because
Now here's the funny
yeah, but
part.
people
about
can't
what
murder
he's
you in
saying.
the E-world.
Everything he's
Or
saying is
can
correct.
they?
He's actually right. When you're going to be a YouTuber, you got to be ready for the criticism to be thrown at you, and then eventually for the hate and the crazy people. But the funny part
Yeah,
is,
you just call
he makes
them
this video
a
in
hateful slur and
2011,
move on with your
and
life.
he
I
goes
don't
on
understand.
to realize
What's the problem?
that the only content of his that's getting traction is like drama content. So he becomes a drama YouTuber who literally becomes the person who throws the insults at everyone. So he's warning you in 2011, you know, be careful because the dark side of YouTube,
The dark side
is
Phil
that
of
people will
YouTube.
be so mean to you
Oh.
and attack you and be unfair and do this stuff. It's crazy because look, I'm getting it now. He got that treatment that he decided, oh, that's okay to do that to others as long as there's personal profit involved, right?
Personal
And then he went
profit.
on
He
to
lost
beat
money
others
doing
for
that. He
years and
spent
years
money
and
on
years
that.
and years and years and years and years and years and years, right? Years and
He
years.
spent
and
money
years
sucking
and
your
years.
dick. He sent his pay pigs over to suck your dick and give you his money.
And then
Sound good?
he didn't learn his lesson, and now the camera has turned to him as being the one who was the awful person that he's describing in this video. You know, it came full circle. He was the one who no one likes anymore because he was the one who was being so bad, right? So it's just funny how life works, right? It really is. It's funny how life works.
It is.
That sometimes your younger self could actually be smart and prophetic compared to who you become. Because I'll be honest, I don't think that Rich intended
Your
for that
younger
to be
self
who he
can
wants
be
to on the
smart
internet.
and
He calls
prophetic.
it news. It's not news what he does. It's gossip. It's drama. That's what got him his attention.
Unless the prophecy was that you'd be fucking
how
a
he maintained a
dumb
career for the better
retard,
part of a
more of a
decade.
dumb retard, then I don't see how that
But
makes
now
sense.
no one cares about his views on anything anymore. So, you know, that's the end of it, is that you became what you hated. You became what you told everyone to be afraid of. And then no one cares about you anymore because you're irrelevant.
So so basically you.
That happened to the guy. But if only he had listened to his own advice and you know, a lot of the things he said, if you actually watch when we did the live react to Rich on this channel 2-3 weeks ago, you know, some of the things he said early in his career, never engage with your trolls and shit like that. And he's completely disavowed his own advice and done these stupid things over and over the years, leading to him getting into more and more trouble.
But what are you doing?
There you go. He should have listened to his old self.
But if I go to your channel, you're saying like don't engage with the trolls.
What would you do if
the tractor extorts DSP and I steal a thumbnail?
Nothing.
I wonder
would
what
laugh.
percentage of these videos have the word felt in them.
And, you have to understand something about all these people who do stuff online. They do it
DSP
because
equals
it's
man
online.
on the moon?
They do it because
The
they can
tractor
literally do it
lawsuit
from the comfort of their
follow-up.
home with
I get
absolutely
felted
no
by
repercussions
WWE
whatsoever,
champion.
Right? Very rarely do these people
This
ever see
fucking
repercussions
thumbnail.
for anything they do. In Duty's case, he got his channel demonetized for basically breaking
fucking
YouTube
thumbnail.
partner
Oh my
terms of
God.
service.
Ew.
Right? So
Right.
that's on him. But the moment that some idiot would take it to the next level and be like, oh, I want to fight you in real life, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, let's
right?
fight in real life,
No
dude.
one is going to fight me in real life.
Yeah.
It's stupid, you know?
It would be
If you come to my home, you will get arrested, right? I'm not going to confront anyone in real life in person. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous what you're saying.
Luda.
Right? So, yeah. I
just feel like I wouldn't issue an open challenge to the internet. If you come to my house, you'll be arrested. There's a lot of crazy people out there.
even say something like that, honestly. And Shiloh with an $8 super chat. Thank
My life.
you for the DSP Reacts channel. Okay. We only have a few videos left. Let's keep moving. Looks good.
brother.
Are you gonna put up a sign or something? What are you gonna do? Hello? Are you gonna stand up?
I have no idea. People in the chat are having my reaction too. They're like, what was that? I have absolutely no idea what we just watched.
It was like an ad.
Was that real?
Like
Hostomania, web hosting powered by Hulk Hogan Wrecking Ball promo from 10 years ago. Do you think this exists?
Hopefully there's no summer camp kids on it.
Nope. Hostomania.com is available on GoDaddy auctions, meaning the business failed and it's gone now. Okay. But we've got a 777,000 view video to remember it by, right? That's right. It's the Hulk Hogan no one wants to pull. Wow. He parodies the Miley Cyrus video Wrecking Ball.
Okay. Are we done here? Or are you gonna what? You gonna
Wow.
comment? Say I've never been so hard in my entire life. Can we move on? Okay, we're going to their channel.
All the videos are from 10 years ago. Look. And most of them didn't get any views. There's only 3 videos. There's that one. There's Hostomania versus the other guy's Hulk Hogan web hosting. And Hostomania and Hulk Hogan at Affiliate Summit West 2014. And that's it. That's literally it. Well, that's pathetic.
Okay, man.
All right.
Talk about pathetic.
Well, that was really pathetic and bad. I mean, basically what that looks like
great,
was
dude.
some guy had a hosting business. He had absolutely no way to get any diversification from anyone else. So he paid Hulk Hogan a bunch of money to do some of the sponsorship for him. And that was it. And it failed and it went nowhere. And that was the end of it. So, wow. All right.
Was that the real
last
Hulk
video,
Hogan?
the crazy engineering of Venice.
The year is
I
400.
just assumed that was like a fucking actor or something.
The Roman Empire
Is that actually Hulk Hogan? Is that what the description said?
Miley Cyrus video Wrecking Ball. Any diversification.
Yeah. Like, okay.
A decision that would no doubt save their lives. Against all odds, this small civilization eventually went on to build one of the most impressive feats of engineering the world
They
has
built
ever
a giant
seen.
boot.
Venice.
But aren't they saying today that the whole thing is sinking in? Like all of Venice is just sinking now, which is obviously horrible.
Yeah, because of people like your wife going and visiting all the fucking time, man.
Water. The Venetians managed to turn a muddy swamp into the most powerful and wealthiest city of its time. This unique layout of canals and bridges woven through hundreds of islands made Venice incredibly accessible, and it became the epicenter of all business. We modeled the entire thing to show you what's going on beneath the surface and how its clever design and medieval engineering allowed it to take over the world.
That's cool.
When the first refugees arrived to start their new lives on the islands, they had the worst possible surface to build on. The small marshy islands were made of an incredibly soft
Is this what fucking Monty Python was about?
of a human, let alone an entire city.
They sucked
To
right in.
create stable foundations for buildings, the Venetians collected large timber piles from the forests of Croatia and started hammering them into the ground. They drove them about 5 meters deep until they reached a much harder layer of clay.
Wow.
Not only did this stabilize the piles, but by packing them really close together, it compressed the surrounding clay, pushing out the water and making it much stronger. Once the piles were firmly in the ground, the tops were cut off and wooden planks were laid on top to spread the load. Special blocks of Istrian stone were then placed to raise the foundations above the water. This design was a stroke of genius, as the wooden piles were sealed away from the air, making it impossible for them to rot. To this day, almost all of the original piles
rot
are in
underwater?
great condition and
I
are
don't know that.
still holding up the city.
That's
Once the foundation
fascinating.
had been properly laid down, the buildings themselves were built. Venetians
Like,
started
how
off
is that wood
using
rotted from
wood
water?
for their
I guess they
houses,
don't.
but after
Fascinating.
numerous fires, they switched to brick. To keep the buildings as lightweight as possible, they had to be no more than 3 stories high. Lime mortar had to be used instead of cement because it was flexible and would allow the entire building to
non-rock
flex
style
as the
wood.
ground beneath slowly moved.
Right.
The inner walls were built in a crisscross pattern that would also flex like a trellis. The facade walls, which had large windows and elegant stone designs, made them much heavier, and so in order to stop them from falling over, they were pinned into the floor using iron rods, keeping the entire building together. This method of building worked well for the Venetians, and soon several
Do you know how regular buildings are built, David? To compare?
Expanding outwards like most cities.
Whatever that means.
Expanded into
Whatever a
each other.
regular building is.
Boats were the only way to cross between the islands. But eventually the islands grew closer together, and many could be crossed by simply wading through the shallow water on a horse. The next step in Venice's evolution would of course be connecting the islands. Surprisingly, there were no bridges for the first 500 years of Venice's existence.
They just all used boats to get around. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Let's see. Oh, by the way,
why do I have to watch the gaming tier list? And this is kind of interesting, I guess.
Water supply solution, waste management innovation. Let's go to water supply solution.
As business
Does
increased,
wood
so
rot
did the
in
population,
water?
and the demand for fresh water was out of control.
Yes, wood can rot in water, but the process depends on the
Venice couldn't
fungi.
use any of it, since it
What
was
is
extremely
the
salty
to rot,
and
especially if it's
undrinkable.
warm and has
Without
oxygen and stuff?
natural springs or rivers
Wait
to
a
collect
minute,
fresh
is this
water,
guy wrong?
Venice relied upon boats to deliver water from the
Oh,
mainland.
man.
But with 170,000 people, the
Right.
demand became too much, and the Venetian engineers had to get creative.
Yeah, so how did
From
they
the
do it?
beginning,
Canals?
Venetian islands were built around squares, which were initially just empty fields for animals to graze upon. The idea was to use these squares to collect rainwater. They started by digging out large areas under the entire square and lining the walls with a thick layer of clay to make it waterproof. The space was then filled in with sand and stones, and the surface was redone with tiles that would lead the water towards each corner of the square.
Like Minecraft.
From here, rainwater would flow into the basin and gradually filter through the sand and stones until it reached the main well at the center of the square. To maximize the surface area for water collection, the roofs of the nearby buildings were fitted with gutters that would direct the water onto the square.
These people were so smart. Holy shit, this is like ingenious engineering. This isn't even like, you know.
I mean, I don't know if the engineering of some amount of engineers is representative of the entire population.
Venice,
Just
if
saying.
other cities kind of copied the idea, because this is like this level of thinking and technology, I feel like is at waste if it only was for one city ever, right?
Right.
This is just wild. How
Oh
crazy.
wow, no one but Venice ever built gutters before and wells. Holy shit. They must be the smartest peoples on earth.
Waste out of the window, some of it landing in the canal. But for those who didn't live within throwing distance of a canal, urine, feces, and rotten food all ended up in the streets.
Ew.
And so, in the 16th century, the Venetians started building a network of underground tunnels that would collect the
They
waste
started
from
building a network of no littering signs.
when the tide of the lagoon was down, solid waste would collect at the bottom and the liquids would naturally flow into the canals. Then, when the tide rose, it would flood the tunnels and pull the solid waste into the canal. The motion of the tide coming in and out twice a day would exchange the dirty water for fresh water from the sea.
So this is why they say that in Venice the canals stink. This is why. Their entire system of getting rid of waste goes through the canals. Ugh. Don't fall in the canal then. Oh no. You ever seen the videos of someone trying to get into the gondola in Venice and they slip and they go in the canal? So they're bathing in all of this. Oh
Flushing
no.
Venice from all of its waste.
Yikes.
The extremely salty water worked as a strong disinfectant, and thanks to this system, the streets became clean. Amazingly, almost all of the incredible engineering that made Venice is still around today. The bridges, the canals, the buildings are all ancient relics.
Yo,
sitting
seriously? Like, now that I know that, I would never want to go in a canal in Venice. Like, fuck that. I'm not slipping there.
What, were you gonna be swimming around? Why would you go into any, like, river of any major fucking city like that?
All right, guys.
You wanna go swimming in the fucking Ganges?
We have over an hour left. to
Get
go
hit
through
with a
the standard
fucking, like,
submissions
needle or something?
Submissions tier level videos for this week. So thank you so much to the Ultra members who support this channel. I really appreciate you. You are the reason why this channel has been, surviving for the year and a half that it's been. And now we move on to the randomized playlist and see what people have in store for us. So thank you for watching DSP versus the Internet. We'll be right back with the submissions tier videos. All right, guys. Well,
Waiting
Good
to take a
stuff
break
so
again?
far. I think these were some pretty good submissions. I enjoyed them.
They were.
And now we're going to head over to this submissions tier, and I already put it on random.
You need to leave.
So what we're going to do is just basically skip ahead to the next video and go random select and see where it goes.
But I want to watch You Need to Leave. Oh.
So we could just bear with me for a second. I'm just going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. It'll be less than like 2-3 minutes, okay? I'll be right back, guys. If you're here and you're enjoying,
Go away.
please give the stream a
Fuck
like.
you.
Please consider supporting the stream in some way, all right? And remember, if you want to be a part of me reacting to my documentary all week long here on DSP Reacts, be sure you're subscribed to the channel so you can talk in the chat ahead of time, okay? All right, I'll be right back.
See ya, bitch.
This picture is for you men who've not yet flown overseas. These are shots of our planes flying through flak over France and the Low Countries, over Germany and Italy, over Jap Islands in the South Pacific. It looks tough. It is tough. This is no attempt to minimize the danger of flak. The gunners are good, particularly the Germans. Their weapons and methods are good. Good enough to lay a shell on a plane 5 miles up, flying 300 miles an hour. Nevertheless, we've got a higher percentage of planes coming back now. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is the plain guts and skill of our bomber crews. Another is the increasing information from our flak intelligence. Bomber crews are forewarned as to what to expect, specifically. They're told, for instance, to begin taking evasive action 3 minutes off the enemy coast. It will consist of 20-degree changes in course, made at least every 30 seconds and held for at least 10 seconds. Here, you are to gain 1,000 feet in altitude. Arriving at your initial point, make a 90-degree change of course, lose 1,000 feet, and continue evasive action until you start your bombing run. Positive statements? The men in this room prefer it that way. They've learned that a bomber formation can't just take flak as it comes. They know that these briefing room statements are based on a scientific study, and they understand why evasive action must be flown exactly as planned. So that those of you who do not know can get the same understanding, let's have a good look at this flak business. Enemy anti-aircraft weapons vary from heavy guns like the German 88mm flak, the German 105mm flak, the Japanese 75mm, to small caliber automatic weapons.
What's going on in here? How dare you all? All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon. 156 likes. Thank you. Again, if you're enjoying, please click the like button. The engagement will help this channel a lot, particularly this week with the react to my documentary starting tomorrow. And thanks to 21 bucks to super chats, and thanks for 11 members.
Thanks to 21
Again,
bucks.
anything else today, greatly appreciated. But we already crushed the goals, so thank you for that.
Okay.
All right, let's resume. Ready? Here we go. Okay, everyone, welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 80. We are now heading into the submissions tier video playlist, which is basically like 20-some randomized videos. We're just going to basically click right down here. I'm on the wrong mouse. Right down here and go next. And whatever shows up next, we watch in a row and go from there. Let's do it. What do we have this week?
Not that original little brother video bomb sister. Oh my god, there's a child. Oh my god, aren't you worried about children in your video?
I don't even know. What is she doing? Like, what is the purpose of this video? Seriously, what is she? I don't even understand what she's doing. She doesn't look like she's dancing. She doesn't look like she's singing.
Maybe she's learning the
just,
thing.
Like, standing there.
Maybe she's trying to learn it. Maybe she's looking at it on a television above her or
stuff,
something.
Right? But like, what was she doing
Hello?
with the video to begin with? It's odd, isn't it? Does she think she's lip syncing or something? Like what the? She thinks she's lip syncing the song.
Can I just like
what? Obviously, it's the kid who everyone's watching right now. What is he doing? What? Why would she be doing this in a room with the door that there's no door to even close? You see that? Like,
maybe that's not a problem. Maybe like her family are all comfortable with each other, and when her I don't know, her husband comes back from work or whatever the fuck, she doesn't need to immediately lock up the entire fucking house and lock the pet outside with him, possibly her.
So this is bizarre. Bizarre video. Alright, him wiggling his butt was pretty funny. That was pretty funny, man.
That's suspicious.
And then you hear bang, 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 bang. Murder.
Alright. The cry of pain and terror.
Oh my god, listen to that fake laugh.
Alright. the cry of pain and terror.
That's a real laugh.
No! Wow. That was pretty good.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know what she thought he was ruining. It's not like the video she was making had any value anyway.
Just like, you need to just not
oh my God.
exist anymore, dude.
Okay.
You really don't.
Nintendo is erasing its history, the war against ROMs. Let's see some
In
of
the
this.
summer
We're not
of
gonna watch the whole thing.
2018, the best-selling console in June of that year wasn't the Nintendo Switch or
The volume on this one's way low. I guess I'll up the volume a little bit.
the Sony PlayStation 4.
Oh boy,
it was
the
the
Sony,
NES
the
Classic.
Sony Gay Station 6 live.
And I couldn't see them for sale anywhere. They were just on eBay for like an insane amount of money. You know, the resellers were reselling them. But it was so in demand, it was ridiculous.
Sold well, so well that Nintendo underestimated the demand. The NES Classic was frequently sold out, and resellers took advantage of the FOMO from those who weren't able to get one. The NES Classic underneath the covers is nothing more than a low-powered ARM
Like the
device
German 20
that runs an...
or the Japanese 25mm triple pom-pom.
I'm not watching that.
There's a great difference in methods of fire between the heavy gun and the small caliber automatic weapon. The heavy gun destroys aircraft by using a time-fused shell to put a large explosive burst in the near vicinity of the target. It must be, and is, accurate to high altitudes. The automatic weapon depends on a dense concentration of fire, flexibly controlled. Its shells explode when they actually hit the target. In heavy anti-aircraft fire, the problem of getting the necessary accuracy requires painstaking fire control. Let's see why. A heavy gun's shell takes roughly 1 second to climb 1,000 feet. It would take then about 27 seconds for a shell to reach the 27,000-foot level. This plane represents a bomber formation flying 200 miles per hour. If the gun is aimed directly at the planes at the time the shell is fired, the formation will have moved on almost 2 miles before the shell reaches their altitude. That's why a gunner always leads his target, like a hunter firing at ducks in flight. The hunter must forge his lead and aim ahead of the duck, if he is to hit it. But because of the great altitude and speed of a bomber, the anti-aircraft gunner cannot rely on dead reckoning. His leading must be a careful mathematical calculation. First, the aircraft is picked up in an optical sight and held on the crosshair. The sight keeps tracking it continuously, obtaining its direction and angular height while a stereoscopic rangefinder determines the altitude. At night or in bad weather, the aircraft may be tracked solely by radar.
Dude, he's been on this like same screen for like ages. I'm just gonna see what he's fucking talking about.
In-house Nintendo
Classics don't exist and start going and systematically striking all these companies with cease and desist orders, things like that. And basically what happened was you just couldn't find Nintendo games anymore. Like you could still find ROMs for all the other companies, but you couldn't find just the Nintendo games anymore. For whatever reason, it was always Nintendo. So they know how to basically capitalize on their library. They keep reselling and reselling their classics and making money on them. A lot of these other companies just like act like their classics don't exist, and they just forget about them, and then they just sit around in disrepair. There's no way to play them. It's pretty sad.
Love
Nintendo, at least you
retard.
can argue, they still try to keep their old games prominent, right? Like today, to play Nintendo games, you would get the Switch online subscription, and then you have the NES and Super NES apps there where you can play a lot of their games, right? Now, Lady Charisma, well, first of all, Casanova says Dreamcast was easy. Dreamcast 100% was on the internet, like the entire library, and no one ever did anything about it, so that's why that console failed. Lady Charisma
Is that
says,
why?
"They're not even selling
Exclusively why?
for games you couldn't buy anymore, so basically there's no way to play them." So, you see, now that's kind of sad that there's basically gatekeeping or whatever, right? I do think that's kind of sad, man. That basically the situation is that you can't play their games at all. Then I get the feeling that for posterity purposes, right? Then ROMs and emulation makes sense. It's sad that there's going to be some games forgotten.
Okay, so you want people to pirate games. Sounds good.
Out of fear of being targeted by Nintendo, also ceased providing ROMs, stating the company alleges ROM Universe is built largely on brazen and mass-scale infringement. It was shut down shortly after. And fast forward to today, Vim's Lair is the latest in a string of high-profile ROM sites that have been a target of Nintendo and their quest to eradicate illegal ROMs and piracy. In the case of Vim's Lair, Nintendo, along with...
Yep, there you go.
All right, we're done.
Vim's Lair has been asked to remove any games from the vault on behalf of Nintendo, Sega, Lego,
It's
and
a 14-minute video.
Most of the games and the hardware to play them haven't been sold in decades. Ultimately, it's their prerogative, so these games are now gone for good. So you just can't play them emulated ever.
Emulated.
And they're not selling them, so there's no way to play these games. They're just gone, erased from history. That's really sad.
Sega, Lego, and a group of companies who formed the ESA was responsible. Now, I do want to be very clear that Nintendo does have every right to protect what's theirs, and ROM sites do indeed host illegal ROMs. But it's in my opinion that Nintendo is causing irreparable damage to a community that's almost single-handedly kept game preservation efforts alive for decades. And we're going to talk about why I'm genuinely concerned about the future of video game preservation after a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's episode is brought...
Yeah, right here. Yeah, this is a vibe. Right here.
No, we're not going to listen to that. I mean, when you think about it, this is the equivalent of like a Vincent van Gogh painting, correct? It's a beautiful work of art. It's amazing. But someone, like whoever actually owns the original painting, says, well, you have no right to show any copies of it or anything anywhere. So you just cannot see this painting ever. The only people who can even remember the painting are people who saw it in person previously, but the original painting is locked in a vault somewhere, and you have absolutely no right to reproduce an image, picture, or anything of the painting. The painting's just gone, right? So now what happens is people forget about the painting. They forget it ever existed. Imagine if things like the Mona Lisa, that's not a Van Gogh painting, the Mona Lisa. What if you were not ever able to see a picture or representation of the Mona Lisa anywhere because the owner of the Mona Lisa says, oh, that's infringing on my piece of art that I own. But then they take the Mona Lisa and they lock it away in a closet. So now you can't see the original. You can't see other reproductions of it. No one has any memory of it, and it gets erased from existence. That's essentially what's happening with Nintendo and their library. That's messed up. These are pieces of art. Yes, they're also products.
What are they?
That's messed up. These are pieces of art.
They're pieces of
yes,
art.
Yes, they're also products to be. You have no way to experience it in the modern day because some Nintendo lawyer decided to close it up. It's kind of odd. I mean, I would love to hear Nintendo's rationale on what they're doing and why they're doing it, honestly.
Yeah, the rationale is Chicky Chang Wang. We do what we want. Shut the fuck up. Sound good?
In 1999, when Ultra HLE, the first public Nintendo 64 emulator released, they called emulation illegal. But after it was tried in court and emulators were found to actually be legal, Nintendo changed their strategy. If they can't take down the emulators, then why not go after the sites that host the ROMs? Now you might be thinking to yourself, MVG, Nintendo just took down Yuzu, that's an emulator, so what are you talking about? Nintendo did shut down Yuzu, however, the DMCA law was never tried in court. Yuzu took an L to keep emulation legal, which I think everyone can agree was the right thing to do.
So, what happened is Nintendo sued an emulator company. And the emulator company said, okay, we'll just agree to pay you a settlement rather than having it go to court and be hashed out again and find emulation to be illegal.
He literally just said that.
In which case, no one can ever emulate anything ever again. They didn't want to take it to that level, right? It's kind of like
It's kind of like if I own a sandwich shop. All right, and I got the spaghetti sandwich, and then this fucking not Italian guy, he's like, "Can I get the not spaghetti?" It's like, bro, I only make spaghetti sandwiches.
It's kind of like if you're doing a let's play on YouTube of a game, and then all of a sudden the game developer hits you with a copyright strike, but you're like, "Oh, well, I don't understand. You know, I'm doing a let's play that's legal under transformative work." No one has taken it to court. Reason being, no one wants someone to say in court that let's plays are illegal. And now everyone who's ever played a video game online has to remove their let's play. You don't want to open the Pandora's box, right? So I kind of get it. And everyone says they did the right thing. Yeah, it's kind of nice that they took the high road there and kind of took the L so everyone else could keep doing what they were doing. I get it.
But I mean, it could also be because they were getting sued by a giant multinational corporation. That could also be why. But sure, whatever.
Let's get back to ROMs, which is the main topic of this video. I mentioned that Nintendo has every right as the copyright holder to remove what belongs to them. But did you notice that Nintendo is pushing for the removal of the entire sites, threatening the preservation of ROMs that don't even belong to them? But
Dude, I guess what he's doing, he's emulating games to get this footage. Because look how amazing this footage looks. Right? This is super HD, awesome 60 frame footage of like F-Zero. And I've never seen the game look this good before. So this must be the example of how the emulator made the game run better. That's what it looks like to me.
Run better or look better?
Archive.org, I hear you ask. That's never going to go away. Let's stop and discuss archive.org for a moment. And while I do agree that with the loss of Love ROMs, Vimslare, and other sites, as long as archive.org exists, then everything will be fine. But it's really not the case. First of all, let's talk about why Nintendo hasn't gone after archive.org in the same way as they have with the other sites. Well, it's because archive.org has a DMCA exemption to help with the archival of vintage software. It's vital to make proper archival copies of these artifacts. The problem with this exemption is it's not forever. Every 3 years, the Copyright Office holds a rulemaking proceeding to determine the exemption status. And for example, if 1 year they rule against the DMCA exemption, the site is then exposed to the same takedowns as any other ROM site. It's as simple as that. Nothing lasts.
I've literally never heard of a DMCA exemption. That's wild that they gave them the exemption just for preservation purposes.
Forever. Except for the ridiculous copyright laws when it comes to video games. And if you didn't know, here in the United States, video game copyright lasts for the entire life of the creator plus an additional 70 years. And Nintendo themselves have been
you're telling me I just need to kill Hideo Kojima and then go 70 years into the future.
All right, if
I
and
hear you
when
loud
there
and
is a
clear, buddy.
reversal of the DMCA exemption, Nintendo will be the first company to strike. So what can we do about this? ROM sites are illegal, but can we dump our own games? Is it even legal to do that? I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of dumping is that it's perfectly legal to dump your own games as long as you're not circumventing any protection measures as stated by the DMCA. In general, what this means is that anything up to around the 6th generation of game consoles would be perfectly legal to make backups of. Anything beyond that is a grey area, but for this discussion,
Dude, I thought his camera was frozen.
Legal to make backups of.
Like right
Anything
here?
beyond that,
He like turned into a JPEG.
Is a grey area. But for this discussion, let's just assume that all ROMs can be dumped by individuals who own originals, and it's perfectly legal to do that. So, if it's okay to download and use an emulator and dump your own games, then what's the problem? Preservation lives on. After all, I'm making a legal backup of my games. The problem is, have you ever tried to dump a NES, Super NES, Genesis, or old game cartridge? It's not an easy thing to do. You need some type of dumping hardware like this.
All right, so now he's getting into this ultra technical stuff about dumping. I don't really care about that. I think we're gonna go to the next video. I don't care about the difficulty in dumping the ROMs.
I mean, maybe
So,
that's
I
kind of
wonder
part
what's
of the
gonna
point
happen.
of the video.
Are we gonna lose
Why I don't
a
fear
whole
death
bunch
when
of
you shut it.
games? Right? We might, right? We might lose a ton of games simply because there's no
Okay.
way to preserve them if places like Nintendo keep taking them down. That's sad.
Brought to you by the EveryDollar app.
Brought
Start
to
budgeting
you
for free
by
today.
Give Me Your Dollars.
In a bit of trouble, actually.
Let's see what this is. The Ramsay show 1 month ago.
Did he skip this video? Why I Don't Fear Death and You Shouldn't Either by hospice nurse Julie? He just went right over it. Oh, it's randomized, I guess. That's funny.
Start eliminating debt. So is this a show people call in to get ideas of how to get rid of their debt? I don't know anything about this guy. I guess that's what this is.
What's this called? Man confesses to $50,000 debt. Oh, okay. But what is WWE Network?
So I guess I don't want to even start. So I guess in the last year, I've been.
Is this too loud now? I think it went real loud. So let me lower this volume. I don't want to blow you guys' ears out. Hold on. Go back to.
I don't want to blow guys. Just kidding.
Okay.
Building up some debt, kind of hiding it from my family, and it all recently came out, and pretty much just tearing apart my family at this point.
Wait a minute. I can start eliminating debt with every dollar? What?
About $50,000.
Are you?
It's all credit card.
What are you buying?
So that's the worst part is
Credit card debt is
not
ruining
really
my
buying
family.
anything. It's,
No, not Jasper.
Actually, streaming. So I
what?
It's actually streaming. So I used to play video games a lot. I'm actually in the military, so I used to play video games as a way to kind of cope, and basically I got into streaming and watching other streamers.
Look at him nodding his head.
Play video gaming and kind of help pass the time.
WWE champions, of course.
So you guys know more about people than I do. You're talking about people like in the Kino Casino community.
We know more about people than you do? What?
Well, so it's just Waffins. So you guys know more about people than I do. You're talking about people like in the Kino Casino community who would do that. I wonder if he's into like sports games and he got bad into like the Ultimate Team shit, like the packs and shit. I've heard that's really bad,
buddy.
Right? But of course, if this is a mobile game, you know what's going to happen is they're going to say, "Oh, see, someone got him. They submitted a mobile game video." Who cares? Let's see.
Especially when I'm at work. And I kind of got into the whole gifting subscriptions. Couldn't really control it. I can say I've never been addicted to anything ever in my life.
But you
this
can't.
Has got to be the closest thing.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, you're right. I can't say that. Yeah, I guess
The definition of addiction is a pattern of behavior that continues after the person knows that it is.
Bro, I got over my gotcha addiction. I got over it. It ended with WWE Super Duper Card. And on top of that, idiot, I also got over my alcohol addiction. Now shut the fuck up.
It's hurting me, and I continue to do it anyway. Can I tell you, Alex? And this is me just being straight up with you. I don't know if I fully believe you. What else were you spending? $50,000.
Those gifted memberships add up.
That in extreme, like you suddenly have somebody else that you're courting, or you're struggling with drugs.
He's courting gambling. This guy. This is who he's courting.
It honestly, I know it sounds crazy, but that literally is it. It was.
You're just sitting there watching Twitch, and you're just gifting thousands of dollars away to people.
Yes. I got so into the hype. You drop that $500, 100 subs, everybody goes crazy, and they hype you up, and I got so into it. I don't know, it just kept happening. I just kept doing it, and I wasn't keeping track.
I'm sorry, I just can't think of anything other than this dude needs to kill himself. I'm so sorry. I have no empathy. I'm such a bad human.
One credit card max, go straight to another one.
I wonder, you got to wonder, like, what streamer, right? And if this is Twitch, I mean, let's be honest here. This could be some of this predatory content on Twitch. The girl who's being flirty with the person because they're gifting her shit, writing their name.
Who, you? Writing their name? What, like up here? Like Pliff343?
Name on their arms and shit. And the guy just gets completely addicted to it.
The guy does get addicted.
I mean, I definitely can see that. In certain cases, I don't think there's anyone I would hope, and I'm going to say this publicly to everyone out there. If you're addicted to contributing to anyone,
Timbo,
me or any other content creator, please seek help and stop. I would much rather know that the money that I'm making is legit and not hurting you and your family.
There's a universe out there where, like, collectively all the fucking retards like Coffee Cuck are like, all right, fine. And then his money just completely disappears, just falls off a cliff. And then he's like, I take that back. Okay, that thing I said on the React stream, I take it back in E90. That's what would happen.
What I'm saying.
True story.
I don't want that burden to think that there's people out there going crazy overspending. I can't stop it. There's no way I can identify that, right? Like, I don't know who you guys are personally or what your means are.
You know how much coffee faggot's given you. I don't know, man. I just feel like once you get like to the tens of thousands of dollars mark, you might go like, hey, you know what? You know, you should treat yourself. You should treat yourself with that tens of thousands of dollars instead of giving it to a fucking retard streamer like me.
Like
I don't know.
that.
That's what I think.
But I really would feel bad to find out that someone went nuts and just, you know, over gifted like crazy. Could this be the person who bought the Pokemon cookies? Could this be the guy who also buys the canned farts? Could this be, you know what I mean? Like, I agree, it's addiction. If you get to that level where you're just spending for the
if he was listening, he'd understand. The reason that the guy gave money was for like the cult hype, the community hype. You know, you gift 10 memberships and everyone's like, oh, thank you. Thanks for the membership. Now I can post DSP shitty emote. Like that thing. That's what he was looking for. What's the relevancy of this other shit?
Of getting like a dopamine hit that someone gave you.
The problem is this dude doesn't have any fucking friends.
That's bad. That's very, very bad.
Over what course of time? How long did it take you to acquire this debt?
It was over a year.
Bro, I'm having a hard time with it.
Same.
I'm having a hard time with it. Like, so,
I mean,
are you married?
I am. I'm married. I have kids, and that was the hardest part. Was
okay, this dude really needs to fucking kill himself then. If this is real, he needs to get life insurance and then kill himself once the suicide period ends, if he hasn't already gotten one.
Once I realized how bad it was, and I
dude, you would know, man.
Things.
Alex, you would know. Like, maybe if you're sitting there trying to explain this to your wife or something, she'll buy this. But you had to actually go open new credit cards.
I did.
So you didn't just open your eyes and there was $50,000 when.
Well, no. So the credit cards were old ones that we had zero balance on, that we had used from years prior when during COVID we were using. My wife wasn't able to work, so it was just my income that was supporting us, and you know, mortgage rates in Colorado are not very good at all, and they haven't been for a long time, and we just basically were using credit cards to kind of survive.
Mm-hmm.
Once we came out of that, and she was able to start working, we were able to pay them down. We even refinanced the house at one point to be able to get some money back to.
So you're making.
Let
me ask a little bit of a more tactical question. You've got $50,000 in credit cards. You've got to make minimum payments.
Yes.
Is that what raised the flag to her? How did she? Yeah. How did she not notice? Hey, there's hundreds of dollars going out every month in minimum payments. I'm guessing you guys keep the money separate, so she couldn't see that.
Well, so I actually went and opened up a checking account on the side, so that way I could have some of my paycheck.
Right, but
this is crazy. So now this guy, this is all orchestrated. He orchestrated this entire situation.
Yeah.
He opened up credit cards. But I guess
you don't accidentally spend $50,000 on gifting memberships,
he opened separate from his wife as well to hide all of this, and then he kept doing it. Like, this is a weird story. Yeah, I'll be honest. Even I'm having a hard time believing the story. This sounds like baloney, right?
Right.
This sounds like a baloney story that he's calling in or something. I don't know.
Bro, you lived this life. Fra. What do you mean baloney?
Because it just doesn't seem very feasible to me what they're saying, that you would not know the kind of debt and problems. Like, you know, I met my wife in 2017.
Oh yeah,
right. She moved in with me in 2018. She already knew about the insane amount of debt and financial problems that I was having. She loved me despite those problems, but she was well aware of all the debt, the problems, how tight it was getting, that I couldn't afford payments. She well knew that probably I might have to do something like a bankruptcy eventually. This was like a shocking revelation to her. Oh my God, I didn't know. She knew. So this is like, how on earth did you secretly keep all of this away from? I opened a secret bank account. Like, this is crazy. How much time does he spend away from his wife? Right? I think he said he was military, but. Like, how much time do you spend away from your wife that you're able to do all of this and she never knows? That's crazy to me. Like, that sounds like a relationship where they're not even spending time together, so he can do all this secret shit. He's sitting on
opening up a checking account
all of their money
and
away,
doing your
money, like
debt,
credit card debt, And then he has
check
secret
depositing, splitting between multiple accounts.
Weird and bizarre.
Takes 5 minutes. I don't know about the.
Anyway, I don't think we're gonna go any further with that one. I think
it doesn't
obviously,
take that long.
you know what this is? This is someone probably trying to sneak diss me. Maybe not, but it could be someone trying to sneak diss me, saying you had all that debt, and we know that it was from a mobile game, and you hid it from your wife. She knew all about my debt.
She knew all about WWE champions.
All about everything.
All
Remember
right.
we went to get married in 2019, and that was the major conversation we had. Was are we going to go on a honeymoon, or are we just going to spend money to pay taxes so that we can continue to not have issues with this, you know, and then try to seek a solution? Like all of this, we tackled, you know, ourselves.
She doesn't tackle anything though. She doesn't do anything except eat and play Skyrim. There's no way she handles any of the financials of this household.
But what the hell do they think he's doing? What job does he have that he can sit there at work clicking and giving away subscriptions, and then have a secret bank account? It's
Does he think that gifting subscriptions is like manual labor or something?
I think it's a bullshit story.
These fucking bullshit streaming websites make it incredibly easy to throw your fucking money away.
And you can check that out over here on this channel if you're.
Oh, he's watching.
Okay,
Street Fighter.
let's see another video before we split apart here. Low tier gods, ultrasonic Street Fighter 6 belt.
Another trash player, bro.
Took the controller away.
I mean, you've like stopped playing lots of times. It's okay, Clade. He said that if you're doing that, stop. Wink, wink. But don't actually stop.
He's in Diamond? He is. He's in Diamond. He's not even at Master yet. He's at Diamond 1 star.
You don't know when this fucking video came out. It might have come out literally the day that Akuma was released. I don't fucking know, dude. Why? What?
Our Akuma?
It doesn't say the date in the fucking title.
I thought he was better than that. Seriously, I thought he was better than that. He's Diamond 1 star Akuma. Yikes.
Bro.
I just want you guys to see them not playing them ears. Here's my controller right here.
Does he have on turbo jab?
I don't understand what's going on.
Blanca's getting punched in the fucking face, obviously.
How old is this video?
Oh, now you're gonna look.
Oh, okay, if it's 2 months ago, maybe he just had a bad placement initially. I thought this was from like this week.
Why would you fucking assume that, retard?
He's on the climb, right? If he's on the climb, he definitely could have had a bad placement, especially when the character was new, so I won't hate on that.
Every single match I play is a fucking broke, bum-ass, useless, pussy-ass, born-for-nothing-ass stream sniper. Every single time. You're blocked too.
Maybe he'll learn that you can block people from this menu. It's way faster than how he blocks
I've
people.
Experienced this.
Oh.
I've got every time I'm fighting one of these fucking camis, it's the same person who changed their name 20 times. They play exactly the same and shit. They're stream sniping assholes. So I get that, but I don't. You know, I guess people are saying that it's delusional. He's not saying the truth or whatever. What is this fucking music?
Oh, it's really loud.
This is atrocious.
Of course he did a drive impact in the corner. What else is he gonna do? Mash and jab, of course. Mash and jab, of course.
It looks like he has lag. Like I'm watching, like the things he's trying to do, and it looks like his inputs are coming out late. From what I'm seeing.
How could you possibly know that? There's no input reader on the fucking screen. There's no display.
Yeah, see? Yo, he's got input issues. I can read it right now. Looking at him playing, he's got dropped inputs.
What?
100% he's got dropped inputs.
How can you know that?
Delayed inputs. What version does he play?
How can you know that?
Does anyone know? Is he on PC or is he on? Oh no, he's on PlayStation.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Please shut the.
Dude, he's probably got a lag ass fucking setup. No wonder he's experiencing what I was experiencing. He was playing on PS5. How much you want to bet? He doesn't have the VRR on, variable refresh rate. So he's got monster delay.
He has monster delay.
On variable refresh rate. So he's got monster delay.
Monster delay.
So I'm seeing him. You think he's gonna do he can't even do his basic combo. It's dropping and shit. Yeah, I think he's just got a real bad setup.
Oh, yeah, but I still want to fuck him. It's okay.
Want me in the corner? All right, what's next?
Bing! Bro, nice drop, idiot.
He's dropping his combo countless times. Somehow. What is up with that?
It's called
That's basic combo
being
shit he's
shitty.
dropping.
Dude, you drop basic combo shit all the time. I drop basic combo shit all the time. I need to turn on my variable refresh rate.
Okay. I'm watching this whole match. I guess he loses to him.
Scrub combo. You blow 3 meters for that?
No, and you can see that, like, he can't react. He's trying to react, and it's not reacting. See, he looks sluggish.
You look sluggish. You literally look sluggish, like a slug.
I'm sorry, this music, like, I get it, but
It ain't the rain is very heavy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is a fighting game, I want to hear fighting game music. At least play some nice fighting game classic music or something. I don't like the fact that it's like a different soundtrack from another game being played. If this were an RPG, it's fine. I don't want to hear this, right? During this, it's like very jarring listening to this music.
Okay, well, you're not playing, so it doesn't matter, right? All employees. They did that crosscut, bitch.
This is the scrubbiest Street Fighter game of all
I can really hear him talking because his music is so fucking loud.
I'm not talking anyway.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Dude, where's the DP LTG? That was the easiest fucking anti-air of my life.
Dude. Oh no, he quit. He quit. Because he doesn't, oh no, he didn't quit. He doesn't want to see the animation, right? Right. He hates seeing super animations against him. Wow. Why? No, never do standing roundhouse, dude. That was terrible. Dude, he easily could have
Why wouldn't you? Standing roundhouse is fucking broken.
The guy had no.
Don't use like one of his best buttons.
No
Okay.
super was in the corner.
Oh,
All he
fuck.
had to do was punch and fucking drive impact. He gets a free corner combo into level 3. He blew it. It's not gonna work. It's a combo that's not gonna break it.
Okay, cross
Right
up.
now.
That's a kill.
Oh my god, all he had to do was cancel the level 3, he won. He made a ton of mistakes.
He made a son of mistakes.
No!
This is the fakest Street Fighter title I've ever played in my life.
He played it very poorly. he had lots of chances there. He played it incredibly poorly, man.
I bet $5,000 that same player couldn't pull off one round on me in Street Fighter 4 with Ryu. Not one fucking round. It just wouldn't work. You can't just do.
You can't just do what? You made a ton of mistakes.
Bro,
he made a ton of
maybe
mistakes.
you
Dude. He had like
maybe
tons
you
of opportunities
shouldn't
to
be
win. He just made
criticizing
tons of
him.
mistakes over and over. You know? No, what I'm seeing
You're not coaching him, dude.
it looks to me like his setup has massive delay from these matches, because that was supposed to be like a 19 millisecond match, and he's dropping basic combos and he can't react to Ryu at the beginning of the match, low medium kick drive rush. Like, yeah, I think his setup sucks. He's playing on PS5. He probably doesn't have variable refresh rate on. He probably has a laggy TV.
Why would you need
right?
variable
So that's
refresh
his
rate
issue.
if it's locked
He's
at
never
60
gonna hang
FPS though?
unless he gets a better setup, right? He needs a better setup. I don't know what his financial situation is. He claims here that he has 3,741 subscriptions. If that's the case, this
like
guy
this
is
dude.
bringing in around $8,000 a month just on subscriptions alone. He's got to get a better setup, or else he's going to struggle forever. It totally looks to me like he's struggling, you know?
He just gets all this fucking gay shit and like some pre-built PC, and all of a sudden he's just better than everybody. Wow. Okay, man.
Honestly, it doesn't seem like he's having problems. Like looking at this guy, I mean, anything there? I mean, the one thing is he's blocking everyone, right? So that's like the one thing I would say.
Look, if you buy
Right?
a $3,000 pre-built, then you'll get good at the game like me.
About it, and he makes excuses. It's not that bad. Honestly, I don't think that's very bad. What we're seeing
No, he
there.
doesn't block
I guess
people.
people think this is awful behavior or something. I don't think so. Does it get worse?
Yeah,
Is there
look.
another
Here's
one?
when he murders
Cognitive
here's when he
drain.
murders
I'll watch the
someone.
end of it. Cognitive drain.
See.
Look at that. What was that? I don't think he wanted that.
Obviously not. His spacing was just bad. Where are you going?
Bro, I don't even want to play this shit no more. I'm not finishing this match. I don't even feel like playing, bro.
What?
This ain't Street Fighter to me. I'm gonna come back to this game when there's a character I actually want to use.
Like who?
So he's just doesn't like the game anymore.
The fact that I'm even playing Akuma in a Street Fighter game shows you how mid this shit really is. Never in my life have I sat here and just played fucking Akuma for an hour in a Street Fighter game. Not in my entire fucking life, bro.
I don't understand what his point is.
I'm gonna play a remedial version of Street Fighter with modern controls, easy mode combos, jab, 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 spam, a bunch of random shit. I'll wait until there's a character in the game I actually like. I'm done with this shit.
Like Maya Shiranu.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't force yourself to play if you don't like the game. I agree. That's why I totally skipped Street Fighter V, remember? I only played Street Fighter V the first year, and I gave up. I was like, dude, I can't play this anymore. I know this game ain't for me. I absolutely fucking hate this shit. He deleted Street Fighter 6. Oh, and I'm sure he never went back and played it ever again, right? That was it. He never played it ever again?
Right,
Sure.
yeah.
I believe that.
Yep.
The fact that I gotta cut on Street Fighter to play Akuma should let you know that's a serious fucking problem.
What's he talking about? What does that even mean?
I don't know, maybe he likes playing Akuma and Tekken.
Use Shotos in fucking any Street Fighter game. Closest you're gonna get to seeing me do that is like Sean or Dan or some shit.
So why are you doing it? Why is he
Is there a way
doing
to
it?
know
then?
when you're planning on
like
going
that.
live?
And I don't even consider them full
No,
Shoto.
I'm very impulsive. And I apologize to my audience.
Bro, I'm
but not
literally,
really.
I'm sitting here playing Akuma in a Street Fighter game.
And so don't play him.
That is a serious problem. No more.
I don't even understand what he's talking about. What's the problem? You chose to pick the character and use him.
You
There's
chose
another,
to
like,
play the character.
20 characters in the game you could be using right now. Like, I understand. Maybe it's the character's new and he doesn't like the character, but people are asking him, you got to play the new character. It's what everyone's doing. But dude, I played Aki. I didn't like her, so I never used her after the first day. Right? Same thing with Rashid. I played him once. I didn't really like him. I never used him after the first day.
That's 'cause you're racist.
I didn't even use Ed. I probably never will. So you don't have to use the new character. I actually don't even know what he's complaining about. I'm so confused. You know what it is? It's probably people who know Low Tier God, like know his video or whatever, or his attitude, and they know what he's complaining about. I literally don't know what he's complaining about. I'm confused. There's one thing he's legit really good in Street Fighter 6, knowing the exact length of each super in the game while hiding behind the dashboard. He always comes back to the game the instant the super ends. It's his superpower. I don't know.
I don't need to read
Thanks
LPG
so much for. We have
comments.
a contract. The king requires his due. Really
Show
cool
yourself.
support kings. Guys, tonight I'm doing another show over on my DSP Throwback channel. That's a very chill show. It's basically us hanging out, watching me play PS Home from 2012, and we're halfway into it already. And I don't know, how far we'll get tonight because I doubt we'll finish the playlist, but it's our last time in PS Home. It's a very chill vibe. We hang out, we talk and relax while we talk about PS Home and stuff. If you want to hang out tonight and have a good time, just come by. But that's the stream I'm the most worried about with this king streak because we don't get a lot of viewers. On average, I get like 250 viewers on
The
those
funny thing is, those are always the most wailed out ones. It's always always one person for that shit.
streams.
I don't know why he's complaining about. I'm so wary.
My pet project channel.
You know that dumb fucking pay pig retard will give you money, right?
Gets any real attention. So if you like this stuff, you want to hang out tonight, please go to Throwback, and hopefully you'll hang out with me, and we'll keep the streak going. Okay? All right, let's continue. Let's finish this up. Let's go full screen again. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty, everyone. It is time for the conclusion of DSP versus the Internet, episode 80. We are currently in the submissions tier videos, going through random select. Let's see what's next.
My name is Boxy.
50 internet memes, and I'm not watching internet memes.
They used to call the. Oh my god, I forgot about. They used to call this Epic Hamster, but then they found out that it's a prairie dog. So then they renamed it like Dramatic Prairie Dog. That shit was all over the internet back then. It's awesome. That's a cool clip. Oh, that too. That dancing guy was leather belt. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Married.
shit. On the play from a guy. His name is Erect Cock. What the fuck? What? The name of the channel is Erect Cock. Okay, so this is in the playlist. All right, I just want to make sure it was in the playlist.
I just want to make sure this Erect Cock is in the playlist.
Okay. What the hell?
Hello, everyone. Fuck you. I'm Scott, president of Scott.
Launcher.
Beautiful weapon. Very cool. Here we go.
What the hell is going on?
Hello, of Japan. I'm Pizza, president of Japan. Pizza. Have you heard of me?
I'm putting DSP away. He's ruining this.
Brain rot.
Have you heard of Hatsune Miku? My amazing Hatsune Miku collab. Today, I'd like to announce a new Hatsune Miku featuring President of Domino's Pizza. Sauce. Domino's ass.
This is real?
Featuring Japan. Here's you.
It's a YouTube.
I had no idea that it existed. A pizza. I almost said Pizza Hut. A Domino's Pizza Hatsune Miku crossover. They actually did one, huh?
Hatsune Miku exists in a sauce called my amazing President of Domino's Pizza. Vocaloid enables you to produce sauce through a character named my amazing Hatsune Scott. Sings the sauce. Create. Create.
Wait, what? What is this?
Sauce. You can create pizza. You can create Hatsune Miku. You can create my hum as you like. Just like my amazing. Very cool. I knew our
Nostalgia
talented
Critic in
Hatsune
it.
Miku could work together.
Dude, it's such brain rot. Why the hell is Nostalgia Critic in the video? What is going on? It's so insane.
Why does he keep saying brain rot? It's a YouTube poop, man. It's just like a fucking. It's just a video.
Kyoshi. Have you heard of Kyoshi? My collab. Kyoshi. I'm fucking with my very cute Kyoshi. Here we go.
What is happening?
I like Vocaloid sauce have been created with all over Japan. The challenge was to and this new.
So did they do a Domino's Pizza Hatsune Miku crossover event in Japan where you do something on the website and it orders a pizza or something? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Why? It's a YouTube poop. Just like watch the video and move on.
Saying, but I mean, it's just nonsensical. You can't figure anything out from it, right? All right, I think we've seen enough of this. I think we could go to the next video.
Great, cool, man.
What the heck?
Oh, modern audience, wherefore art thou, modern
What's this video
audience?
called?
Oh, I wanted to see what that was. What was that he was quoting there? Oh, video game. So Flintlock, where only 157 people played it. 233 in a 24-hour peak. Concord, or about 1,000 people playing it. Saints Row, only about 145 people. I don't even know what Tales of Kenzazao is. I've never heard of it. Suicide Squad, Immortals of Avium, Shadow Gambit, Forspoken, and The Crew Motorfest.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
What it do? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Life So Crazy. It's the Vongola Boss here. It has been a pretty wild week in gaming in what has been a low-key summer. Black Myth Wukong went bananas, selling 10 million in 3 days, and becoming the second highest concurrent played game on Steam as a single player game. Then you have games like Dustborn and Concord releasing and immediately being dead on arrival. Steam numbers only tell a part of the story, but they still give a solid estimate of how a game is doing. And these two titles are
I'm not watching this video essay. I'll tell you when it's over.
Whether tracked by optical sight or by radar, the information is fed by electric cable to a director. This mechanical quiz kid digests the data and automatically computes the right lead, setting the guns. So they will fire not at where the target is now, but at where it will be at the end of the shell's time of flight. The director will then go on automatically adjusting and setting the guns, as long as the planes remain in range. Of course, guns do not fire singly, but in batteries of 4 or 6. Our symbol now represents the heavier fire of a whole battery making a continuous pattern of bursts along the plane's course. Often, several batteries are within range, and all fire with the proper lead, as produced by their own fire control instruments. Each battery maintains predicted fire until it can no longer reach the attacking planes. But new batteries take up the firing as soon as they come within range. This is called continuously pointed fire. This is what continuously pointed fire looks like. Small groups of 1 to 4 bursts move along the course of your plane.
That's pretty spooky.
With you as the fire-controlled instruments supply predicted firing data constantly. This is the most accurate and therefore most dangerous kind of anti-aircraft fire. The next most accurate kind is predicted concentration. For such fire control, a master command post directs the fire of several batteries in the region. Each gun symbol represents an entire battery. The target sighted, direction, angular height, and altitude readings are taken at several points along its course. Based on these readings, an actual prediction is made as to where the target will be in the sky a certain number of seconds later, and each battery is informed. Each adjusts its gun so that a concentrated fire will strike the point of prediction at the given time. While the first salvos are on the way, a new prediction is in the making.
Yeah, these are computers. See, this is why PC players always win. You're watching it happen in real time.
Bursts occur practically simultaneously. Not as accurate as continuously pointed fire, the predicted concentration has greater volume. From the aircraft, predicted concentrations appear as groups of 10 or more bursts at spaced intervals of approximately 60 seconds. In contrast to continuously pointed fire, there will be flak-free spaces between successive concentrations of bursts. In both these kinds of fire, the gunner is up against his greatest weakness, prediction. His firing data can never be more than the assumed future course of the target. In continuously pointed fire, the gunner must get you in his sights and obtain your altitude. At least 5 seconds consumed here. Then the director must make its calculations and set the guns. Roughly another 5 seconds.
Do I send the AA gun all game in Battlefield? No, I usually play medic. I usually just follow people around.
Chalks up 25 more. Continuing your present flight path for 35
Dude,
seconds.
he's been on this fucking screen for ages. What's going on? Move on, buddy.
It's hard to figure out. If you keep making movies, video games, TV shows that are not what people want, you're not going to be successful.
Great, thank you.
Would place you right at the predicted point. But making a change after 25 seconds leaves the flak bursting on a course you're no longer flying. In addition, the gunner's next prediction must be refigured to fit your new course before he can fire again. In predicted concentrations, the gunner has an even longer time lapse to contend with. For plotting the target's course, 25 seconds. For making a prediction, 5 seconds. For the telephoning and actual setting of the guns of the various batteries, 10 more.
Yeah, it's like gambling. This is basically like WWE Champions. So.
Adding 25 seconds for approximate time of flight gives us a total of 65 seconds. However, by flying planned evasive action, that is a point you'll never reach.
Yeah, idiot.
You can see from this that if you knew when to make changes and what changes to make, you could continuously defeat the predictions. Well, that's what flak intelligence has figured out. As a rule of
try spinning. That's a neat trick.
To make changes, you're given this. Never fly one flight path for a greater number of seconds than you are up thousands of feet.
Wait, let me write this down.
In other words, flying at 30,000 feet, make a change at least every 30 seconds. In planning what kind of changes to make, we must avoid ineffective evasion. Do not fly a sinuous course illustrated here, because such small, regular variations can be averaged out.
Ah, yes. All right, I think he's done. Fucking God, dude.
So, where is the
Yeah, I'm woke. Cool.
Reason number one is going to...
What's this video called?
2 huge reasons why I believe there is nothing to fear when it comes to death.
Kill yourself, hospice nurse Julie.
How long is it? 8 minutes. Okay.
To a more scientific-based, analytical person. And reason number 2 is going to appeal to the more spiritual person. But they're both great reasons, and they both make me not fear death. Number 1, and I saw this
Number 1, life is terrible. Nothing can be worse than it.
totally see it when I was an ICU nurse, but then after like the first year becoming a hospice nurse, to truly see how the body biologically helps us at the end of life was mind-blowing to me and totally made me not fear death, because biologically our body is...
People are saying skip. Why? What are you afraid of?
Death, obviously.
Are, like, skip. What are you, scared? People are freaking out in chat. What's wrong with you?
I just want to like put like one of those little thought bubbles, like doot, and it says, maybe I should kill myself, ...
I approach any video with the same, level of curiosity and giving it a chance. I'm not going to eliminate this video.
Eliminate yourself.
Right?
Right.
Holy crap. All right.
Built to live, built to survive birth, and built to help us die. And I saw that firsthand, and I still see that.
And now I can't wait to die.
As a hospice nurse. So let me explain. I've said this before in other videos, but I'm just going to keep reiterating it so everyone can hear it over and over again. Our bodies are biologically built to die. When the body knows that it's getting towards the end of life, especially on hospice when you're dying a natural death, you're dying from something, but you're allowing the natural progression to happen. Mechanisms kick in that are built into the body to help us die. Example 1, our calcium levels go up. When your calcium levels go up,
your bones
you
get
start sleeping more. So your body just sleeps and sleeps and sleeps and sleeps, which is nice. People always say,
Cat must have a lot of calcium in her body.
That is kind of what can gradually happen. Also, your body knows that it's shutting down. It's getting near the end. So it'll slowly start kicking in the mechanisms to shut off the feeling of hunger and the feeling of thirst. And you will start
she does not have that.
Eating and
Dude, Cat's gonna live forever. She has like an infinite hunger.
Where you are sleeping a lot more, eating and drinking a lot less, sleeping a lot more, eating and drinking a lot less. And the body is doing that all for us. And when that starts happening, your body will eventually kick into ketosis, which releases endorphins, which makes you feel good and dulls pain. So the body does this all naturally without us doing.
Don't you feel like shit when you're in ketosis at the beginning, though?
Watch that as a medical professional firsthand, see it over and over again. It is fascinating and it is comforting. Reason number 2, again, like I said, is going to appeal more to people who have faith or a faith in the afterlife, spirituality, religion. It'll appeal more to that group, but it's still a fascinating story and I love it. And it's one of the huge reasons
I can't
why
wait
I don't
to
fear
die.
death. Hence why I talk about it all the time. I used to be so afraid to tell these stories because they sound so crazy, but then people will ask me why I don't fear death. And this is a really big reason why. So,
People
like I've
ask you
said
why you
before
don't
in a
fear
million
death?
other
Like,
of
come
my
up to you and
videos,
say,
there
"Hey,
are
lady,
some
why don't you
medical
fear death?"
phenomena that happen at the end of life that we can't explain that do also comfort me, like the visioning, death stare, the death reach. All of those things that I've witnessed are also comforting. But the big reason
If this was my hospice nurse, I'd make the experience as creepy as possible. Like I just stare at her and have a creepy smile on.
Do you fear death yet? Because it's coming for you too.
I had a patient come on to hospice. He was young. We got close, not just me and him, but him and the whole hospice team. We really helped him. He ended up living a lot longer on hospice. He didn't have tons of friends and family, so we were like his friends and family, the whole team. And we really helped him with a lot of struggles with mental health and physical health, obviously, because he was on hospice. So we all got really close to him. Him and I would have tons of existential conversations just because we both like talking about it, about what happened at the end of life. Was he scared? What did he think happened? All the things. By the end of his life, when he was actively dying, I had a continuous care nurse in his home that was with him 24 hours a day. So I, as the case manager, would come in very quickly every day just to check in with the continuous care nurse and see how he was doing. On his last day alive, I could tell he would die that day because he was actively dying. And once you're a nurse for a while, you can kind of pick up on those things. He had all the things. He was unconscious, changes in breathing. He had the death rattle. He looked very comfortable.
The death
and
rattle.
I told the continuous care nurse to text me when he died because I figured it would be that day. Before I left, I kind of sat by his bed quietly and just sort of said my goodbyes to him in my head.
It's such a big suspenseful buildup, right? I just want to hear the payoff.
The payoff is
go.
a person dying.
I wasn't sad. I was happy for him. I knew we had done a good job. I knew he was
No, I don't call pop soda pop. I call it soda.
In my car,
or sody.
Outside
and
of
I say the
house,
sody
and, like,
makes
getting
my
ready
teeth
to move
hurt.
on to the next patient. Before I moved on, I kind of sat quietly again and like thought about him and how I'd miss him, and just he was just such a wonderful guy that I was just thinking of him. When suddenly, and this is the crazy part, Suddenly, I heard his voice in my head. And it was kind of like I was transformed to like another place.
You might
just
be
where time
schizophrenic.
stood still and I could like feel all of these amazing feelings that I feel like he was giving me. And he was in my head saying my name.
Get out of my
head! I'm smiling now because that's the feeling I got when he said my name. He was like, oh my gosh.
I mean, that's how I would have
Jude."
done that.
This is I know everyone in chat, they're like miracle or crazy? Miracle, crazy.
Is that
I
what-
know.
Is that what they're doing?
I know. You know, personally for me, okay?
All right.
I have never experienced anything like this in my life. I'm just going to be clear with all of
Yeah,
you.
she
Everyone
has
asked
a
me,
soul.
did you ever experience something supernatural?
Yeah, you saw a ghost or something, and it was your uncle.
No, I haven't. So for me, hearing this from my rational experience mindset,
My rational experience
hard to believe.
mindset.
for
Grind
sure,
set.
it's very hard to believe. But at the very same time, how can you prove or disprove what she's saying?
Yeah, it's like the bank leaks. How can you prove or disprove them?
Hear her voice? I mean, I don't know.
Oh.
Well,
Oh my gosh, if I only would have known. If I only would have
Are you
known, he
watching
kept
a
saying.
documentary
And he
tomorrow?
wouldn't, he was kind of
No.
like telepathically telling me things without even saying words. And the feelings that I was.
that's it. She felt a connection to the guy as he passed, and he says, if only I would have known this is what it is. And there you go. Now she's not afraid 'cause she feels like she had a connection with someone who was dying. I mean, yeah, I mean, if this is real, right?
I mean,
And
it is
did
real. I
experience
mean,
that,
it's real.
then
Her
that
experience that
probably
she's describing is
would have
real.
changed me
Unless she's
too.
just like a
If
scammer like
heard
you.
someone actively who you've been spending all this time with on their last legs, and then they die, and then somehow you're still hearing them talking
Like
to
if
you.
you're
and
on
they're saying,
mushrooms and you have a hallucination, it's real to them.
known all along this is
It's
what it
still
was
a
like, I
real
would've been afraid.
experience.
Yeah, it probably would change my opinion too. But I've never certainly seen anything like that, nor have we seen anything documented of something to this effect, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's continue. Let's go to the next video. We have time for 1 or 2 more videos this week.
This message from a Norwegian prude. I was sent to take out a particular dude. Nick's been framed. It was all a dirty gay up. We had it all planted by a dirty gay cop. Mr. Mercator has got to go, so a little plan was hatched by the local 5-0. No one in this town is even gonna know that we planted the guns and the mountain of blow. We're gonna lie under oath. Nothing you can do, so screw you both. Probable cause, who gives a fuck? We're taking down a whore and a big-nosed cuck. We have reason to believe that you're abhorrent, so shut up, cuck. The judge signed the warrant. Mr. Mercator had his rights violated, while Kayla was getting her ass dilated. We're going to
I feel like this is the kind of content, I mean, if I'm on Kino Casino and they're watching videos, I don't necessarily think this is I want to watch 3 minutes of this. Like, I get it. The guy's a mess, right? Isn't he, though? Yes, Canadian Kurt says he's going to get a plea deal. He's good to go selling the house. He got a plea deal, right? He's not actually going to have...
How do you know this?
Like, he's not going to have major jail time or anything, supposedly.
How do you know this?
I think, but he had to
I thought you
plead.
didn't,
I don't know what
I
he
didn't,
pleaded.
I didn't pay
I don't
attention
know
to
if I'm
drama shit.
following this. Again,
Oh.
this is what
Oh, you're not following this?
There's a word for it. The sector or something. I'm not in this.
Oh, you know about the... Oh, I'm not in the sector. I don't know about any of the... Oh, what? Huh?
I don't...
You know a lot more about it than I fucking do, dude.
Drama sector, all right? So, you know, I played some of it, but I'm definitely not going to listen to 3 minutes of this. I don't care about butts and orifices and plea deals and, you know.
I mean, you care about at least 2 out of 3 of those things.
In the vicinity of people watching the videos, and then I can watch as a neutral third party, and then I can comment. That's one thing. But I don't have nothing to do with this. I can't even comment on it because I don't even know the situation. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So it is what it is.
Okay.
Big Mac, thank you for 9 months as a member. I appreciate that. He said, "What's up, Phil? We're just adjourning."
What's up,
Big Mac.
Phil?
It's been a good show. It's been a good variety show today for sure. I've
it?
enjoyed myself.
Oh.
All right, let's see what's next.
Hey everyone, it's Tyler, the Antenna Man, with a bombshell announcement.
Hello, Tyler.
I am the victim of a Ponzi scheme. Yes, I know this video has nothing to do with TV antennas, but I want to make it to get this off my chest and explain what exactly happened with the hope to save some potential investors from ending up in the same situation. This video might also help victims of Ponzi schemes understand that they are not stupid and that anyone can become a victim. In addition, this video will give a much-deserved moment of shame to
go.
the individuals responsible, considering that my YouTube channel likely reaches more people than the small-town newspapers that covered this story. If you're watching this video and personally know me, whether you're a friend or relative, please don't bring it up. It's bad enough that I'm in this situation, and I don't want it to be brought up continuously over the next few weeks as I see.
Hang on, I'm doing something, idiot!
100K views. This is a guy who apparently does antenna videos. Yeah, look. Antennas. This is his channel. It's about antennas. And he actually got involved in a Ponzi scheme, so now he's gonna talk about it? All right, I'm fascinated. Okay.
Some of you in person.
Right.
So how did I become a victim of a Ponzi scheme, and what exactly happened? It all began about 2 years ago towards the end of 2022. With high inflation and low interest rates, I was looking for ways to grow my savings with the goal of long-term retirement growth. I saw an ad from a company called Agridime that advertised a unique type of investment in the form of cattle. Yes, cows. I will try my best to explain exactly how it worked. You see, Agridime was a beef company. They purchased cattle, raised them, and then sold the beef in local stores and online. As a way to expand their operations, investors were given the opportunity to purchase heads of cattle at about $2,000 each, which the company would then raise, sell the beef, and share the profits in the form of a 15 to 20% return paid to the investor a year later. At the time, I thought about the price of beef, and the whole thing made sense to me.
Why?
You have what looks like a successful beef company that wants to purchase more cattle and has given investors an opportunity to get a piece of the pie. This is honestly how most investors
Why didn't you just buy fucking Nvidia or something? I don't know.
A few heads of cattle, and about a year later, towards the end of 2023, the company actually returned my initial investment along with a 20% return as promised.
Okay.
A few weeks later, in November 2023, I received an email from Agridime founder Josh Link thanking me for my support and if I wanted to invest in cattle again. Since the first investment went well, I decided to invest in more cattle, but this time...
So the whole thing's fake. Holy shit.
Wow.
The whole thing's fake.
Yeah, beef doesn't actually exist.
You get your first investment back, so then you think,
turns out it's actually
I'm gonna
horse meat.
invest way more because this works, and it was all a Ponzi scheme. Holy shit. That's wild because it's hidden behind it like a good
Hey,
story.
he's got his little GrooTube button behind him, just like DSP used to.
Bet the company to make sure that it was real before he did this, or is it just like a giant gamble? I don't know.
Time with significantly more money and actually about a quarter of my life savings. I felt that I made a good decision to invest in American farmers instead of a multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Right, I can understand that.
Payout wasn't due for about a year later in November.
Aren't farmers like the most subsidized group in the world or something?
However, I randomly logged on to the Agridime website a few days ago and saw this message that made my stomach drop. Agridime is now under SEC investigation for allegedly operating a Ponzi scheme. The complaint alleges that the company did not purchase significant cattle with the capital from investors, but instead used the revenue from new investments to pay old investors, and on top of that, paid over $11 million to founders Jed Wood, Josh Link, Link's wife, and other Agridime associates. Assuming that these allegations are true, this is a textbook definition of a Ponzi scheme, and a lot of money is tied up in it. Agridime collected about $191 million from over 2,000 investors over the years, so a lot of people are involved in this. Now, there are a few silver linings in this case that I will try my best to explain correctly, as I do have to translate some legal gibberish here. A receiver was appointed to handle the case, which supposedly helps recover investor funds and avoids a bankruptcy. In addition, a potential sale of Agridime is taking place, which might help pay back investors over the course of
if you think you're getting money, dude, you ain't getting shit.
Huh.
How does it feel to be the victim of a Ponzi scheme? It sure doesn't.
You think you're entitled to any of that? You might get $1.
Amplify that by 100.
Maybe.
It's not just a potential money loss either. The whole situation has impacted my confidence as an individual.
Good.
While I understand
I hope it did.
Have seen this thing coming, I still
Fucking
feel
idiot.
dumb and full of regret.
Good.
As I'm sure many victims do.
Yeah, it's sad because, like he said, he wanted to invest, but he wanted to invest in something that he could feel good about. He felt, I'm helping farmers, I'm helping Americans do good business and succeed. in an economy right now that's really effing bad.
Okay, does that apply to farmers though?
From it, but he was going to help other. You know what I see? It's like go hand in hand. We all collectively win together.
Yeah.
Instead of just me winning. So yeah, that's sad. And I wonder what'll happen. You know. I really do. I wonder
Nothing.
what'll happen with those investments. Will people ever get any of their money back, or is it all gone? You heard what he just said. He said a few $100s times 100. So he's basically spent around $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 on this investment.
That's a pretty wide range.
And you know, for a YouTuber of his,
He didn't even get
stature,
JPEGs out of it.
let's
Fucking
see how his
moron.
normal videos do. This gave him 100K views, right?
What the fuck are you
I'm
doing?
Curious, like, how does his channel normally perform?
Why does it matter? The fuck is wrong with his face?
It's a respectable channel. He's putting out videos that are bringing in around 20,000 views.
Okay, are you a respectable channel?
2 weeks there's a new video or two. See that? So he's probably making okay money, right?
Right.
He's probably making good money.
Yeah.
A 30K investment for a guy of his size is a huge problem.
It is?
Right?
Right?
Absolutely.
Maybe put it all on credit cards and he's going to file for bankruptcy.
Yeah, that's bad. And I wonder.
Wonder what? You don't know this guy.
I really wonder what's going to happen to this guy.
His
All of
channel
these guys
got demonetized for invalid traffic.
and that's a problem that we heard about from another content creator last year. Wonder what's causing that.
Oh
Looks
my
like he
god,
got
my
fixed.
channel's demonetized. If only I uploaded content because I enjoy doing it and I have a statement
At
to
all.
make.
He's not filthy rich.
Oh,
for the
well.
content he's making 20, 30 grand investment loss could hurt this guy bad. So I hope that the right thing happens. All right. Well, anyway, guys, thank you for watching DSP versus the internet. I hope that you enjoyed my show this week.
It's Tyler.
It was a good variety of stuff, right? A good variety of topics discussed, a good variety of videos. Thank you to everyone who submitted, and thanks to those who are members of this channel who support it. If you would like to be part of the fun next week, become a member today.
I was going to call side bet as part of the fun, but that never happened. Although the side bet of getting claimed, I think, passes. I'm pretty sure.
How many did we watch this week? We watched
like 3.
1, 2.
All right, side bet payout, 60 seconds.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We watched 10 out of the 23. About halfway. Not bad, right?
Right.
So there you go. Thank you guys. I will hopefully see you next week for episode 81 of DSP versus the internet. Peace out. Right. Alrighty, everybody. Good show, right?
Great.
It's actually very hot here right now. I have all my AC on max blast, and it's still 77 in the office.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's really hot outside. It's like mid-80s to almost 90.
Oh, wow.
No wonder it's so hot in the office right now.
Oh, wow.
Shoot. All right.
You.
So, guys, thank you for watching. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show. I'll be back
Do you think
tonight
it's possible?
over on my DSP Throwback channel.
Do you think it's possible that that fucking little Tesla coil behind you is, you know, maybe that's generating some heat? A little bit?
6:45 p.m. Pacific time to 7 p.m. You know, I get the setup going. And we're going to just chill for a couple of hours and watch the PlayStation Home 2012 run. We're going to do the second half of it because we already watched the first half. I doubt we'll finish it because it was very lengthy, but we're going to see more new stuff, which will be pretty neat.
Pretty neat.
It'll certainly feel like a fun, chill session if you just want to hang out with me and have conversation.
Side bet if he points down at the tips goal thingy.
And stuff, that's definitely what that stream is for. And I hope that we can keep this going. I am nervous about this streak continuing tonight on that channel. We don't get as many viewers and stuff over there. But hope you'll join me. If not, tomorrow I'll be back with a fun podcast in the morning, plus Black Myth Wukong on DSP Gaming. And I'm going to be here tomorrow night on DSP Reacts for the first part of my multi-part reacting to my own documentary by June the King. Okay, guys?
Yo.
Thank you so much. Enjoyed the break. I'm going to go upload and eat some food. I wish you all the best. I hope that you'll come back and hang out with me on DSP Throwback tonight if you can. All right? Guys, thank you so much. See you tonight, and peace out.
Luna, do you have time to sing a goodbye song before you go? Always bear.
Hey, this was really fun and gay. We hope you liked it too. But hey, I say, but it's okay. 'Cause we'll fuck you very soon, I know. Very soon, I know. The moon, the bear, and your bear ass will be fucking you today. Fucking you Tuesday. Fucking you Wednesday. Bye now.
All right, I'm gonna see if I like accumulated any things to watch because like I haven't streamed in a bit, and I don't know when I'll stream it. Let's see. This.
Get a move on today so we don't eat a fucking...
Oh. Yeah, right.
Going to bed on Wednesday is my favorite time. Rumble Fridays have been...
You know, I think I first saw a piece of this before he went like super beg mode, and now he's just doing this. I think I was gonna draw a comparison, but
fortunate. We have been very lucky.
It might actually be worse now.
It feels like every goal has been simple. Every audience has been incredibly responsive. They've just been throwing it at us. You know, we started yesterday at like 2:20. So I'd like to not be a beggy bitch today. I'd really like this not to be one of those rough days we have. We haven't had too many, so I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. You guys also killed it on getting the over 50 gifted memberships yesterday. We knocked that out. Thank you very, very much. So if you want to come up big for us today, coming up big for us today.
I recommended this highlight video, dude.
5, or everybody throwing in 10.
I love seeing stupid e-beggars be forced to be stupid e-beggars because that's the life they chose, little faggots.
And this thing will be over in no time. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. If you feel like throwing in, we appreciate it. It's $3.50 today, so it is going to be a big one. But it won't be so bad if we chip in early and often, little bit at a time. You know how quick this thing goes down when we start rallying. So throw it in.
Yeah, what I was noticing was it's literally, it's like the same expressions.
So this, because like I said, feeling good today. Got a good show ready for you. It's just that damn pesky money thing.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if we can hammer it out. So rally early, rally often, and then I don't have to keep an eye on it. Funeral director starting us off with $2 today. Says hairline's looking strong. Don't say that about Johnny. That's not very nice because I know you're being sarcastic. And that's not kind. And he says hashtag defund canoe, hashtag fake accent. You notice my voice is going this morning?
Yeah, should probably stop sucking all that dick.
Honestly, we have to get off this topic.
Yeah.
It says, there you go, little buddy. Thank you guys very much. Yeah. Keep the $5 and $10 drops coming early and often this morning because it's a full goal today. And don't bitch about the goal today, says Camel Toe and throws us $5. Hey, if you say don't bitch about the goal and then throw money at us, that's a good way to stop us from bitching about the goal. Thank you very much for that. I always bitch about it. Thank you guys very much. Over on YouTube, Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL with $1.99. Said,
I'll get fucked. I don't.
Well, I tell you what, guys, you got it down to $3.25 so far this morning. Thank you very much. Keep the $5 coming at a time, whether it's Rumble, whether it's PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, YouTube. We appreciate it. $5 at a time is going to get it done today. Full goal. Take care of it easy. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, Aaron, I need to complete.
You know, if you're like a dent who like watches these people like on a daily basis, it's almost like it's like a daily quest thing, right? There's like a number that you need to hit every day, and you're like kind of you kind of feel that FOMO if you don't fucking hit it, except you get nothing for it.
This return, this banana boat bride you sold me tried to cook the neighbor's cat. How do you have any complaints then? I don't understand. Oh, 2, blowing Hitler's whistle. That no, I wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah, that's a coffee cup life.
Like
It
that,
is.
you guys.
It really is.
Let's not look. We've got a good show planned for today. Let's not be tawdry, huh? Let's not be tawdry. All right, 325 away. Let's get under 300 by 7 o'clock. I'll let you know what's going to make.
His goal is 350? That's like a standard goal? Jesus.
Make me feel comfortable and what'll keep me from panicking about our full goal today. 325 is the number. Get us under 300 by 7 o'clock. That means all of you.
See, look, I saw pieces of this before DSP started literally doing that. Like, get me here before here. Like ultimatums, basically.
Team up together. Let's get this thing done. Today's title of the episode is not a troll. We will get to it eventually. I don't have an agenda. Like, honestly, the only agenda I have is, dude, I'm trying to get, a couple of people together to go to the lake on Friday. Should be a lot of fun. I'd like to get some golf in either before the comedy show Johnny and I have or Sunday morning. I'd like to get around to golf in. Like, that's my agenda. That's all I have. I don't have an agenda with, like, shit I do for the show, because that would mean that I'm, Patrick Melton and living in a Discord and planning stuff after my show's over. Not planning anything.
No, good.
I got a show today. I'm hoping I hit my goal. Oh. That would be really cool. That'd be a big win for the toe. And then I'm going to go have a day. Might even try paddleboarding with SP today. We might do a little paddleboard.
Paddleboarding?
Shut the fuck up. How about that? Because the way in your tone, like, I heard what your tone was.
What was my tone?
It was shitty.
Yeah.
Now, I'm retarded for a living. If we start missing goals and all that, yeah, then I have to stop being retarded. But if being retarded is profitable, but if you're being retarded in your free time, that's something you need to change. All right, guys, we gotta move on. Thank you to Zach Anderson for becoming a baby boot. We appreciate that. Keep going, guys. Keep knocking out the number today. Hopefully that keeps dropping. Again, got to be under 300 by 7 or I'm going to panic. 200 by 8.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want you to
then
panic.
We're looking good.
Who are
as long
you?
as you guys keep chipping away at that number, I'm going to shut the fuck up and I'm going to do a show. If it starts to lag, I'm going to be honest with you, after the good week we've been having, I'm going to get shaky and sweaty a little bit. MSNBC contributor, you're going to love this. So, yeah, so, I don't know if it's comforting to you guys, but we've been dumb a lot longer than you think. This didn't just start happening.
No, I'm at the helicopter company.
We've been dumb for a minute yet. All right, guys, we're going to move on from this story, and I'm also going to bother you again. We are 320 away from today. It was a full goal today. Chip in, please. Want to be under 300 by 7. Ooh, look at that. A left foot shake out of me already. Throw in some money. It's going to take everybody to team up and knock this thing out. I'm nervous because it's been a really good week. The goals have been easy. I want to keep it that way. 10 minutes until 7 o'clock. If you got a few bucks to throw into Steel Toe, everybody with 5, everybody with 10, this thing will be a breeze, and you won't have to listen to me fucking whine and bitch and moan and piss and all that shit. And we can just keep doing a show, read the chat, talk to you guys, hang out. Everybody get in there, knock this thing out. Help us out, please. It's a tiny little show that we do with a bigger than usual budget.
Okay, okay, you're a tiny little show. Why do you need a $350 a day though?
Oh, than other shows, but we appreciate your help.
Okay,
essentially. So if you could do that, take a minute right now, get us under 300 by 7 o'clock. I'd feel a lot better about our prospects today. Fauci's Pangolin says, yeah, I fucked the French. Fuck the French fries. Fuck them. Fuck them. Okay. Eagle of America. Yeah. Thank you to Matthew Q with $10. He says, hey, I was there on Saturday, but I did not pick up my Stoney's gift card. So if you can give it to Johnny if he wants it. Otherwise, auction it off in the next Stoney's gift card giveaway.
And this is what DSP's transitioned to.
Thanks for the regarding
if you make a comparison to before, he used to shut the fuck up kind of when he got to where he was. I mean, sort of. He did the little bit of, any extra is appreciated, blah, blah, blah. But he's completely abandoned that. He's gone full on max. He's beg maxing. He wasn't beg maxing before.
Thank you very much. We are staying on schedule, which is great.
He's like Super Saiyan 2 now.
If you want to go higher than that, that's totally fine with us. But right now, 290 away, looking to get to 200 in the next hour. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, etc. Thank you for your contributions. So, Tucker Carlson had nothing's going to happen to them. Yeah, nothing's going to happen to any of these people. All right, guys, we are 290. We just did a big, long 20-minute segment for you. Nothing came in during it. So let's go ahead and take a minute here and throw a couple of bucks to your hardworking hosts and get that number down. We want to be at 200 by 8 o'clock. Otherwise, we're falling behind for the day. It was a full goal today, so I look, man, I fucking get it. But if you can throw in 5 or 10, you can do more than that, that's great too.
Great.
Got to knock it out today. We're on a 15-show streak, which is great. The goals have been coming real easy this week, and I'd like to see that continue, but I'm nervous about it today. I'd like to see us drop that down. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants. Throw in a few bucks, bring that number down, brings my stress level down, show goes better. Thank you very much. Let's take a minute, let's rally, and then this is all the plugging I need to do. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yeah. We've got one more clip here from Tucker. KF Sage with $5 with here we go. It's goal parody song.
Yeah, great. Much of this video is left. You know what? I'm gonna watch the rest of this video and then go to bed. And by go to bed, I mean leave. And also go to bed.
The same is true for small, regular changes in altitude. Even a constantly curving course must not be maintained for too many seconds at your altitude because the newer directors can predict on such a curve. They can also
there's only 6 minutes of this video left.
changes of altitude. When you consider
I just
the
need to know how to avoid
overall
flat.
evasive course in the sky, you can see that nervous minor changes are worthless. Instead, compromising between what confuses gunners the most and upsets your formation the least, we plan this sort of evasive action. Changes in course of a minimum of 20 degrees. Changes in altitude of greater than 500 feet. The two changes made simultaneously whenever your formation permits, and never held longer than a number of seconds which corresponds to your altitude in thousands of feet. You will be told to start this planned evasive action 3 minutes before reaching a defended enemy area. That's because you have no way of knowing when the gunner gets you in his sights. To ensure against flying straight and level long enough for the
It's how you avoid flak. Make sure you pay attention.
evasive action is started before you're in range. If for any reason accurately predicted fire is impossible,
people don't use flak anymore.
the enemy can still resort to a
They might one day.
fire called barrage. Here the flak is fired into a certain volume of sky. Very roughly predicted, the individual bursts are inaccurate.
See, this is the interesting bit. Right.
But with all guns trained on this zone, a dense pattern is formed.
It's a pattern.
To force the aircraft to fly through flak-filled space, the barrage is usually laid in front of the estimated bomb release line. The chances of being hit in a barrage are not as great as in the other two types of fire, since accurate prediction has been sacrificed for volume of fire. Evasive action will not carry the plane out of the barrage or affect its chances of being hit. The sooner the aircraft flies through, the better.
You fly in a straight line.
Remember, the barrage hangs in one region of sky and is not predicted for any particular aircraft's course. However, evasive action during the approach to the target can upset the enemy's effort to effectively locate his barrage. If the defense knew your bomb run long in advance, the barrage could more effectively be placed in your path. Evasive action will add to his difficulties. Sure, we know it's easy to advise. And we know that with its sky full of bursts, barrage fire looks like the worst of them all. But remember first, that bursts you see already hanging in the sky are no longer dangerous. And second, that barrage fire is actually the least accurate of the three control methods. By turning away to find another approach, you only keep yourself in the target area for a longer time, thereby exposing yourself to additional fire. Further, you break the planned formation and invite added threat from the fighters. Weighing one against the other, it's safer to fly on through a barrage than to remain in a target area longer than absolutely necessary.
Yeah, but how do I know if they're doing one or the other?
The basic tactics we've seen so far were designed for heavy flak at high altitudes. Bombing missions are planned for high altitudes whenever possible because above 15,000 feet, anti-aircraft effectiveness decreases. Flak is quite accurate at 15,000 feet, but it becomes less accurate with altitude. So that at 20,000 feet, it is only 1/2 as accurate as it was at 15,000 feet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
At 25,000 feet, its accuracy is again reduced by 1/2. At 30,000 feet, accuracy again is cut in half. In general, flak accuracy is reduced by 1/2 for every 5,000 feet increase in altitude. A common belief is that a magic medium altitude exists, where heavy flak has not yet become effective and light flak cannot reach. How wrong this legend is can be learned in a brief examination of the enemy's major guns. All light flak is effective up to 4,000 feet, and some special types are effective up to 10,000. Heavy flak becomes effective at about 3,000 feet, lowest level for which its time fuses can be set, then goes on to reach as high as 37,000 feet. This means that a medium altitude mission, say just about 10,000 feet, offers protection only against light flak. When we know that both light and heavy can be expected, the safest altitude is either as high as possible or as low as possible. Right down on the deck.
On the deck.
Flying on the deck renders heavy guns impotent, and at the same time gives the light automatic weapons their toughest possible traversing job because of your high angular velocity. It also enables you to surprise anti-aircraft defenses by making use of defilade caused by trees, houses, and low hills. Further, it affords a chance to come in on enemy positions with forward guns blazing. Evasive tactics at this low level, however, will differ greatly from those at high altitude. The enemy's automatic weapons do not rely on directors, for with the great decrease in the range with which they deal, the leading problem becomes almost as rapid as the duck hunters. And with the time of flight so short, gentle 20-degree changes will turn ducks or bombers into clay pigeons. So against light flak, your protection lies in maximum speed combined with all the sudden alterations in the direction of flight that are possible within the limits of your formation. Skid turns, porpoising, corkscrews, side-slipping, anything which will keep those gunners guessing. Yes, keep those gunners guessing. But guesswork on your part won't do it. Evasive action. Routes to and from the target, the initial point, and the bomb run all must be planned.
Hey, I was listening to that idiot. Oh, what are you gonna do? What? Scammed. All right, I paid out the coin drop. All right, I'll see you later. If I can do the stream of the thing, I will. Otherwise, go fuck yourself. See you later. Peace.